Welcome everyone to the City of Joliet Council meeting here on Monday, March 16th at 4:30 p.m. Because of a number of changes, the invocation will be presented by myself. The meeting will be presided over by our mayor, Terry Darcy. Heavenly Father, as we gather together, we thank you for your endless goodness to us. Thank you for all the skills and the talents you have given us and for everyone who is part of this beloved team. We pray that you will provide us with great wisdom and insight as we discuss our work plans and make the decisions about our future today. We open our hearts to you now and invite you, the Holy Spirit, to present us with guidance. Thank you, Lord. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll begin with roll call. Mayor Darcy.
Here.
Councilman Cardenas.
Here.
Councilman Clement.
Here.
Councilman Hug.
Here.
Councilwoman Navarro.
Here.
Councilman Moreno.
Here.
Councilman Mudrin.
Here.
Councilwoman Quillman is absent. She did let me know due to inclement weather that she is unable to attend the meeting. Councilwoman Reardon.
Here.
Next is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as written?
So move.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Cardenas.
Aye.
Councilman Clement.
Here.
Councilman Hug.
Aye. Here. Aye. Aye.
Councilwoman Navarro.
Aye.
Councilman Moreno.
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin.
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon.
Aye.
Mayor Darcy.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next is citizens to be heard on agenda items. If you are here to speak on the proposed data center, the public hearing on this item is at 5:30, so you can speak on that item during that time. Is there anyone who would like to speak on an agenda item other than the proposed data center? Okay, seeing none. Next is Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a motion to appoint Councilwoman Quillman to serve as Mayor Pro Tem for the term April 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilwoman Navarro?
Aye.
Councilman Moreno?
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Mayor Darcy.
Aye.
Motion carried. Next are council committee reports. First, we have communication technology and information systems.
Our committee met on March 4th in the executive conference room at 8:30. We only had 3 agenda items to vote on. One of them is a contract to Center for Internet Security, CrowdStrike. Obviously, it is for our security renewal. It's $65,142. The second was award of contract to UNA Solutions for UNA procurement in the amount of, sorry, let me see this, $26,500. This is a solution improves efficiency by digitalizing our entire sourcing life cycle and reducing manual tasks. And our last item was award of contract to Cities Digital Inc. for the Laserfiche document management system, annual renewal in the amount of $75,000. We've been using Laserfiche for quite a while now, and we're just doing a renewal for our document management. Anything else?
Good.
Thank you. Okay, and that's our report.
Thank you.
Finance?
Finance Committee met here today at 3:30. On the committee is Councilwoman Sherry Reardon, Councilman Larry Hugg, and myself. We had just a few items. The main ordinance amendment to Chapter 2, Article 2, the city manager's authority for succession and hiring temporary appointments. This proposed amendment would allow the city manager to hire replacement employees prior to the last day of the departing employee. The overlap period may not exceed 6 months, and funding must be available. In addition, the amendment authorizes the city manager to appoint temporary workers for a period not exceeding 6 months with any 12-month window of a temporary operational needs. This amendment allows the outgoing person to help train the new hiree. Monthly financial statements, after 2 months, we have a small surplus. Sewer and water funds are on budget. Parking fund is almost $12,000 higher than funded for. Joliet Public Library quarter report, this would be December through February. The library had over 57,000 visitors for that quarter, 30,000 in the downtown, 26,000 at Black Road. That checked out 81,115 items. Additionally, 10,400 people attended 490 different programs, with 91% of the programs being for youths. Sherry?
That's
Larry?
good.
That was everything.
That'd be my report.
Thank you.
And public service?
The Public Service Committee met today at 4 o'clock, just a little over a half hour ago, here in the executive session council room. To my right, on the committee and in attendance was Councilwoman Reardon, Councilman Mudrin, and myself, Councilman Hugg. We had 3 items under contract. One was our ongoing 2023 to 2027 contract to take care of, they have a landscaping company taking care of the landscaping on all of our sewer and water properties. And we looked at that contract and found it to be in order for about $140,000. Then there's also the purchase of some flow meters for sewage, for the sewage system. These are portable flow meters that are used throughout the system to diagnose problems. And some of them have aged out and aren't working anymore. If you consider what they're used for, you would understand why they have a certain lifespan. That was for about $50,000. Then we looked at a professional services agreement for $104,000 with Ty Lin Engineering to oversee the improvements being made as related to the City Square project on the engineering requirements, I should say, on the building modifications for the parking deck. Under pay estimates, we had one. It was with Austin Tyler. It was a net deduction of the original amount estimated of $571,600, with the final payment closing out the project, which was the Emerald Lawns Water Main Improvements Project, for $614,195.92. We looked at a drive-through permit for Culver's out on 1301 Shale Road. Found that to be in order, and moved it forward with committee recommendation to approve. And under ordinance resolutions, we had 2 low-interest loans that we looked at. These are Illinois State low-interest loans for the water main replacement project, as well as for the lead water services line replacement. And they are coming in, I believe it was 2.4%, so they're relatively low interest for these projects.
as well as a memorandum of understanding between the City of Joliet and Deconstruction and the State of Illinois for the Cass Street Bridge project to use some of our land that's owned right adjacent to it as a staging area for construction. That's all I had. All of the items except for one were sent forward with unanimous approval, recommendation for the council approval. The one item which was the new, I take that back. All of the items were set forward with unanimous approval. Did I miss anything? I almost combined finance with my report, yes. You guys caught that, didn't you?
We already made it.
We're all on the same committee. All three of us are on finance and public service, so I almost twisted them. So did I miss anything, folks?
I just want one question.
Sure.
Wasn't the lead service line a zero interest loan? Yes, so.
Thank you, yes, you're right. The other one was 2.4%.
Yeah.
I wish I could get a mortgage for zero interest. Okay, with that said, Mayor, that would be the report.
Thank you.
I show no other reports. Under consent agenda, approval of minutes. It is recommended the minutes of the pre-council meeting March 2nd, 2026, and the council meeting March 3rd, 2026 stand approved as recorded. Invoices to be paid. It is recommended this report be approved. Council memo number 161-26, award of contract extension for the 2023-2027 landscape maintenance services utilities program to Ramiro Guzman Landscaping in the amount of $140,366.78. Council memo number 162-26, purchase of ISCO flow metering equipment from Gazvoda and Associates Incorporated in the amount of $49,995. Council memo number 163-26, award of contract to Center for Internet Security, CIS, for CrowdStrike Endpoint Security Solution annual renewal in the amount of $65,142. Council memo number 164-26, award of contract to EUNA Solutions for EUNA procurement annual renewal in the amount of $26,500. Council memo number 165-26, award of contract to Cities Digital Incorporated for Laserfiche document management system annual renewal in the amount of $75,050. It is recommended council memos 161-26 through 165-26 be approved. Is there a motion to approve all said consent agenda items?
So moved.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilwoman Navarro?
Aye.
Councilman Moreno?
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Mayor Darcy?
Aye.
Motion carried. Under agenda items, Council memo number 167-26, professional services agreement for the Phase 3 engineering services for the Joliet City Square, Ottawa Street parking deck building modifications to T.Y. Lynn in an amount not to exceed $104,088. It is recommended council memo number 167-26 be approved.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Thank you.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilwoman Navarro?
Aye.
Councilman Moreno?
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Mayor Darcy?
Aye.
Motion carried. Council memo number 168-26, approval of change order number 1 for the Emerald Lawns Water Main Improvements Project to Austin Tyler Construction Incorporated for deduction in the amount of $571,601.18 and pay estimate number 6 and final in the amount of $614,195.92. It is recommended council memo number 168-26 be approved.
Motion approved.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Thank you.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Moreno?
Abstain.
Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilwoman Navarro?
Aye.
Mayor Darcy?
Aye.
Motion carried. Under licenses and permit applications, Council memo number 170-26, application for a drive-through permit for Culver's Restaurant at 1301 Shale Road. Is there a motion to approve the issuance of said drive-through permit?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments, questions?
I have a question. Is this Councilman Hunk's district? Whose district
No.
is this?
I think, is that the Rock Run? Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, right, right.
I
It's
think
Rock Run?
that's
Okay.
yours.
All right, thank
It's your
you.
district.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And we took care of you. We made
Okay,
sure everything-
good.
all the i's were dotted and the t's were crossed.
Thank you, I appreciate that,
No problem.
Councilman Hunk. Okay. That's all, thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilwoman Navarro?
Aye.
Councilman Moreno?
Aye.
Mayor Darcy?
Aye.
Motion carried. Under ordinances, Council Memo Number 172-26. Ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, City Manager Authority for Succession Hiring and Temporary Appointments. It is recommended that an ordinance be adopted.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions?
I would really, Mayor, if I can get a second to speak, I'd really like to, I'm unhappy with the fact that we're doing any business tonight beyond the data center, and I have not had a chance to even look at this. All of our time, energy, and attention has been focused on the data center. I would really like to table it until the data center's out of the way and we have
We do have a
chance.
personnel-
So then my vote will be no. Thank you.
No, I was just going to say that Allison could present to you right now if you'd like, or we can take it off the agenda, whatever.
I would like it personally, I would like it taken off the agenda. We can revisit this again in 2 weeks. It's not a big deal. The data center is a big deal right now.
Councilwoman, are you making a motion to a table?
I am making a motion
I'll
to
second
table.
that.
Except table is not the correct motion, so Todd will advise as to what it
Yeah,
is.
it's postponed. It's a debatable motion, needs a first and second, but the technical motion is to postpone. So are you making a motion to postpone?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to postpone it. There's nothing that's going to happen over the next 2 weeks that's going to be life or death here, and this data center is taking up all of our time and energy.
Okay.
So let's get
So-
this out of the way and give us a chance to really think about what's being proposed here.
So there's a
Thank
motion,
you.
second?
Thank you.
Second? Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right. So. Go ahead. Take the vote.
Okay, so there's been a motion and second to postpone this item?
Yes.
Who's the motion? So Susanna made the motion.
Larry.
Yep.
Larry second, so now vote.
Right.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilwoman Navarro?
Aye.
Councilman Moreno?
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
This was discussed at finance, and I vote no.
Mayor Darcy?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carried.
Mayor,
To
can I
postpone.
ask, I'm going to ask a question of council.
Yeah.
Todd, not today. We have, obviously a huge agenda item on here. At the next meeting, can you give us a presentation of the exact difference between a motion to table and a motion to postpone? I think there's some confusion over that. That is
Sure.
correct.
So-
Not today. I want to move forward,
It wouldn't take long, but I can say, so to lay it on the table is a temporary motion, where postpone is you're moving it off the agenda. Laying on the table, you can pick it up at any time, so that would include later in this meeting. That's the difference between lay it on the table and postpone.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
that-
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Under resolutions, Council Memo Number 174-26, resolution authorizing a memorandum of understanding between the City of Joliet and Deconstruction Incorporated for temporary use of city-owned property for IDOT's Cass Street Bridge project. It is recommended that the resolution be adopted.
So moved. Second.
Comments or questions? Thank you.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilwoman Navarro?
Aye.
Councilman Moreno?
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Mayor Darcy?
Aye.
Motion carried. Council Memo Number 175-26, resolution accepting Illinois Environmental Protection Agency low-interest loan L176077 for the 2026 water main replacement program. It is recommended said resolution be adopted.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions?
Yes, just because, and I thank Councilwoman Reardon for clarifying it. This is the 2.4% interest loan. The next one that we'll entertain is the 0%. Thank you.
I think this one says 0 on the.
Am I doing this backwards?
Yeah.
The lead letters.
Right. The service line replacement used to be forgivable, but it's not anymore. We pay the low interest, correct?
It's 2.16 is
2.16,
the loan
okay.
for this first one.
I took the long way around, but we clarified. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilwoman Ibarra? Councilman Moreno?
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Mayor Darcy?
Aye.
Motion carried. Council Memo Number 176-26, resolution accepting Illinois Environmental Protection Agency low-interest loan L176080 for the 2026 lead water service line replacement program. It is recommended said resolution be adopted.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Thank you.
It's been motioned and seconded to approve. Councilman Hug?
Aye.
Councilwoman Ibarra?
Aye.
Councilman Moreno?
Aye.
Councilman Mudrin?
Aye.
Councilwoman Reardon?
Aye.
Councilman Cardenas?
Aye.
Councilman Clement?
Aye.
Mayor Darcy?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay. The public hearing will start at 5:30. So,
Yeah, we noticed it for 5:30, so we have to wait until 5:30 to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to sign up to speak and et cetera. So we'll break for a half hour.
Do we
Is
need
there-
any vote to go into recess or no?
You do need a vote,
Okay.
motion to recess.
I'll make a motion, there's no discussion, a motion to go to recess until 5:30 when the hearing will start.
I
Yes.
second that.
let's see.
All in favor? Any comments or questions? Is it an all in favor?
Can we get some seats for these people?
There's seats downstairs, so there's
Okay.
overflow downstairs, so if you would like to sit, there are extra seats downstairs. If you're fine standing, you're welcome to stand, but there is overflow. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll be back at 5:30 to start the public hearing.
No.
Thank you, Mayor.
Not pretty well. I mean, just through the meetings. Yeah. Yeah, I do.
there still seating downstairs too? Okay. Okay, under public hearings, we have council memo number 178-26, public hearing for a resolution to approve an annexation agreement for the annexation of approximately 795 acres surrounding South Rowell Road and Bernhard Road A-4-25. This is a public hearing, so comments will be in order. Go ahead.
Thank you. We understand there's a great deal of interest in this project, so I'd like to take just a second to briefly explain how the hearing will proceed. After the applicant's presentation, we will open the public comment period. Everyone who has signed in to speak will be called up and given 4 minutes to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. Please direct all comments to the council as a whole and not to staff, the applicant, or other audience members. If you are a property owner within the zoning notice boundary, you may request a reasonable amount of extra time for questions. After public comment, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond to those questions. Throughout the hearing, we ask everyone to maintain decorum, keep remarks respectful, avoid interrupting others, and please refrain from applause or other reactions so that all participants can be heard in an orderly setting. Thank you.
Okay, to start, representatives for Hillwood Development will provide a brief presentation regarding this item.
Did we officially reopen the hearing? Because we recessed, so we just have to make sure.
It'll have to be a motion to come back.
Okay, yes.
Make a
So we-
motion.
Yes, we do need a motion to come back into session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are back in session.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is David Silverman. I'm an attorney with the Joliet law firm of Mahoney, Silverman and Cross. I'm here tonight before you representing the developer of this project, Hillwood and Powerhouse Joint Venture. We're here to present to you on the Joliet Technology Center. It kind of has a good ring, doesn't it, to bring some technology to Joliet? We're here tonight to ask for your favorable vote on 5 issues. First, an annexation agreement between the developers and the city of Joliet, which will set out the terms of how this property gets developed and the incentives that will be paid to Joliet. The next is the annexation of the property. The next, rezoning to the I-1 Light Industrial District. A planned unit development, a preliminary planned unit development, will be back later for final development if this gets approved tonight, and a preliminary subdivision approval. Your Plan Commission, after many hours of testimony, has recommended to the council that the zoning and the planned unit development and the annexation agreement and the annexation be approved. They didn't weigh in on the annexation agreement as that was not before them. This project has been here with the city for many, many months. We were originally on the agenda for the September Planning and Zoning Commission, at which time the city said, let's put a pause on this project, let's slow it down a little bit, and let's make sure that all the questions are heard and the answers are provided. So what we've done from the developer's side is we've listened to those questions. We've listened to the questions that have been brought in public comment before this body, the questions that were brought in public comment before the Plan Commission, the questions presented at the Plan Commission in the public hearing, and also the rather large open house that we did out at Joliet Junior College. So we hope we can answer all those questions here for you tonight. We have assembled a group of experts and folks from the companies that are involved, Powerhouse and Hillwood, to answer all your questions and all the questions that have been presented to the public, or by the public, to the Plan Commission in this body. At the conclusion, we hope that you will agree with the staff recommendation to approve it, agree with the Plan Commission recommendation, and that a data center is an appropriate use on this property located on the southeast side of town. So I'd like to first introduce to you Don Schoenheider. Don is with the Hillwood Group. Don and Powerhouse, if approved, Don's company, Hillwood, and Powerhouse, if approved, will be our partners in this project, and we want you to get to know them and learn a little bit about their experience. So, Don, if you could say a few words, please.
Thanks, David. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff. I'm Don Schoenheider with Hillwood. Hillwood is a private investment development firm. We're based in Dallas. We were started in 1988 by Ross Bro Sr. Ross Sr. has passed away a few years ago, but the company is still run by Ross Jr. and the spirit and the cooperativeness that Ross Sr. would have liked. Our background as a company is really in diverse types of various types of real estate. We've done over 4,000 multi-tenant units, multi-family units. We've developed mixed-use and office complexes. We're known around the country and around the world for building industrial buildings. And we've done over 110 residential communities in the U.S. The one thing we haven't really done to a great extent is data centers. And so what we've done for Joliet and for this particular project is to call on and partner with what we believe to be the top flight, the best data center developer in the country. So at this point in time, I'd like to introduce Liz Nicholson, who is a partner with Powerhouse Data Centers, and she'll tell you a little bit about our partner, Powerhouse.
Thank you, Don, for the introduction. Good evening, Mayor Darcy and members of City Council. We appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening. Powerhouse is a fully owned and operated platform of American real estate partners, a company with over 20 years history in the development realm. We're an integrated data center developer that has grown to about 180 professionals in recent years. And in-house, we have a deep expertise across the investment, entitlement, power procurement, design and construction, leasing, and asset management. I realize that's a long list of things to tell you, but I think the key point is we're with the project for its full life cycle, and we believe that that continuity is very important to deliver nice projects. Since launching Powerhouse, initially focused in the Northern Virginia area, we've expanded into about 10 markets in the United States with close to 140 data centers in planning and construction stages. Powerhouse is a responsible development partner with a disciplined and transparent development model. We're coordinating each phase of development directly with utilities and when a tenant is in place. This slide depicts a few of our projects throughout the country, and I think our history as a Class A office developer sets us apart in that we focus on the campus design holistically. That includes intentional and well-designed landscaping that is well-maintained at all times, and quality architecture. We desire to build projects that will be a good neighbor in the community. With that, I will transition to Pat on our team, who can talk a little bit about our site selection process. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Mayor and Council, thank you for this evening and listening to our presentation. What I want to talk about is why this property. To have a campus like this that is harmonious with the surroundings, you need a fairly large property so you can have very reasonable setbacks, buffering, screening from public view. We organize all of our campuses into mini campuses to break down the mass of the property. And I think if you've seen the plans, we have 4 separate 6-building campuses with very generous setbacks. All the buildings are organized in clusters where the generator yards are between the buildings and away from public view. This property also has transmission lines already on the property. We do not need to extend transmission lines off property to get here. This property is flat. There is not much land development work to be done, which will lessen the amount of early activities for construction. And we will start focusing on the street views for all the buildings once we get into the next phase of this project. we're going to be proud of this project. We hope that you'll give us a chance to show you what this thing can be. Thank you very much. And I'd like to introduce Andrew with Langen Engineering. He's our site designer for the property.
Hi, I'm Andrew Utan. I work at Langen Engineering. We're downtown. I've been a civil engineer working in the Chicagoland area for over 20 years now. I've done plenty of projects in Joliet. I've been working on Rock Run Crossings for a little over 10 years now, and I also recently was the engineer of record on the Joliet Casino, the Hollywood Casino at Rock Run Crossings collection, sorry. So generally the site is located on the southeast side of town. And kind of wanted to go through some of the existing and proposed conditions. So the overall site is just under 800 acres, and right now it's completely agricultural based. The pink magenta line is currently the boundaries of the property, and shown here is the full build out of the data center campus. The northwest corner, labeled Lot 3, is going to be dedicated to ComEd for their switching station and their own stormwater management area. And the rest of the site will be 4 groupings, a total of 24 data centers consisting of the campus. Each of the groupings is designed to operate independently of each other, so they all have their own 6 buildings on a grouping, their own stormwater management, and their own substation. And then around the outside, the team is proposing to rebuild Rowell Road to the 3-lane typical section for the city of Joliet. The same for Ridge Road from Schweitzer all the way down to Millsdale Road. And we're extending Millsdale Road from our west property line where it currently ends all the way to where Ridge Road currently is. So all of that is being paid for by the developer and dedicated to the city of Joliet. Within these right-of-ways will be berms, and then outside of the right-of-ways will be, outside the right-of-ways will be berms that will be used for screening, typical with the city of Joliet standards. They'll have native plantings of varying heights to help screen the data centers from public roads. And then along the north property line where there are neighboring sites, we're proposing berms there as well. Same idea, native plantings of varying heights that are green or at least have leaves all year round, so they're screening all year round. I'd like to mention that the site was reviewed and cleared by the Illinois State Historic Preservation Office and the IDNR EcoCat system for compliance with no endangered species found on site. Additionally, the consulting team did a wetland review. They walked the site, they did a desktop review, and found that there are no existing wetlands within the 800-acre site. As mentioned previously, the on-site stormwater management system within each grouping operates independently of the other systems. The existing site today has essentially no stormwater management. It's agricultural land, row crops, where water, whenever it rains, the water sheet flows off as fast as it can to get off site, carrying with it fertilizers, sediments, other types of erosion into the roadside ditches of Rowell Road and Ridge Road. What we're proposing to do is contain it on site, have natural plantings in the ponds, filter through the water, recharge the groundwater on site, and all these things will comply with the Will County and City of Joliet ordinances. On-site lighting also will be designed for dark sky compliance and the City of Joliet requirements for half a foot candle at all the property lines, except where we have driveways for safety concerns. So all of the lights themselves will have shields to block any outward lighting. It'll all be pointed straight down and within the campus itself. Here is just a zoom-in version of an individual grouping. The data centers, the top 4 kind of located back to back to each other to help protect screening from the outside viewpoints. There's also a secondary access point for all of the data center groupings themselves, so each one has access to a public road, or at least one public road, as well as the substation has 2 access points as well for that operator of the substation. You'll also notice that the fence line that goes around the exterior of the 6th data center building campus, and outside of that will be naturalized plantings, metal mixes that will encourage wildlife to come back, pollinators, kind of put it back to the way it was before the agricultural use was brought onto the site. From a utility perspective, we are proposing water main extensions at the developer's cost on Rowell Road, Millsdale Road, and Ridge Road, as well as sanitary sewer extensions. This helps with redundancy in the area. Whenever there's a water main break, there's more backup. Whenever there's a sanitary sewer that gets clogged, there's other options. These are all part of the dedication of the 100-foot right-of-ways and the 3-lane roadway sections that are all being dedicated to the city of Joliet. Thanks for your time. I'd like to introduce John McCann from ComEd to speak next.
Thank you, Andrew, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is John McCann. I'm the Economic Development Manager at ComEd. Our job, quite honestly, is to attract new projects in our service territory that create jobs and drive capital investment. But tonight I'm here to talk to you from a reliability standpoint. So ComEd serves more than 4 million customers across northern Illinois. Since embarking on our grid modernization efforts in 2012, ComEd customers have seen continuous improvement in grid reliability performance. Today, ComEd customers enjoy best-in-class reliability with fewer and shorter customer outages at any point in our company's history. Our system reliability has improved by more than 57% and helped customers avoid more than 25 million outages. Our grid performance resulted in ComEd being recognized by PA Consulting in 2023 and 2025 as the #1 utility in the nation, and in 2024 as the #1 utility in the Midwest. We remain committed to delivering reliable electric service, and we're extremely proud of the positive impact and benefits this has for our customers. The Joliet Technology Center will be served from ComEd's 345 kV system. We will not have a direct impact on residential or smaller commercial customers, which are served from ComEd's smaller or local distribution systems. The 345 kV system is a network that allows electricity to flow from multiple generation sources to where the power is needed most, following the route with the least resistance. ComEd's 345 kV system is designed to incorporate intentional redundancy, meaning there are multiple routes available to allow power to flow into any given area. If a particular route is congested, damaged, or down for maintenance, power will flow through the network around the impacted facilities to reach the load. To use the roadway analogy, if there's an accident or too much traffic on one route, other routes are available. The planning process for evaluating large load connections such as this project is a multi-step process that includes the electrical design to provide the requested service while taking into consideration the customer's location, ultimate load request, and their load ramp schedule. Using this information, our team translates the electrical design into computer models for power flow analysis and develops 345 kV system upgrades to mitigate any planning criteria violations that may result. This process ensures the continued safe and reliable operation of our 345 kV network. In addition, PJM, which is the 13-state regional transmission organization that ComEd is a part of, also reviews all new electricity demands through their M3 supplemental process to ensure the increased demand will not cause any problems on the broader PJM system. ComEd presented the Joliet Technology Center in the PJM stakeholder process last month as a supplemental project in the customer service category. PJM and their stakeholders did not express any concerns or have any feedback about the project or its reliability during these meetings. I'd like to now turn it back to the Hillwood team, where I believe Mark Pruitt is going to speak. Thank you.
John, you're a liar. Shame on you.
Stop.
Could you just let us have the meeting, please? Let us have the meeting, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Pruitt. I'm the principal of the Power Bureau. I'm a energy markets consultant retained by Hillwood to comment on the project and review its impact on reliability issues as well as consumer costs. As was just addressed directly by ComEd, this project in its design has gone through engineering review to ensure reliability not only to the data center itself, but also to ensure continued reliability to all the surrounding areas. ComEd and PJM are obligated by law. ComEd obligated under state statute, under regulation under the Illinois Commerce Commission, PJM under the governance of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, to prioritize system security, safety, and reliability. So their system is designed to ensure reliability after necessary upgrades have been accomplished and the asset, the data center begins full operation. Question has come up in terms of where does the power come from. ComEd does not own power plants. The power plants are owned by independent power producers. There are approximately 1,400 power producers, power plants that are connected to the PJM transmission network. As John mentioned, there are many roads where power can travel, and it's PJM's opportunity and obligation to ensure that that capacity is delivered to each and every consumer served in the PJM footprint. Next question then comes up is, okay, well, is 1,400 enough power plants? Well, that's a great question. Over time, supply and demand changes. We have new energy users, and we have some power plants that retire that are eventually replaced by new power plants. The capacity that's available in the PJM footprint today, according to PJM and their studies and their obligations under federal law, is that there is more than enough capacity to serve this and all existing customers in northern Illinois. Additionally, we do note that about 342,000 megawatts of maximum facility output are awaiting connection to the PJM grid, which is about a tripling of the current level of capacity. So there's a lot of interest in not only data centers in the PJM footprint, but also in building new power plants to serve those data centers. Question came up also about price. And, you know, I used to be a regulator in Illinois, and, you know, prices go up and down, and that's unpopular. But the reality is that when we take a look at the power price for residential customers today, in March of this year, and compare it against the inflation-adjusted price in, what do we have there, 2012, we're 22% below where we were in 2012. So I understand that people appreciate that prices have gone up recently, absolutely, but those were quite a bit lower than where we have been historically. It's not to say that prices don't matter. That's not the point. The point is that prices have been higher than they are today, and that in the market, PJM has applied a cost cap that runs through 2030 that will serve to minimize continued increase in capacity cost, which has been the source of the recent increase in prices in the ComEd service territory. Second, the state of Illinois recently passed called SURGA, the Clean and Reliable Grid Act, that will bring 3,000 megawatts of battery storage into Illinois by 2030. And then we have the Illinois Renewable Portfolio Standard, which is funded at north of $600 million a year to support the deployment of solar and wind assets in Illinois. Those are all new assets of capacity that are going to be serving not only Illinois, but also PJM. And it's in that context where, even though there is increased demand by this and other projects, there's also increased supply to moderate prices. Additionally, over the 30 years of operation of this plant, the operator of the plant will be paying into the state's renewable portfolio standard into the billions of dollars. $1.8 billion will be paid into support for all the incentives that go to support rooftop wind, rooftop solar, and then utility scale wind and solar in the state. That equates to, based on the Illinois Power Agency's average cost for incentives, it's going to incentivize over a gigawatt of new generating capacity in Illinois. So this is money that's going to be paid by this data center over time, and it will go to supporting new capacity. Secondly, as a separate part of the tariff, this data center will also be paying, again, over $1 billion in its 30 years towards energy efficiency programs that benefit consumers all throughout the ComEd service territory. This is sufficient to provide the incentives necessary for over 800,000 heat pumps in residential households, based on the current level of incentive that's used by Commonwealth Edison. So that will reduce demand over time within the ComEd service territory. And then lastly, as required under the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, The data center will also be paying into the Energy Transition Fund about $310 million, which will go to supporting pre-apprenticeship trainings in the work programs that are administered by the state's Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity. Substantial amount of training is going to be necessary to bring about the technical experts and assistants to be able to deploy the renewable energy, batteries, and other technologies in this state. So, in terms of are consumers protected? Well, they're protected in a few layers here. The first is the transmission security agreement between the developer and ComEd guarantees that consumers, regular ComEd consumers, will not bear any cost responsibility for the hardware that's necessary to connect that new set of substations to the ComEd transmission lines. It's an agreement, it's approved by FERC, it's a federal document. There will be no subsidization of the transmission interconnection costs. Secondly, there will be no ongoing subsidization of the cost to deliver electricity to this site. Under state law, the Public Utility Act requires the Illinois Commerce Commission to establish rates that are directly related to the cost of service provided to customers. That's why cost for customer service for a residential customer is very different than the cost of service for a very large customer. They are rates that are based on the cost to serve. Again, state law requires that so that there is not cross-subsidization. Electricity supply, going out and securing the supply capacity and transmission that will serve this asset is going to be the responsibility of the operator. There's going to be a contract, possibly multiple contracts, to secure that electricity and capacity for this asset, which will have nothing to do with the contracts that secure prices for residential and small commercial customers. Those are handled separately through the Illinois Power Agency. That's where I used to work. And then on sustainability, we just touched on the sustainability elements where there's substantial investments in sustainability that would result from this project. So we have conclusions regarding reliability, cost, and sustainability, and then, just as an aside, the demand for capacity in Northern Illinois is high, and you have an opportunity to entertain that opportunity here in Joliet. If it doesn't get built here, it will be built elsewhere. That's just, in which case,
please, everyone keep their comments down. The person speaking gets to speak.
If it's built elsewhere in Northern Illinois, you'll have the same cost impacts as if it was built right here. So the question is whether or not you take the local development or not. So I'm sorry to be...
They'll fight it too. They'll fight it too. They'll fight you too. I'll be up there.
I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Been some question about water usage, and we'll let our water consultant from Cisco make comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Todd Swarniak. I'm a mechanical technical manager with Cisco Hennessy Group. We're a consulting engineering firm. My career for the last 20 years is designing data center cooling systems around the country, every client type, every system type. And for what it's worth, I'm fairly local. I'm about 15 miles from the project site. I'm going to be try to be fairly quick, but also try to be fairly clear. The system we're proposing is a closed loop system. I know there is still some confusion on what that means. Once the water is in the pipe, it stays in the pipe. These systems have been around since 1922 when Willis Carrier invented the chiller. They've been used in data centers continuously since data centers were invented. I don't know what timestamp you want to put on that since the advent of the computer. This is not new technology, and there's nothing fundamentally different about it at a data center other than the fact that they're big and there's extra equipment for redundancy's sake, which also improves efficiency. The reason for choosing the system type, frankly, is the need, right? We recognize there's not an ability of the site to support an evaporative system. So once the system is filled, it stays full. The water is the blood of the system. If it leaks, it is bleeding out, and that is a fundamental problem. This system type allows us to accommodate any current and any foreseeable future server technology. So the air-cooled servers of today and let's say yesterday, as well as the liquid-cooled servers that are fast emerging, not just for AI, that is becoming the norm for your standard cloud storage. Basically, every data center application is projected to be at least partially liquid-cooled within the next 2 years. So there's no evaporation. As a result, there is no blowdown. I know that's still a point of confusion. Blowdown, by definition, as water evaporates, all the other stuff in the water stays behind. Eventually, you end up with too high of a ratio of stuff to water. You have to purge it and bring in new water. That does not happen with this system. Additionally, the equipment we're selecting, not just lip service. I mean, it saves money in the long run. We will be choosing equipment with high efficiency compressors for the cooling. With high efficiency, particularly, the ability to save energy as it gets cooler outside, low noise, variable speed fans for the heat rejection, etc. And again, these, there's hundreds of thousands of closed loop chill water systems operating around the world for the last century. One-time fill is required per building. The pipe gets rinsed out, it gets filled, chemical gets added to prevent biological growth and corrosion. And there's nothing magic about this building type compared to any other building type. Once filled, that water stays in. Other than maintenance activities, we have lots and lots of valves to minimize the amount of water that would ever have to be drained to remove or service a piece of equipment. I know there have also been some questions on discrepancies of timeline. That system, the lease will be 15, 20 years. It's not signed yet, but that would be the frequency of any significant drain down, would be essentially the end of life of that tenant. So very few and far between. And for context, each 6-pack of buildings, the systems will contain about as much water as one Olympic swimming pool. So 4 of those spread out over the course of 5 years is the anticipated construction and completion schedule for the 24 buildings. You can see, in 2024, when we were first considering this project, we were looking at direct evaporative cooling systems. Those have been and are still somewhat popular with like the hyperscale companies. They're very efficient, but they do use an awful lot of water. We've rethought that. We've looked at the site and the site constraints and what it means to be a good neighbor or a good steward, and we've decided to rethink that and go with the closed loop system. Our daily water use on average over the course of the year, we're now projecting for all 24 buildings not to exceed 150,000 gallons. We put some other context up there just for comparison's sake, and I know may or may not be relevant. But by way of comparison, if this was single-family homes, the water usage would be substantially more, nearly an order of magnitude greater. We're also a little over half of what the assumed water consumption for this site was under the light industrial zoning. And our understanding is that is the water capacity that was considered in the water study for the existing water supply in the aquifer. So we are reducing from what the planned demand for this site would have been. Filling of these systems, again, will be spread out over roughly 5 years. That activity will be coordinated with the Department of Public Utilities to ensure the rate at which that fill is taking place and the timing of that is not disruptive to the city's water utility capacity. This has been reviewed with the city and the current infrastructure. And again, we are below the planned, the anticipated water usage rate of this site. Hopefully that answers some questions and provides some clarity. From there, I believe we're going to want to discuss noise next.
Mayor, can we ask questions?
Yes.
Is that okay?
We can.
Okay. So I want to get my head around this cooling system.
Yes.
It's basically a mixture of water and chemicals.
Yes.
Not unlike my car.
Way less chemical than your car.
Right, but same concept.
Yeah, so car is 50-50 antifreeze water. This is 99 water and 1% again biocides, corrosion inhibitors, just stuff to keep the inside of the system clean.
And that stays in that cooling system, just like my car's cooling system stays there until we drain it out.
Correct.
And replace it. And you said that drain down, you referred to it as? Drain down would happen at the end of a lease, for instance.
That would be the soonest somebody would typically entertain taking anything. That's a total facility shutdown if that is done. So that's typically when somebody would vacate. Yeah.
And what happens when you do remove it from the system? Where does it go? Where do you take it?
Building by building, again, this is no different from any other chill water system anywhere. I've never encountered an instance where anything in that water was objectionable to the sanitary utility. That water data can be provided for analysis prior to discharge. I assume that would be something the city is within their rights to review, and if there's an objection, it can be disposed of. It can be trucked off if needed, but it's essentially water.
So, and I do believe, in talking and doing my research, talking to staff, that is exactly what the city's going to do when it comes to disposing of this. They're going to have it tested before it's allowed to be put into the system, and if it can't be put in the system, it gets trucked off.
Yes, and when the initial fill takes place, it's a little bit of a chemistry set. So you put in the amount of chemical you think it needs. It's tested. Initially, it's tested more frequently, and after about 6 months, that typically gets pulled back to quarterly. There's a chemical treatment vendor assigned to the site. They take samples back, check the chemistry. If they need to tweak, add a couple gallons, here and there of chemical, they do that. But there's regular testing reports that would be available throughout the life of the building that could be provided easily.
And on a project this size, I'm just trying to get my head around this, if this was a traditional, or, like in my research, I'm seeing them referred to as legacy data centers, when most of them early on were using evaporative. If you use water, that would be like for a project this size, would be up to 5 million gallons of water a day or more, right?
Yes, so lots of different ways to cool these buildings. As they've grown to scale, your traditional open cooling tower systems that evaporate water all year, those have really fallen out of favor. The direct evaporative cooling that's been very popular, you literally just bring outside air in, and when it's too hot outside, you bring it through a sponge to cool it off, and the air evaporates into the water evaporates into the airstream. Those systems only use water when it hits about 80 degrees outside, but the rate at which they use water when they're on is significant. So again, this 5 million gallons a day peak, something like 8 billion gallons a year would be the consumption for that system type for a project this size, which is why we looked at that number and said there's no way.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, Mayor. So you mentioned our city staff, and I have had conversations with Allison, who is our Director of Public Utilities. And is she over there? Yeah. Oh, there she is. Could you please explain one more time? I know I read it in our proposal, but about what would happen when this water is taken out, if by some chance there was something that needed to be treated, or just the permissions to do that.
Yeah, so per the annexation agreement, the only wastewater that's allowed to be discharged is domestic waste. And domestic waste is what you put down the sink or the toilet at home. And so that's similar to what they will have at the data center with bathrooms and other domestic waste. It does require that anything that is non-domestic would have to be permitted by the city. And we do this through our pre-treatment process, which is governed by our pre-treatment ordinance. And we treat industrial wastewater from many different industries, and each one has a different wastewater characteristic that we request samples of, and with that information, we assess what the right course of action is, whether that wastewater would need to be pre-treated at the facility before it enters the sanitary sewer system, whether there would be a surcharge charged, and then we would do that treatment at the city's wastewater treatment plant, or if we just wouldn't be able to accept it at all, in which case then it would be trucked off-site.
At their expense?
At their expense.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I should have touched, we believe we've overestimated, again, there's no regular water consumption for cooling other than the initial fills. So it's toilets and sinks. It's an over-assumption of an acre of building for sprinkler coverage. It's normal maintenance activities, and it's a little bit of humidification in the winter just to mitigate static electricity. All, again, fairly common, benign stuff for most building types.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So I'm a truck driver, right? So, for example, in diesel, right? Let's say if you're driving a truck, sometimes you have a diesel spill. I know water is nothing compared to diesel, completely different, but I'm gonna use the analogy. If there's I know you said it could be the only way you can lose the water from the closed loop system is if there's a spill or something happens, God forbid, right? You never know what could happen. I'm hoping either you or someone from the team can answer the question of, if there is a spill, is there something in place where it can contain the water? I know construction, they use, even for dirt, can't think of the name, they just put something around the...
Like the swales?
They put it around it just to contain the issue so it doesn't go into our drain system, or the sewer system, I should say, or a storm.
Yeah. So if you take 100,000 gallons and spread it out over the building footprint, it's like that deep, right?
Okay.
There are equipment curbs around mechanical rooms, things like that. There are also floor drains, so it depends on where the leak happens. There's instrumentation. Again, these great care is taken to detect that and prevent that. So there is instrumentation should the pressure in the system start to decrease, which would be indicative of a leak. There's an alarm generated essentially immediately that will give you a pretty good indication of where to start looking for that leak. And again, there's valves provided out the wazoo to be able to isolate very small parts of the system and service them, repair them as needed, so that you don't need to extend the impact of the outage and therefore the amount of water that's drained. So fully welded piping systems with flanges, they're pressure tested before they go into service. At that point, the only way anything is going wrong is if, I don't even know, somebody drives a forklift through them, and we don't have forklifts in these buildings. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question. Since we're on water, I might as well get my questions out of the way about water. So the agreement references a cap of 150,000 gallons of water per day for the data center campus. Is that an initial estimate, and does that cap account for all 24 potential data center agreements with the development? Then I have another part to that. Additionally, the agreement appears to allow Hillwood to return to the city, not this council, to request additional water allocation. Given the scale of this project and the public concern around the aquifer, why would any increase in water allocation not be required to come back to this council for approval in a public meeting? Whoever wants to answer that.
Yeah, not me.
So the agreement, the control to approve that is completely at the city's discretion. It does not read that they can guarantee to get that. The authority of who has the ability to do that would lie with the city manager. So, as I interpret the agreement, but I think it's more of a legal question as to who would approve that based on the statement in the agreement.
That is all 24 buildings, so that is end state, right? Starting in end of 2028 through 2033 as the buildings are coming online. We don't hit those numbers until the 2032, 2033 timeline.
Well, I'm not happy with that answer, so now I'm going to ask you one more about water. The agreement also allows usage to spike up to 300,000 gallons per day during high-use periods, and the stated consequence for exceeding that cap is paying 3 times the water rate for every gallon over the limit. Considering the concerns about the aquifer depletion and long-term water availability for these Joliet residents, does the administration believe that simply charging 3 times the rate is a sufficient deterrent, or is that effectively just the cost of doing business? Again, whoever wants to answer that.
So there is, the way this is being designed, there is limitations in the pipe itself that it cannot exceed grossly that amount. So they would also, if they exceeded that amount, be in breach of the contract. So in that being the case, always have the right to reserve to turn off the water in that case.
So how will the city ensure that protecting our long-term water supply for residents remains a priority if these caps can be exceeded with only a financial penalty? And the other thing I want to say about that is water is a very precious commodity. We are draining from the aquifer. we're draining the aquifer and we're not hooked up to Lake Michigan at the earliest convenience, 2030, that's another, I don't know, 4 years from now. And so I want to know how this is all going to happen, and I would really like to know this prior to a vote. The thing is, if we had a public dashboard, maybe it would be so much easier for the public to have some trust in what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, the only other comparison for context, your typical firefighting event is 250,000 gallons of water that the city has to be able to accommodate anywhere at any time, right? So there's, understood, there's capacity on a rate basis, on an instantaneous flow rate basis, well beyond what we're asking for in the aggregate averaged over the year, which is sort of what matters to aquifers, right? Again, we're significantly lower than what was assumed for the site when that water study was completed, so.
I can just say from the administration's perspective, Allison and her team have done extensive review of all this and have signed off. So I don't know what else you want to hear from her on that.
I would actually rather not hear anything more from her. You're the city manager, you're running the city, so I'd like you to answer some of the questions. We all hired you. I would like to see you answer some of these questions and show that you have proficiency in what we hired you to do. Thank you.
I'm going to take a stab at that. We have a very, very qualified team of department heads. And they have given us a lot of work to give us the information that we're sharing, and we have worked hard to get to these specifics for everyone. So I would tell you as the mayor, I'd love to know it all, but I have to rely on our experts to be able to give me the full answer on a lot of this stuff. And I believe that this project will not be up and running fully till after 2030 in full capacity, if I'm not mistaken. So it's, if it goes through. So
everyone will have their time to speak. Everyone, I believe, signed up for public comment, so you will have your time to speak. If we could just get through the presentation and comments, that would be wonderful. Everyone will have their time to speak. So if we could just please keep the comments and to a minimum, everyone will have their time to speak. Thank you.
Mayor, to follow up on Councilwoman Ibarra's question, Allison, so if they go above, what we have is they can't have more when they're audited per annum. They can't have more than 150,000 gallons average per day, and no day can peak above 300,000. If that happens, the first step, if I understand the development agreement, would be a fine of 3 times the rate. But the question, and I'm not sure if we got the answer, if they continue to thumb their nose, not that you guys would, but we have to explore every eventuality, not just for what's good for the company, but for the residents. If they just say, we're going to do it because, as she said, it's the cost of doing business, ultimately, the worst penalty we can assess on them, if I understand it correctly, is shutting them down until they come into compliance, turning their water off. Am I correct?
Yes, so our metering technology sends data points to us every 6 minutes. So every 6 minutes, we'll be aware of how much water is going into the facility through the meter. And so using that data, we can then make those calculations to determine if they have exceeded the amount that's in the contract, and then take action accordingly, which ultimately could lead to termination of water service.
Okay. The other question I had for the water engineer, there you are. Does this project have currently any plans in its design or plans in the future to drill into local wells to get more water than what the city's providing?
No.
Okay. You're on the record. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Joe Oresco. I'm a principal with the Centec. We are acoustical consultants. So hopefully I can answer a few questions about sound here. To start, the state of Illinois has a pollution control board that sets sound level limits. They are based on land use, and they divide them into 3 classifications. Class A is generally considered for residential, Class B would be commercial, and Class C would generally be industrial or agricultural. This site and most of the surrounding sites are Class C. There are some Class A's, as this image indicates. So there would be limits for the sound at those Class A receivers for both daytime and nighttime hours. This chart here gives a kind of an overview of what the actual limits would feel like or sound like. You can see we're in this green zone, which is generally considered quiet. During the nighttime, that would be for cooling equipment. And for the daytime levels, which would really be for generator testing, a little bit louder, but still like a dishwasher or slightly above a dishwasher in the next room, generally speaking. So what we have is cooling equipment that generates sound. We also have the generators that generate sound. The cooling equipment usually is located on a roof. It can be screened. Well, it will be visually screened, but can be screened for acoustics as well. There's, good equipment selection starts with getting something that's already acceptable for the site. But if there's other options that need to be done, they can be added. The other type of equipment that generates sound generally out of the data center would be the emergency generators. Those would be tested typically once a month. They'd be exercised and for a short period of time, and otherwise they would only run during a full power outage. So we generally design those to meet the daytime limits. The other thing to note about sound is that, again, we have to meet at those Class A receivers, but the sound will attenuate the more distance there is. So further sites will be even quieter than what we would need to meet at the closest location. I think that sums up my part, so I'll hand it over to
I have a
traffic
question
and
for
answer
him,
questions.
Mayor. I have a question about noise.
Sure.
This is from our own staff report. We got this today, maybe.
I would like to just defend the staff. We have had all these things
It is
up
my
on a-
time, not your time.
I understand, but I'm not going to let you insult my staff. These people work their tails off.
Bravo. I'm happy for them. I'm asking a question about noise.
Please proceed, but be kind to the people that work so hard
I'm
for you every
asking
day.
him a question about noise.
Go ahead.
I'm going to. Our own quality of life study actually says that noise pollution is the #1 impact on the quality of life for everyone in proximity. It could be audible from 3,000 feet up to 2 miles from the point of source. So this is actually the biggest complaint with the quality of life. So that means 2 miles to the east, 2 miles to the west, 2 miles to the north, 2 miles to the south. So I'm wondering, how exactly are you going to mitigate up to 2 miles of noise? That's what I'm wondering.
Sound, so again, we're looking at the closest locations first to make sure that they would meet the limits. Sound beyond those lines would be quieter as we go. Audibility actually is a lot more tricky than what you've described it as, which is there's ambient sound already, and the further you go, the lower the levels from the facility would be, and then you would have to compare that to what the ambient sound would be to say whether it's audible or not. Sound like light is, it's a wave. So it attenuates naturally with distance due to friction and air absorption and other things, but is a theoretical point where it still goes 2 miles, but whether you can hear it at 2 miles is not so simple as to just say that because it traveled 2 miles that it's audible at 2 miles.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rory Fansler-Split with Kimley Horn. I lead the traffic team, transportation planning and traffic operations team for our Chicago offices. Kimley Horn prepared a traffic impact study for the subject development pursuant to local standards. It complies with both city requirements as well as Will County and IHOT. The purpose of the traffic impact study is to evaluate existing traffic conditions at key intersections in the vicinity of the site, as well as future traffic conditions, both with and without the proposed development. For purposes of future traffic conditions, we recognize there are changes that happened, the traffic impacts that are projected to happen in the area. The traffic impact study does take that into consideration. It includes both an ambient traffic growth projection based on data from our MPO, Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, as well as site-specific traffic estimates for development activity happening to the west. And then for purposes of the site, the proposed development trips are estimated using data provided by the industry standard Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, otherwise referred to as ITE trip generation manual. Of note is that was recently updated, new manual issued in the fall, which includes a much more robust data set for this particular land use. So that collects data at existing facilities and provides an average and an 85th percentile, as well as daily traffic volumes that's used to inform our projections for the site. On the screen before you, the table shows the estimated trip generation. For purposes of a traffic impact study, we evaluate the peak hour conditions. That's the time of day when the highest volume of traffic is on the area roadway network, meaning the highest potential period of impact. For purposes of this conversation, we did compare that to potential land use alternatives, a warehouse use and a single-family residential use. The graph also shows how, it's evident in the table, but it's also evident in the graph, that the proposed data center use is a relatively low trip generator. By comparison, a warehouse or residential development of similar density would generate significantly more traffic, thereby significantly more impacts to the area roadway network. The other unique condition about this type of use from a traffic standpoint is it is not a truck trip generator once it's operational. Yes, there will be trucks during construction, and I'll touch on that in a moment. But under operational conditions, the truck traffic is no different than any office use accepting deliveries from UPS, FedEx, that type. But this is not similar to the warehouses that are currently on 53. This is not transporting goods. This is not a high volume truck trip generation. So based on the traffic impact study with the planned improvements, both those proposed by the subject development as well as those planned in the area by others, the area roadway network would support the proposed development. This exhibit just quickly highlights a couple of improvements. The proposed development would extend Millsdale Road east to Ridge Road. It currently terminates just east of 53. Rowell Road would be improved to city standards. It's currently a rural cross-section. And then the other thing I'll note is there are two area improvements planned by others at Schweitzer and 53. IDOT's recently completed a corridor study to evaluate improvements at key intersections along the corridor. Turn lane improvements would be provided at that intersection. And then as a part of development activity to the west, there are plans to modify Millsdale Road so that it's a cul-de-sac and limiting to local traffic only west of 53. So again, with those planned improvements, the proposed roadway network would support the proposed development. Construction traffic, should the development move forward, a construction traffic analysis would be completed. The traffic impact study evaluates operational conditions. Construction traffic analysis, we need to have more information to complete that analysis. It would evaluate construction traffic volumes at different phases of development. It would evaluate site access at different phases of development, truck haul routes. But the premise of a construction traffic analysis is the same. Any impacts that are generated by the proposed development under construction traffic conditions would be mitigated at the cost of the development, subject to city review and approval. And with that, I'll turn it over to economic impact.
Anybody have any traffic questions? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, real quick. Do you mind going back to the slide where it showed there was like 3 slides before that where that one? Nope. To the right.
This one?
That one, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the developer is gonna do road improvements from Schweitzer Road, where it connects from Ridge Road to Bernard Road?
Millsdale Road would be extended east to Ridge Road. Bernhard Road, thank you, that would be vacated. It's currently public right away, that would be vacated.
Okay, thank you. I will say that is a huge improvement for that area. I actually drive that quite often during work, and I see a lot of people. Number one, they speed down there, and number two, you have school buses that stop sometimes. And there's like 3 houses on Schweitzer Road. So that being done by the developer, it's actually something good that will happen to that area. So I can attest to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will finish this quickly. The staff asked us for, I'm right there with you. Staff asked us for a very detailed economic impact study. We did that. I know the city did the same. We made certain assumptions, and I think many of you have seen these numbers where the anticipation is that over the 30-year life of the term, this project will generate over $2 billion in annual tax revenue. You can see how it's broken out. We looked in our study analysis, looked at various impacts, local expenditures, jobs, other secondary benefits. You can see the jobs during construction for not just Joliet, but for Will County and Illinois. Jobs during operations, again, we've talked about the idea of around 8,500 construction jobs, perhaps as many as 10,000, and over 700 full-time jobs, almost all of those being six-figure jobs. A little bit about earnings, and a little bit about total impact during construction. So again, very meaningful. I know the city ran the same analysis and came up with something very, very similar.
Mayor?
Thank you very much.
Question.
Yes, Alderman.
So I've seen the estimate from 700, now it's 1,700. Now the 1,700 is even peripheral.
Total,
jobs,
correct.
right? But 700 would be the site.
In the buildings that you're looking at there.
And are these going to be through temp agencies or temp jobs?
No, they'd be full-time jobs employed by the tenant.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
Beth, I understand that we hired an outside attorney as well to review all this. Could they give a summary on where we're at with our study?
Sure. David Reefman, if you could approach or you can stay there. That's fine. That's
Okay,
good.
thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is David Reefman. I'm an attorney at Croak, Fairchild, Duarte, and Barris in Chicago. I've been working in real estate area for about 40 years. I've been representing the city on the document on the annexation agreement. I'll give a very brief overview, really just from the perspective of the issues that you're talking about, but I've been involved in dozens and dozens of annexations and annexation agreements, and this is very protective of the city's interests. And just a couple quick highlights. The developer is required to provide all private and public infrastructure at its sole cost. So there is no public subsidy, there's no public cost to that. That includes all the sanitary sewer improvements, all the stormwater improvements, roadway improvements that were just described. There will be many of these improvements are maintained privately. So therefore, the developer will be required to establish a property owners association that will take care of the private improvements. And if they fail to do so, the city can step in and impose a special service area to make sure that, again, there is no cost to the city or the taxpayers. The agreement covers design and operational controls, such as the noise that was just discussed, generators, screening, photometric plans, lighting, and so forth. The developer, everything being submitted now is preliminary, so it's preliminary engineering, preliminary PUD. The developer will have to submit final engineering plans which meet all the requirements of the city, and they must prepare and submit an emergency services plan regarding power supply, fire suppression, hazardous materials, and so forth. They are required to indemnify the city for any breach. There are provisions for the breach in the agreement. There are other key obligations, such as entering into a project labor agreement, which I believe is done, acknowledging the applicability of the city's electric utility tax. There's a covenant by the developer not to challenge this agreement later. In other words, if they agree to all this, they can't then sue the city to say we don't agree with it. And it covers various issues regarding the dedication of public improvements. As importantly, it memorializes the developer's obligation to contribute $100 million to the city throughout the course of the development, including $20 million upon the closing of the property, which the developer is obligated to do within a year. And if they want extensions, they have to make payments on that initial $20 million to create that extension. They can extend once for $10 million, and again, 6 months for $10 million, and then an additional 6 months for a maximum of 2 years. Those are the highlights of the agreement. I'm happy to answer any questions about it, but in my view, the city is really protected, has rights to enforce the agreement, has rights to go to court on the agreement if the developer breaches, and all of the obligations that you've heard here and the requirements of the developer are memorialized both in this and in the plan unit development ordinance.
Mayor?
Yeah.
If I, I'm sorry, I didn't catch his name.
David.
David, so the 20, they have a year, up to a year, under the agreement to close on purchasing and starting the project. And at that point, when they close, they have to give us 20 million. They can extend it another year by paying the full 20 million, 10 million every 6 months. So they have to, purchase and start their development within 2 years in that scenario.
They have to close on the land within 2 years at the outside date, and they have to have paid us, the city, $20 million to get to that full 2 years, yes.
And what was the legal codicil you referred to that says anything in this agreement they can't challenge later?
So we put in a covenant here. So, if you have an agreement and later you could come back and say, well, this part of the agreement was illegal or this part was unenforceable, you went too far, they've waived their right to challenge any term of this agreement. So you never have to go to court over this agreement. They've conceded that. I just think it's a prudent provision to add to an agreement like this, that they will never sue us under this agreement for the things they agreed to do.
Can they challenge that covenant? The covenant prohibits them from challenging
It would
anything
look,
else.
I don't think that would go very well. I suppose they could try, but
anything,
they've agreed to it. It's like saying I'm not going to pay what I agreed to pay. That doesn't go well for people who challenge that.
Does this also include challenging the assessed value?
No, it does not.
That would be a county thing.
They're able to act like normal property owners in the normal course of business and challenge their assessment. Their assessment will be set by the assessor in accordance with market values. I think the market study and the economic impact studies that have been done by the developer and by the city would show that the property taxes generated from that assessment are considerable, and I think it's assuming a market rate assessment over time based on historical performance.
And we can't legally prohibit them from that right?
To challenge taxes, no, but you can probably intervene and say we think it should be higher. You would have the right to do that. There's no provisions about there's nothing limiting them from going through the normal process of challenging the assessment of their property.
Thank you.
I have a question for David. In the mutual assistant clause of the annexation agreement, that is page 17, section 18, that is the most recent alliteration of this agreement that came out. There is language indicating that if Hillwood uses reasonable efforts to acquire property or easements and that is unsuccessful, the city may step in and exercise eminent domain to obtain the land. Can you explain why the city would agree to use its governmental power of eminent domain to acquire property on behalf of a private developer, and under what circumstances the city would determine doing so serves a public purpose rather than primarily benefiting a private corporation?
So this is generally limited to rights of way and easements. So in the event that there's a need to do that and the entire project is going to be jeopardized by the existence of a right that is not accessible, the city may exercise eminent domain at the developer's cost. For a project of this size with 800 acres and the value that's involved, this is a valuable right to the city. It's within Illinois law for a municipality to exercise that right, and if they do so, it'll be at the developer's expense. I don't know if the developer has further knowledge as to whether this will ever really be necessary based on site control. It may not be, but we have rights of way that need to be expanded for roadway improvements and so forth. So eminent domain is a process that compensates property owners for moments when a public body chooses or requires that a piece of private property be taken. This is not an extensive right that would go to massive amounts of private property.
Are we legally obligated according to this agreement to do that? without choice.
It says the city will assist the developer by exercising eminent domain. So yes, the city is agreeing that if that happens, it will assist the developer at the developer's
Yeah,
cost.
I'm not, with all due respect, because I know you spent a lot of time working on this, I do not like this agreement, and I do not like that clause. I am not in agreement with the city stepping in and telling residents what they can and cannot do with their own property. I'm sorry.
Mayor, clarification, David. So we can't use the eminent domain just to get them more property to build more buildings. This has, you're saying, to do specifically with rights of way, whether it be sewer and water, streets?
Yes, it says necessary off-site easements or rights of way, after making all commercially reasonable efforts to do so.
So if they came to us and said, hey, we want another 10 acres for another building, that's their business, not ours?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay. We are going to start with public comments at this time.
Oh, wait, quick, Mayor. Before you go into that,
Are there any other-
I didn't know they were done with their presentation.
Are there any other questions from council right now?
We're not going to vote yet. We're going to have
No.
public comment.
Yeah.
We're going to have,
That's what we'll go, right?
Yes, long after.
okay. Right now is the time that we will have public comments. I'm going to call up speakers about 7 to 10 at a time. So if you can all line up here so we can go ahead and get the the comments started. Okay. We will start with Doc Gregory, Tom White,
I don't hear a noise. Anybody-
Mike Hansen, Mike Payon,
I think that's
Kip Klein, Andy Rico, Mike Mahoney. If you could all please come and line up here in the middle, and we'll get started.
Ready? All right. Good evening. Mayor Darcy, nice to see you. Joliet City Council men and women, nice to see you. It's nice to be back in the Joliet chambers, I can say that. As you know, my name's Doc Gregory. I'm president of Will Grundy Building Trades, also pipe fitter BA 597. I was born and raised in this city, Joliet. Went to Holy Family School on Larkin when St. Francis was there. Graduate of Joliet West, 1982. So I think you can figure out my age. That being said, I'm here tonight, to speak on behalf. We have around 25,000 members of the Will and Grundy Building Trades, men and women here in Joliet, Will, Grundy County, and a lot of communities directing us. The Joliet Technology Center will provide, as you heard, 8,600, 8,500 union jobs, construction jobs. These jobs mean a very important aspect to our members, our men and women working. A few weeks ago, we were over at Joliet Junior College listening to questions and answers. I was fortunate to be with some of the Hillwood and Powerhouse people to answer some questions. And I heard a lot, our construction jobs don't matter. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight that our construction jobs do matter. There's probably 100 construction guys with me that I work with day in and day out that our jobs matter. We're not temporary. We're here full time. When we work, we spend money. We go to the Rialto. We see the shows. We go out to dinner. We go put our kids in daycare. We need jobs, okay? The next guy you'll hear from, my cohort, we worked on a data center around the area that was lost to Wisconsin. And my local, I had about 300 people, men and women, go to work in Wisconsin. Now, they got compensated, don't get me wrong, but they had to go live away from their families. So my point being is the Joliet Technology Center is a great project. Our men and women need to work here in Joliet, not in Wisconsin. The only ones who got rich for the ones that worked in Wisconsin were the divorce lawyers in Joliet here. I don't want that to happen. So I don't know if everybody has been out to the lot with the proposed annexation. I've driven it countless times. There's some houses, 3 houses on Schweitzer. There's the houses that the landowners are selling. You also got the racetracks there. And I hear about the noise, you know, what happens every weekend at Route 66? I mean, that's good noise, so I like that noise. You got the NASCAR coming back. 30 years ago, my father, he was an iron worker, called me, and I sat in this chamber when the Steffes family sold all the land for the drag strip. You didn't have that many people against this. The data center is a great project. We are partnering up with Hillwood and Powerhouse for union jobs. The 2.1 billion or whatever you're saying for tax incentives for the city of Joliet, that's huge. That's huge for the city. There hasn't been this kind of project in the city, and I've been around. I was here when they took Louis Joliet Mall from Plainfield. I was here when Will County said no to the gambling boats, and Mayor Schultz, God rest his soul, took the gambling boats in. I was here for a lot of this stuff, the racetracks. And I'm here to tell you today, on behalf of the members, men and women, for the Will Grundy Building Trades, 25,000, and that live in Will and Grundy and Joliet here, we need these jobs, and we need you guys and girls to vote yes for Hillwood Powerhouse. Thank you.
Tom White.
Creed is what it is.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tom White. I work for Three Rivers Construction Alliance, which is a labor management group out of Will and Grundy County. We also cover Kankakee and Iroquois. We represent 4 different contractor groups and any number of labor unions. A lot of them are here tonight, like Doc said. There's well over 100 folks back there, all different walks, all different trades. Some are business agents representing their locals. Some are, you know, just union members here to support their locals. Some are hoping you'll vote yes so they can go to work on that job in the near future. I also want to take a quick minute and thank staff. I know stuff like this is tough. And I know everybody here is going to put up, I mean, a whole bunch of different people saying different things. And I know you guys did your homework. I've done mine. And there's going to be people here that say you didn't, and that's fine. That's their right to come up and say that. I just want to urge you to vote yes on this. A lot of people in Joliet want to work on these projects, and we hope we can do it in the near future. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for turning down.
Mike Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Michael Hansen. I've been a resident of the city of Joliet for 62 years. I was a practicing lawyer in Joliet for 47 years, retiring 3 years ago. I am here to speak in favor of the approval of the annexation and development agreement for the data center. As a taxpayer of the city of Joliet and a private citizen, I deeply care about the long-term health and future of our city. I have not been formally engaged by Hillwood or by Powerhouse Data Center. When I make remarks such as these, I tell everyone that I'm an old guy, but I do believe that I come here with wisdom, knowledge, and experience. I also say that I don't know computers, which is somewhat strange when talking about this project. But there's so much about the future here, and it's going to be further away than I'm going to be living. I will say, however, that this speech was not prepared or reviewed by AI, and it was written entirely by myself, and it was also written and prepared before the remarks you heard tonight by Hillwood. There are 3 important matters that I'd like the council, mayor and council to consider. Number 1, the actual annexation and development agreement. I commend City Manager Beatty, her staff, and her attorneys for a thorough and comprehensive agreement. There are no financial incentives for the developer. The community benefits package is without precedent, and I believe it is commensurate with the type of project that is before you tonight. This new type of consideration is for development projects in Joliet. I would admonish the council, however, for any other proposed city projects, to be very careful and examine each project on its merits and the financial impacts on the city. The provisions of the agreement regarding water usage and electricity are fair and reasonable. You should rely on city staff for these matters. I can vouch for the city staff, having worked with and trusted them for their work for over 25 years. The data center will secure and pay for their own electric costs. Number two, what is most important for this type of project are the people who are behind the project. Hillwood is one of the nation's most trustworthy and recognizable real estate companies, led by Ross Perot Jr. I have known Don Schoenheidler for many years, and the former mayor of the village of Lake Forest is an individual of integrity and high character. The Powerhouse Data Center is one of the nation's most preeminent data center developers. The staff, the mayor, and the council must be and should be comfortable with these companies and their principles. The number three item, location. I believe this location is as good as any location in the city of Joliet would desire for this type of project. So the bottom line, it comes down to the question of what is right for the city of Joliet. And I ask the mayor and the council to show leadership. This project will attract favorable businesses and innovative companies who want to invest in the city of Joliet. It will not adversely affect our quality of life in this city. This project is right for the city of Joliet. I recommend a vote in favor of the annexation and development agreement for the data center and the project in general. Thank you.
Andy Rico.
You probably doesn't live here. I think you already said that. Sure it's not Joliet.
Thank you. Mayor Darcy, City Council, a pleasure to come before you. I thank the city manager and your staff for everything you guys have done to review the project, study it, and make sure it is a good project for the city, and I commend you for defending your staff in that. My name is Andy Rico. I'm the business manager of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 176 in Joliet. I serve on a board that reviews and evaluates applicants for our apprenticeship. And just in January and February alone, we had over 300 young men and women that came before us seeking employment opportunities in our apprenticeship program. And it's projects like these that will help create those opportunities. Those people, they were not looking for handouts. You know, they're looking for opportunities. They're looking for a pathway to help them become better individuals and create a pathway where they can help better serve their community. Again, they're not looking for handouts. You know, myself, my partners with the Will and Grundy County Building Trades, my colleagues, we consider ourselves good community partners. We enjoy helping to invest in community. One of the things that we require our apprentices to do is to have community service. And, you know, it's opportunities like these that will help us grow our apprenticeship and create job opportunities so we can give back to the community. These projects, they help strengthen the ability of a strong community and give our members the opportunity to give back. You know, we sit in front of our members, and you know, I've had members come to me, you know, with tears in their eyes, thanking for the opportunity that's been given to them to help provide for their family and, you know, and give back to the community. If this project doesn't happen here, it'll go to a neighboring state. Like Tom White said, we lost many projects to neighboring states, and they all sit on the same, you know, energy grid that we sit on. So those concerns, you know, they're going to happen even if it's built in a neighboring state. So the question is not whether the large data center demand exists. It's whether Joliet and the community wants to benefit and have the investment and the opportunity that comes along with hosting a project. If Joliet hosts a project, Joliet gets the jobs, the investment, the economic activity, and local benefit. So respectfully ask the council to support the project and help move this project forward in the city of Joliet. This is about opportunity, responsible growth, and whether Joliet wants to be part of the future or watch it happening somewhere else around us. Thank you.
It's going to be a lot more than 2 miles away from us.
I'll say something. I'll reiterate it. Everyone will have their chance to speak. So please, if we can get through these comments, everyone will have their chance to speak. Otherwise, we will have to start asking people to leave the room.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor Darcy and council members, I am Mike Mahoney. I'm the Chief of Staff for the Will County Executive. I too graduated from Holy Family on Larkin Avenue, I think a little different year than Doc Gregory. But I come before you today in support of this project. This development is significant not only for the city of Joliet, but also for Will County and all its 710,000 residents. This investment of over $20 billion, creating 24 new buildings covering 800 acres, is unprecedented. The scale of this private investment is one of the largest in Illinois history, and all without asking for any local incentives. This project brings together all the resources that make Will County and Joliet such a special place to do business. This area has the infrastructure, the transportation, the union workforce, and the strong leadership needed to deliver a project of this magnitude. Residents from across the county, from Beecher to Bolingbrook, will see benefits in a project of this scale. Not only will county residents find work during construction and when the facility is open, they will also see a direct impact on their property taxes. The county estimates that this campus, when fully built out, will add between $5 and $6 billion in real estate market value to the entire county. To give you an idea of how massive that scale is, last year the entire county's taxable market value of real estate was around $100 billion. So this one project alone will add 5 to 6% to the county's entire real estate valuation. What this will mean for the county is over $5 million in annual revenue that does not have to come from residential taxpayers. This will allow for important government services like the county sheriff, the health department, and our court systems to continue to operate with residents receiving the services they are entitled to with the quality they deserve. When you look at this project in location, it addresses the concerns that many residents have about a development of this scale. It is a location away from residential homes. It will generate revenue that won't come from homeowners, and the data center will also help limit the exponential growth we have seen in truck traffic in the area. The area is already heavily industrialized, and unlike warehousing, data centers require little truck traffic. I would like to end by thanking the Joliet City staff. The way you have navigated this project, making sure questions are answered, being exceedingly transparent, and doing community engagement has been excellent. You have set a model for how to handle such large-scale projects, and it will be copied across the country, I am sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Payon. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Joliet Region Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And I'm here tonight on behalf of our President, Jen Howard, our Government Affairs Committee, as well as our Chamber Board of Directors. Honorable Mayor Darcy and City Council members, on behalf of the Joliet Region Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I'm here to express our support for the proposed data center project, currently working its way through the city's planning process. From an economic development standpoint, this project represents a strong opportunity for the community both in the near term and long term. During construction, the development is expected to generate a significant number of skilled construction and trade jobs, creating immediate economic activity and supporting local contractors and suppliers. Beyond the construction phase, the data center will create permanent high-wage positions across a range of functions. These jobs will offer competitive salaries and benefits and contribute to the growth of a stable, modern workforce aligned with a growing technology sector. The project will also provide a meaningful and reliable source of property tax revenue. Data centers typically represent substantial capital investment and long-term occupancy, offering predictable revenue that can support essential city services, schools, and infrastructure. Additionally, the proposed data center represents a productive and responsible alternative to other potential uses of the site that may generate fewer jobs, lower wages, or less consistent tax revenue. Questions and concerns were thoughtfully reviewed, and the developer engaged in multiple discussions with us to ensure appropriate mitigation measures and safeguards were incorporated into the project. For these reasons, the Chamber believes the proposed data center project aligns well with the city's economic development goals. We appreciate your consideration, and should you require any further information, you know where to contact us. Thank you.
Dr. Kip Klein, Vice President at Lewis University. Mayor Darcy, members of the council. As someone who has worked in higher education for more than 20 years, much of that time at Lewis University, I've spent my career thinking about how education prepares students for meaningful futures in their communities. The Joliet Technology Center represents more than a single development. It's the type of long-term investment that helps position a community as a hub for technology, innovation, and economic growth. For institutions like Lewis University, the Joliet Technology Center will strengthen the connection between education and opportunity, helping ensure students can build meaningful careers right here in the area. Investments of this scale, roughly $20 billion into the local economy, help position Joliet as a place where innovative industries want to grow and invest. The project is expected to generate thousands of union construction jobs during development. That creates opportunities for students pursuing careers in the skilled trades, engineering, and construction management, all of which we offer degrees in at Lewis University. Once operational, the facility will support hundreds of permanent technical and operational jobs, many of which align with programs offered by local colleges and universities, such as computer science, information technology, engineering, and other technical training programs connected to technology infrastructure. Developments like this can also create opportunities for partnerships between industry and higher education, including internships, workforce training programs, and pathways that help students move from classroom into the workforce. The long-term tax revenue generated by the project will also support local schools and educational resources, strengthening the pipeline of talent across the region. Thank you.
Kelly Roeder Tonelli, Frederick Dolmeyer, Tracy Dolmeyer, Abby Vollmer, Willie Sellers, Isabel Gloria, Hugh O'Hara. If you could all please line up in the middle, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. Good evening. I'm Kelly Roeder Tonelli, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Joliet Junior College. Thank you, City Council and City team, for everything that you've done in explaining this project this evening and being transparent through the process. And I just want to acknowledge the significant public dialogue surrounding the Joliet Technology Center. And we believe as the nation's first public community college and longstanding regional workforce partner that this is a project that would bring both opportunity and engagement for our current residents, future residents, current students, and former students. And we appreciate the thoughtful engagement from all of you that have participated in the review process. From the college's perspective, our primary role in conversations like this is to help ensure that local residents are prepared for emerging workforce opportunities and that new industries connect with strong regional pipeline talent. Rapid growth in digital infrastructure, including cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and data storage, has created increasing demand for skilled technicians and applied technology professionals, not just here, but across the country. Should developments in this sector continue to expand within the region, community colleges play an essential role in preparing the workforce needed to support them. Potential career pathways that I'm talking about this evening include electrical and power systems technology, industrial maintenance and automation, HVAC, fiber optics and telecommunications, cybersecurity, and facilities management. These technical occupations align closely with JJC's mission and provide pathways to sustaining careers, not just short-term, but sustaining careers for local residents. We also recognize that residents have raised important questions relating to infrastructure, including water resources, energy demand, and long-term environmental stewardship. For more than 120 years, JJC has worked alongside all of you, municipalities, employers, and community partners, to align education with regional workforce needs. As new industries emerge, the college remains committed to working collaboratively with local leaders, labor organizations, and employers to ensure that residents have access to the education and training needed to participate in this evolving economy. We appreciate the thoughtful leadership of the City Council and City team during this process and remain ready to support workforce development and educational initiatives that strengthen the long-term economic vitality of the Joliet region. Thank you.
one point of order before I begin. I solemnly swear that I am telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do want to make it a point that no one else before me has been sworn in to do the same. I also want to point out before I start my general spiel, by the way, my name is Frederick Dahlmeyer. I live at 1703 Heritage Point Court, Plainfield, Illinois. As of early 2026, our current utilization of servers in the data centers throughout the United States hovers between 12 to 18%. That means that most of our servers are sitting idle. They are not being used. Just want to point that out, the lack of necessity for this project. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, friends beyond the binary, and members of the City Council. I mean, it looks like we pretty much have a done deal here. Regardless of 4 hours of overwhelming disapproval from the concerned citizens of Joliet and the surrounding area during the Planning Commission, they chose to move it forward. And I do want to thank Chairman Kella for recognizing the concerns and questions as reason to put that project on hold. Now, as someone who uses the internet, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence every day, I acknowledge and appreciate the vast computational power that is necessary for the backbone of the information age. Along with a good portion of people here, we're not merely here to block progress. We understand and appreciate the delicate task the City Council has to balance the promises of progress versus the burdens that the that the people of Joliet and the surrounding area could face. And we can't fault you for having that decision. We understand and appreciate the sweat and toil of our brothers and sisters in labor trying to realize the vision of those at the top of the pyramid, the 1%, who are interested in their private concerns. Their efforts will be compensated, as they should, and we cannot fault anyone wanting to support their families or themselves. They should benefit from this, from this contract that has yet to be written, and should be done in the best interest at hand. And once we get that data center built, there should be a few hundred jobs created that should in no way be threatened by the very technology that they serve. I am confident in the financial security of these people, just as locomotive engineers, warehouse stockers, and bank tellers were at their time. We believe that the tax revenue should be generated by this data center should be used for the benefit of the city, like schools, infrastructure, etc. And we can't fault the city to look for additional revenue centers, revenue streams. Now, should, that's a heck of a powerful word. Has a lot of promise there, but nothing concrete. And you can't fault us for being a little bit skeptical about that. So rather than shoulds, what will Hillwood and its $891 million of liquid assets and $6.5 billion that the CEO currently holds, what can they provide us? I have a proposal. Instead of waiting for a should, have them put that tax revenue up front now to serve the people of Joliet.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am Tracy Dahlmeyer, and I also affirm that I will speak the truth and only the truth today. Again, nobody else was sworn in. Staff was asked for clarification. They were not sworn in. A lawyer was asked for clarification, not sworn in. You said you're on record, but they were not sworn in. This might already be a done deal. I hope that is not the case. Some of the questions I've heard have been encouraging. I was disappointed that the previous meeting on March 5th yielded hours upon hours of public comments, overwhelmingly to say no. And with seemingly very little due diligence, it passed quickly. I understand that there were a lot of emails for it. We could have emailed instead of showing up then. We could have emailed today instead of showing up now, but we are here. We're talking to you, asking you to approve or pleading with you to say no, but we are here. Please listen to us. During the presentation, we heard about how high prices were in 2012 without commenting that there was a great recession in 2012. It seems a little bit disingenuous to compare those prices. Councilman Hug, you asked where things would go, and we didn't hear an answer. We heard it'd be carted off. We've also heard the phrase essentially immediately. Is it immediately? Is it essentially immediately? We heard unable to go grossly over the limit. What is grossly over the limit? And the very scientific unit of measurement out the wazoo. Now, I am all for new jobs, especially union jobs. I am not against the progress of technology. There are other avenues for jobs in this area, and there are other avenues for technology to grow. This is not the project we need. We do not need a data center at this time, and we do not need a data center in Joliet. We do need jobs in Joliet, but not this. And it seems like they don't even care about Joliet. They seem disappointed that presentations and this project have been backed up since September. They don't want to start over with another town and another council, but they will. They said they will. Please let them. I will just say, please do your due diligence on this. Continue to ask the hard questions, and do not be afraid to say no. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Willie Sellers, and I haven't been in front of you guys in a long time. But I hear all the good news about all the money coming, the jobs, and I've heard this before. And every time big job, money opportunities come, our community is left out. So I'm here advocating for economics for our community. When I was here the last time, we had 2 black council people that's representing us. Right now, we doesn't have any. And right now, with this $2 billion that's being spent, if someone does not speak up, we're gonna get left out again. So I'm here to advocate for opportunities for some of that $100 million, some of the job opportunities to come to our community. And I am a union member, and I am for jobs for the union, but I also am for getting opportunities for our community. So when you guys start doing your negotiation and everything, think about our community also. And I'll leave with that one.
Hello, everybody. I feel like we all need to get up, do some jumping jacks. I know it's a long night, so I appreciate you all being here and listening. 2 things I would like to mention. There was a news article recently published about the way that a lot of us who are opposed dress. I would like to mention that 90% of us come straight from work. It is not a disrespect thing. It's not anything to do with that. I came from student teaching. I can't really wear nice clothes around preschoolers when we're painting. So, and then secondly, a lot of us who are against do not use AI to write any of our speeches. Actually, we often are like, hey guys, does this sound good? Should we tweak it before our meetings just to be safe that our points are getting across well? But as you guys know by now, I'm Abby. I am from Elwood, another town that will be affected by this data center. Last time there was a meeting, there was almost 5 hours worth of concerns, and they kind of just fell right on deaf ears. It's beyond frustrating and scary to know that the people in power don't necessarily care for the people they represent. You will likely hear hours more tonight, and I ask you to do more than just hear, but to listen to us. We are really scared. We have facts and fears against the center. Water consumption's a big one, especially the effect on wells that are already depleting aqueduct. That has been mentioned more times than I can count. I have not heard one comment from the pro about what will happen to people's wells. Manhattan and Elwood do still use wells, and people will be affected. There are There are many concerns about health risks from pollution in the air and water and even noise pollution, up to 2 miles, as we know, all which can cause cancer, and that's terrifying. I come from a family who's lost many people to cancer. I don't want to lose anyone else. The fear that AI is taking jobs and honestly dumbing down humans greatly, I have seen it firsthand. I graduated on the tail end of AI becoming more and more prevalent in undergrad and grad school. And I, like I said, work in the schools. Kids will use it to literally summarize a 3-paragraph paper. So kind of concerning. Reading is in the toilet, besides the point. We worry about our homes and the affordability. To live in homes with the rising electricity price. We worry about our neighbors and for our families and friends, and yet no one is listening. The only pro that I have consistently heard from this argument revolves completely around money. Why is money more important than us? So I would like you to kind of look at all of us as people. I know that what we ask is that you guys think about this or say no, because we're people, we're not dollar signs. And if we are just dollar signs to you guys, what is the price of me? I want to know the price of my family. I want to know the price of Miss Baumhart's family, who's going to be right on this property. She's the nicest lady. Her family deserves. And if we have a price range, do your families have price range? If somebody came in and offered to buy up your family, wouldn't you be here fighting? So if you wouldn't live next to this or have your families live next to this, please don't condemn another family to the same fate. Because if whatever does come and happen to us, I hope that whatever happens to us is put tenfold on you and your families. So please vote in favor of people, in favor of us. Thank you.
Go ahead, Isabel. Go ahead, please. Hi, my name is Isabel Gloria, and I'm a lifelong resident of Joliet. I'm a voter, taxpayer, and I hope to continue living here. And as you all know already, I'm not for the data center. I'm asking for you guys to please vote no. But I know that a lot of you guys have already decided to vote yes. So I'm asking for those of you that have decided to vote yes to table this for later, to at least consider tabling it for later. For example, we're still waiting as a state for the Power Act, and that's to come up with better guardrails for data centers so that they provide green energy, not just saying that they're going to tap into what already exists, but for them to provide their own energy. Why are we not pushing for that? And not only that, but the money that they're giving us, at the end of the day, it's great that they would invest in sidewalks and roads, but one of the things in the Power Act is that it says that they would help invest in LIHEAP, in helping the people that can't afford their utilities. How are we going to help the people whose utilities are going to go up? The reality is that even though, like the gentleman mentioned, that the utilities have been higher, if you read the news, the reason why our utilities are where they are right now, which is hurting people, is because of data centers. That's what it is. And it's going to continue being a problem. So we need to think, I think we can ask for a better deal, quite frankly, if we're going to ask for a deal. Again, I'm against data centers. I morally think that AI is evil, and I think that at the end of the day, these are business people who have given up their ethics for money. And the way that a lot of the people that are here pro data center are doing it for the money. So what does that look like to the average resident me? That looks like you guys are choosing to side with people who have money over those of us who don't. It's classism, it's racism, it's sexism. How many people in the unions are diverse? How many are women? I'm not saying they shouldn't have the jobs, but if they're the only ones benefiting it, it should reflect all of Joliet, not just some of Joliet. So that's something else that I think is really important, that we really be there. How much, and something I forgot to mention, but okay, you guys consulted your city people, your staff, you guys consulted Powerhouse and Hillwood. Did you guys get any sort of conversations when you guys were doing your research with environmentalists? Did you guys have any conversations with public health officials? Did you guys have any conversations with activists? And I'm not just meaning where they reached out to you and had to force their way into the door. Did you go out of your way to have a holistic view of this? not just the one-sided of economic. We didn't vote for you to just do economic. That's not what I vote for. And I hope you guys recognize that I am the voting generation. I'm a young person. There's a lot of young people here that are more reflective of Joliet, the diversity of Joliet, and what we want for Joliet. And our generation is not just about voting for the economic good, especially not if it's just going to the people that are already rich. How's this gonna help me? So that's all. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Hugh O'Hara. I'm the Executive Director of the Will County Governmental League, and importantly for tonight, a resident of Joliet. Our organization has spent a lot of time looking at data centers, trying to assist communities in figuring out the right questions to ask. And I have to say your staff has done a great job in asking those questions. When we look at data centers around the country, around Illinois, around our region, water and energy are obviously the important questions. You have great staff with Allison Swisher in your water department who looks at these things. Trust her completely to give us the right answers. John McCann with ComEd, I've known for a long time and worked with him on a number of projects, and have never known John to mislead me or to mislead our group when it comes to the power needs of our area. So I think you've listened to the right people on this. When it comes to the financial side, this is a benefit not just for Joliet, it's for all the taxing bodies. Obviously, Joliet has the additional bonus of the city contribution, but this is going to help communities all over. It's going to help the school districts. I have two kids that have gone through public school or still in the public high schools here in Joliet. Those schools, they could definitely use the extra dollars, and they can use it from not being put on the property tax owners. It's not being put on residential property tax. It's the number one thing you hear across the county. Why are my property taxes so high? What can be done about it? What can happen? Bringing in large projects is what can happen. That's what can help diversify that tax base. That's what can help lower or at least maintain your current property tax rates for residents. This is exactly the type of development that's going to be a win for a whole lot of people in this community. Again, the staff's done a great job. This is going to create a lot of jobs for labor. We work a lot with our friends in labor. The more jobs that we can bring to our community, the better. I'm looking at the city seal. You've got I-80, I-55, Route 6, Route 30, et cetera. This really is the crossroads of America, always has been. Data centers are just the new crossroads of America. It's just another thing that's going to come into our area. It's going to provide a lot of jobs and a lot of good financial tax base for our region. So I urge you to vote yes. I urge you to support this project. I urge you to wisely invest those dollars that come into the city. The city has a lot of financial challenges. This can definitely help out with that and not be put on the backs of the homeowners. So I think this is a great project for the city. I think it's a wonderful project for the region. With that, I will give you back your minute and a half. Other than to say Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone for tomorrow. Please celebrate safely. Thank you.
Brandy Galena, Craig Doornord, Rick Norman, Alma Montero, Lily Martinez, Ava Grubb, and Amina Brown. Brandy Galena.
Hi, my name is Brandy Galena. I was born in Joliet, lived here my whole life. I have a lot of skin in the game, a lot of family, a lot of my neighbors that I care about, a lot of people I love in this community. And we all have come to the consensus that this is not a good thing. I've watched, just kind of watching the facial expressions of everybody on the board. You've got really bad, dirty looks all the time. Keep looking at her. She's told you to stop. I'm glad that you have courage, Susanna. You have courage. Everything you've asked, you've taken the words out of my mouth. You have stood up. You have not had anyone back you down, and I am just grateful for that. Thank you. Mr. Darcy, I have every time I voted for you, every time. I want you to know that. I believe that you are a good leader. I believe that you do make good choices for us. I do believe that in the end, you will think about this really hard, and you'll think about the people that vote for you. And I do believe that you will really take that into deep consideration when you make your choice at the end of this, and I hope that all of you will too. Miss Beth, I see you spending a lot of time over there at that table chit-chatting with all your cronies over there. I know where you're, I know where, you know.
Can you just stay on topic,
Definitely.
please? We don't want to talk personally
It
to
says
anyone.
speaker should try to address all comments to the council, but it doesn't say I have to. So I should, but I'm not going to. I'm going to address each one of you individually. I think that a couple of you have really kind of shown your face and shown your cards outright, and it's kind of scary to be standing up here and feeling that I am a little David here with these Goliaths over here, and the only stones I have right now are my words, and I hope that the words that I do have are mighty enough to throw the stone hard enough so that it'll land where it needs to land and take out the Goliath that we have before us. I believe that this is a war for our everything we stand for and all of our freedoms. These data collection centers, that's what they do. They collect your data, they use it, they store it, they have it forever, and whenever they see fit, they can use it against us, and they will. They've shown us, they've told us. There's a little story in a little movie called Minority Report, if anybody knows what that is. It's kind of what they're headed towards. If you take a look at this, you can Google it, it's what they want. They're going to use us up, they're going to take everything they can, and they're going to turn around and they're going to use it against us. And that is going to be something that's going to happen, because they already told us that's what's going to happen. Hillwood, I guess they're out of Texas. If you take a look and see what's going on there, they're about to take out the biggest cotton field that there is in America right now with what they want to do. I hope you guys like wearing cotton clothing, because that's about to end. Mr. Mark, I sat next to you for quite a while. I guess Mark is an ammunition specialist, but he said he's not into war. I'm not sure what he meant by that, but I've been eavesdropping on a lot of conversations. John from ComEd, everything he said was a lie. Mr. Andrew, also bullshit. Liz, over here, you were so boring. You just spoke in monotones that we maybe wouldn't catch anything you had to say, so we wouldn't hear anything, we wouldn't learn anything from you. Mission accomplished. Pat, don't really have to say much about you, but you were pretty boring too, and I think you're full of shit too. And Don, you were the first one to come up here and talk to us, and I think you were just kind of the patsy. You're just kind of the one that was put up here like the puppet. Well, they told you what to say, and you know, hopefully you get your point across, but I'm kind of over it, and I hope you guys vote no. Please, for the love of God and the love of our town and the love of everybody in it, vote no.
Hi, I'm Rick Norman, a lifelong resident of Joliet. I'm going to start with presenting a petition collecting more than 4,688 signatures against this proposed data center. Do the right thing, do what's best for the future of Joliet, vote no on this proposed data center. Do not let these fuckwits...
Sir, hey, sir.
Where's the gavel? That's the gavel.
Data center pimps.
Can we be civil, please?
My name is Craig Dornward. I want the mayor and the council people just listen. Where Millsdale and Ridge Road are, that's where my house is. It's less than 600 feet from where this data center is going. In my right mind, if I go to sell my house, ain't nobody gonna want it because the data center is gonna be there. Why can't you, instead of a data center, build houses, roads, make construction over there? You'll get more tax money in the millennium than you will from these people. You'll get over $10 million a year just in tax money from them properties. That's all I gotta say.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and councilmen and councilwomen. My name is Alma Montero, and I live in Joliet and have lived in Joliet for over 40 years, so I'm a lifelong Joliet resident. Before I start with my spiel that I had already written up, I just want to say that it was very nice to see that all the reps that did the presentation here acknowledge the residents. I heard, acknowledge you guys, but they never acknowledge any of the residents here. To me, that's disrespectful because they're the ones trying to come into our city and not ones that they say and acknowledge the residents. So I just want to kind of throw that out there. The second thing I want to say is, Mr. Mayor, you asked about, or you mentioned something about the facility not being fully functional until about 2030. Per the last meeting that was here for the Planning Commission, one of the reps here said it would be fully functional, up and running by 2028. That means it'll be fully functional, up and running 2 years prior to when the water from Lake Michigan will be here. So what are the residents supposed to do for those 2 years? It's going to be gone before then. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out. All right, and so what I want to focus on tonight for my message is 3 things. I want to say accountability, responsibility, and listening to your residents. I only ask all of you that sit up there with the power to cast your vote on many critical issues that affect all of the residents of the city of Joliet, and at times, such as this time, many others surrounding Joliet, to thoroughly think through your vote tonight. Be accountable and be responsible for your actions. Remember, your vote will have impact for years to come and will be remembered for the consequences that your vote has, no matter if you are sitting in that seat or no longer are. Think of what the legacy you want people to remember you by. Also remember to listen to your constituents. Listen to those that put you in those seats up there, not the businesses that have no clue what Joliet is about. They are only here for the business deal. Once that's done, they leave. They walk away and move on to the next city, state, or town. Just one of the reps here before in the presentations, they admitted that if you guys do not approve this and another northern city will be approved, the cost impact will be the same. So they're admitting openly tonight that there is a cost impact. So remember that. I came here tonight already disappointed because knowing that pretty much only one person up there is going to vote no. Everyone else has already made up their mind to vote yes. So I urge you to please listen to the people that are here, that you represent, that you said you were going to represent. What a shame if you do, because at least act like you're willing to listen. Reach out to us. Instead of us trying to track you down, track us down. Try to reach out to your community and see what is it that we need, what is it that we want. I can tell you that throughout this topic of the data center, and many others as well that I've been involved in, most people are clueless as to what you are all voting on. Not because we're ignorant of what is happening, but because we all have lives, and the expectation is that people that are elected to represent us will have an open channel of communication, but that hasn't happened. My ask tonight is that this item is tabled. Again, remember to be your own person and not just follow suit. You have your own voice. You definitely will be judged by your vote, not by anybody else's. Why rush this? Why not wait? Any business deal needs a lot of negotiating before it is settled. So, because the time is up, I just want to say that please, when you vote, look at each one of us in the face and be proud of your vote. Don't look down, don't look at the clerk. Look at us and say, I'm proud of what I'm voting for. Thank you.
Okay, can I also have Eileen with an E, Becky Studer, Craig Herr, Matt Robbins, and Maribel Jasso come to the center, please?
My name is Lily, and I'm a lifelong resident of Joliet and a member of Joliet Residents for Responsible Growth, and I want what's best for our city. Earlier, during the presentation, we heard about how there are claims that for the utility costs, that it won't increase for us, but did some research, and they discussed during the presentation what's called the Transmission Security Agreement between ComEd and data centers, known as TSA. And that attempts to have data centers pay for 8 to 10 years. But there's a lot of criticism on this about how it does very little to protect the costs, protect us from the cost of data centers. The Federal Energy Regulation Commission, known as FERC, had until May to vote on the TSA. And many were against the TSA as it does not truly protect us. The Illinois Attorney General's office filed objections to the TSA as there were no guarantees this revenue will cover the costs needed to provide the required transmission facilities, meaning that existing customers might end up paying higher electricity bills to financially support the infrastructure costs of new large data centers. And if these costs are added to the general formula rates, they are spread across the entire customer base instead of only charging the new large user that caused the need for the expansion. The FERC, the Federal Energy Regulation Commission, stated they have not independently assessed the terms of the agreement to determine if they are just and reasonable. They passed the TSA and stated, although the Commission accepts the agreement, that acceptance does not protect other customers. And this could be found on their federal website. The Commissioner of FERC has stated that they are concerned that this agreement may not be sufficient to ensure that customers are protected against unjust cost shifts of the new large loads. Neither the terms of the agreement nor ComEd demonstrate how these commitments protect other customers from unjustified cost shifts. The agreement does not identify any specific upgrades needed to interconnect the data center. Instead, if the large data center triggers transmission upgrades on ComEd's system, the requirements and thereby rolls into transmission rates that all customers pay. So that's including us, including your businesses. The agreement specifically spells this out, that ComEd shall, and I quote, take positions in favor of recovering costs of transmission facilities used to provide delivery services to the data center through ComEd's formula rates. So this means that all ComEd's transmission customers would share the cost responsibility for those transmission upgrades. The commissioner from FERC goes on to say that achieving affordability and fairness will require more than passive reaction like this TSA agreement. So I just want you to remember that this vote will reflect, this is being recorded, it will be remembered from here on out, and this reflects your position on the city council, reflects the businesses you own, the businesses that your family owns. And all the data shows that this will come out of our pockets. I don't want this data center, but if anything, please table it. Thank you.
Go ahead. Good evening, Council. My name is Ava Grubb, and I serve as an in-office staffer for State Senator Rachel Ventura, and will be reading the following remarks on her office's behalf. I am here today asking the Joliet City Council to listen to the will of the people regarding the proposed Joliet Technology Center. At the Planning Commission meeting, my coworker spoke about how there is a bipartisan group of 72 state legislators from 9 states and the District of Columbia that have submitted a letter to the PJM Interconnection Board urging reforms to protect ratepayers, maintain grid reliability, and ensure fair competition for renewables and battery storage as data centers accelerate energy demand across the region. We are still actively working on this. My coworker also discussed the stress the data center would have on our failing aquifer ahead of the Joliet joining the Grand Prairie Water Commission in 2030. This alternative water source will cost $1.446 billion and was intended to provide an alternative, dependable water source for more than 300,000 people. It was not intended to cool the largest data center in Illinois. Additionally, at the Plan Commission meeting, the concerns of noise and air pollution, environmental impact, negative economic impact to citizens, and grid reliability were also mentioned repeatedly. The potential financial boom to the city of Joliet seems to outweigh all other considerations regarding this data center, unfortunately. There is no CBA in place to protect the people of Joliet or Illinois from any potential negative impacts of development. There is no guarantee that Tier 4 emission standards will be met. There have been no agreements to voluntarily report noise, water, and energy consumption, or vibrations to have non-interested third-party vendors complete these studies. Most importantly, the people of Joliet stood here and told the Plan Commission at that meeting repeatedly that they did not want this data center. Of those who signed up to speak at the last meeting, 89% of them stood up and said repeatedly that they did not want the data center in their backyard. It is the job of elected officials to listen to their constituency. Those who fail to listen to their constituency fail in their primary responsibility as an elected official. So again, we ask that the City Council vote no on this development. Although the construction of data centers can create many jobs, those are often very short-lived temporary roles. Once the data centers are actually built, they require relatively few full-time employees. There is no data from any existing data centers to support the suggestion that full-time employees would reach the number that we are being told that they would reach here. It's just physically impossible. We ask that the City Council vote no, and instead of rushing this development, at least wait until the proper safeguards have been put in place by legislators. Waiting will ensure that citizens and our planet are overall better protected. If this is really such a prime spot for the state's largest data center, what would the harm really be in waiting for regulations by the state to be actually put in place to protect us? Thoughtful planning will prevent costly consequences later. I respectfully urge you to vote no, or at least wait until a statewide framework is established and table this issue. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Moreno, can you do what I previously asked you to do earlier? No, you can't do it? All right, so I'm going to point out 3 people here for everyone else. This is Liz Nicholson, the Vice President of Powerhouse, according to your website, of course. Don Schoender of Illwood, and David Silverman of their attorney. Okay, good. So, according to their own website, they have an archipelago of about 140 data centers, all of which have been peppered across Appalachia in the Southwest, historically places that have bore the brunt of internal colonization and left destitute. People are left with no money, no food, or, very poor, because, my family's from West Virginia, and the earth is stripped to barren rock. It's nothing, okay? So I reached out to these communities because it seems that the council forgot to do their homework. It might shock you that this remains wildly unpopular. Even in Texas, where Hillwood is from, it's a bipartisan issue. Democrats and Republicans unilaterally agreeing that this needs to be solved. So I spoke with public citizens, where Mr. Schoender and his company is from, a local advocacy group. Despite echoing what we've been screaming at you lot, I asked if they obeyed any restrictions. Quote, if there was any, they don't care. Now, because of these people right here, counties are now forced to impose drought restrictions, and reservoirs like Corpus Christi are set to dry by New Year's. So, Ms. Liz Nicholson, according to your website, again, like I said, you're the Vice President of Powerhouse, in your home state, according to EESI, electricity costs have gone up by 267% in 5 years. You got an answer for that? Did your PR team outcoach you? Anyways, or Don Schoender of Hillwood, your ilk's been cutting deals left and right across the country. How much money did the city promise you in land grants? 50% like North Lake or Texas? Or was it more, or were you just too greedy? Yeah, look at me like that. Keep looking. Look at the people that you are affecting.
Ma'am, please address the council.
David Silverman, Powerhouse's attorney, being from the same university who gave Terry Darcy his De La Salle and Signum Fidei Award, did you sweeten the deal with your repute to develop Joliet, or was it mere coincidence that you're bumping shoulders with people that Terry Darcy greets with open arms? Mind you, this is all public information, by the way. I didn't need to go on a data broker website or something like that. Who is also from, data brokers usually use AI, so... All right, 3 days ago, I spoke with Mr. Hugg after addressing concerns of PFAS, which is a substitute for cooling, which is highly toxic, mind you. Oh, did I move that? Sorry. I asked, what is the measures that you took? And these were his responses. It's not my business. It's worth the jobs, and every industry has its consequences. 700 jobs, Mr. Hugg. You said 700 permanent jobs, Mr. Hug, for the livelihood of 151,000 people and more? No. Am I speaking to babies with grayed hair? This is not the work of a businessman. This is a criminal enterprise with people in turtlenecks. This is not stripes. This is business suits. This is how they get you. And to the intellectuals brought to flagrant concerns, your degrees are penned with snake venom. It is not the first time that a company has used intellectuals to stomp out concerns. ExxonMobil, who you're acquainted with because they gave you an award, didn't they, Mr. Darcy? And also Marlboro and Nestle have all come to these places saying that they're not going to hurt people. But guess what? They sure as shit did. And you know what the funny thing is? I'm going to take a few more seconds, sorry. OpenAI is not even profitable. If they're not spying on you,
Your time's
they're
up.
losing
Your time's up.
$15 million
Thank you.
a day. $15 million a day.
Thank
Your
you.
time
They're
is
not
up.
contracted by the U.S. government.
Your time
they are
is
losing $15 million a day. This guy right here, Mr. This guy right here, Mr. Schellender.
That's enough.
Your time is up.
Contracted with Flock, who spies on American citizens. Do your job.
Your time is up.
Your time is up.
Okay, my name is Becky Studer. I am big union family. Dad, uncles, cousins, 6 out of 7 brothers, union, now nephews. So I just want to say to you guys, I think you're forfeiting a lot for a couple of years of steady work. You don't know how this is going to affect down the road, and you're going to say, well, I don't either. Well, I, being a retired ICU nurse, I do know how people's health is affected from, toxic environments. And, first let me say, hey, you two sitting together. That's the front page of the first story in the patch today. Anyway, I've been here long enough, I had to use the facilities. I just want to say kudos to the city for putting in water saving toilets to save clean water for the city. Says the toilets save up to 20% and the urinals save up to 50%. Yay, we're saving clean water. For what? To use elsewhere? Okay, so first, not a scientist in the group here, all salesmen. Okay, I just want to say I am pro-union. I want you guys to work, but there's got to be something better the city can spend their money on and more permanent jobs than what is going to be realized for you. So, have any of you got a data center in your neighborhood? How close? How close?
Ms. Studer, please address the
Ma'am,
council.
can you address the council, please?
Yes, I can. Okay, so there's the state. Well, this is the state, right? That they get a 20-year memoriam on tax money. That's not the city, right? That's the state. Am I understanding that correctly? That the city is still going to realize money from this, but the state is going to lose a lot of money for this memoriam. So, okay. And I just want to remind everybody, I'm old enough to remember when the lottery was started. The money, the way they sold it to us is all this money's going to the schools. We won't have any problem with our schools anymore. And a lot of you remember. And, well, that didn't last long. So as far as all this tax money that's supposed to be coming in, and it's going to go to our schools and all this, I'd have to see a little more in writing. Thank you for letting me speak.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, my name is Craig Herr. I've been in the community for 37 years. I'm a senior pastor at First Presbyterian Church for 32 years, and one of our main priorities was to be a benefit to the community and to serve the community. Over the years, I had the opportunity to be part of a leadership team that helped pass school referendums, first for Joliet Township their operating budget. Then we went and helped the grade school with their operating budget referendum. And then we did a building referendum, which we passed, and all the buildings were renovated. 2 new buildings were built. That was a while ago, but the new referendum that passed last year rested on the foundation of that, and they did the similar thing that we did years ago, and Mayor Darcy was a very important part of that leadership for education. I just say this to let you know that I care about the community in which I live, care about the quality of life in the city and Will County, and because I care about the quality of life, I urge you to vote no or to table this. Because worries about the rising price of electricity, no new power generation immediately is being provided to add to the demands of the data center and what it will use. Once our capacity is maxed out, and the recent study in the Trib and from the governor's office said that it will be in 5 years, who will get the power? Will the homeowners, manufacturers, retailers, the data center? Who will come first? Who will be favored if there is a brownout? How comfortable are you with rising electricity bills? And our bills are rising very much. Naperville said no at this time to a data center. Yorkville said yes. We don't need a tsunami of data centers throughout our region. We do not know who will be the largest users of the capabilities of this data center that it makes possible. Unethical use of AI is becoming a real problem and an impediment now. Will any of the users use it to do surveillance and to keep files on all of us in the general population? Company says as Palantir, and Peter Thiel, who doesn't even like democracy, sucks in all this kind of information and wants to have files on us all. What about the autonomous oversight of equipment and processes in our community and in our region from AI? Now, how many jobs will be lost through the exponential increase of AI? Meta, Zuckerberg, today, we heard in the news they're reducing their workforce by 20% because of their investment in AI. Block got rid of 4,000 employees because of their investment in AI. Every day, Oracle, Amazon, Elon Musk, the billionaire technocrats want to have a tsunami of data centers all across our country, and they don't really care about us. I encourage you to think about what the decades say against the day and the moment. It is better to say no to a data center, I believe, at this time. What about all the jobs created during construction? I know you're worried about that if you vote no. I grew up in a blue-collar household. My dad was an IBEW union electrician. I've been on some jobs. He needed work. I understand that. I support the unions. I understand the importance of creating jobs. I was a member of the Center on Economic Development for 30 years. I encourage you to think about what the decades have to say against the day. Think about all the warehouses that have been built in our community, in our area, and if you could go back and start fresh again, would you allow so many warehouses to be built? Would you welcome all the truck traffic and congestion and exhaust? Probably not. So listen to what the decades have to say to the day. And I wonder why our leaders haven't required all the warehouses to put solar panels on top of their roofs to supply power. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. I know it's going to be a long night, and I appreciate everybody taking the time to listen to everybody. My name is Matt Robbins, and I'm the Jackson Township Supervisor. I'm sure everyone is aware this project is entirely in Jackson Township. I have read through some of the items in the agenda packet, especially the traffic study. Jackson Township is mentioned multiple times, and no one from the developer has even talked to us yet. This project will directly affect our residents with increased traffic and their safety, especially during construction. I'm sure this has been worked on by the city and developer for months. The increased traffic on Route 53 and other side roads like Ridge Road, many under the jurisdiction of Jackson Township, will be greatly increased, especially during construction. I am here tonight representing my residents' safety and quality of life. I hope in the near future we will be able to talk about this project and the impact it will have on the residents of Jackson Township safety and quality of life. Thank you.
Can we have Dan Wexler, Glenna McCullum, Jason James, Portia Gallegos, Jennifer Garlitz, Andrea Baumhart, please come to the middle? Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Joliet City Council. My name is Maribel Jossa. I am a stay-at-home mother to a toddler. I am currently pregnant and I live 3 miles from this data center. I'm not here to talk about tax revenue. I'm here to talk about our children's lungs, our water, and our right to live in our own homes without fear. I'm here because I am terrified that this council is voting on a project you do not have to live with. When you approve this, you are telling our families that our health is secondary to computer servers. We live in our home. We play outside. We drink the water. But based on documented failures at other data centers, here is the gift you are giving our neighborhood. You are placing a water-guzzling giant on top of an aquifer that is already failing. In Newton County, Georgia, families just like mine saw their wells fill with sediment and run bone dry within months of a meta data center groundbreaking. Those families are now facing $25,000 bills to replace wells that officials promised were safe. With Joliet's aquifer already in a state of emergency, what is your plan B? When our taps stop running, is there a bonded repair fund, or are we just collateral damage? Closed loop promises mean nothing without transparency on where that chemically discharged water ends up. Where exactly is the volume of wastewater being treated, and can those facilities actually handle that volume of untreated water? Where does it end up after the treatment? We don't know. You tell us generators are for emergencies only, but in April, the Cyrus One data center in Aurora had a transformer failure. Their diesel generators ran for 3 days straight. Residents described it as unlivable, a roar like a helicopter on the roof that they could feel in their bones. If that happens across 800 acres here, what is the plan? Why are we settling for Tier 2 generators when Tier 4 technology exists to cut the nitrogen oxides, a known carcinogen that causes cardiovascular issues, respiratory diseases, and a higher incident of asthma in children in surrounding residents? Are you prepared to tell the parents at the Laraway Elementary School 3 miles away that their children must breathe diesel exhaust for 72 hours because there was an emergency failure? A 24/7 industrial hum is not a neighbor. Data centers produce a high decibel hum, and even worse, a low frequency infrasound that penetrates walls, causing sleep deprivation, neurological issues, cardiovascular strain, chronic stress, and wildlife disruption. The Cyrus One data center in Aurora has received multiple reports of significant noise and vibrations from residents, leading to complaints of sleep deprivation and stress. Standard walls and landscape berms are generally not sufficient on their own to completely stop the noise, particularly the low frequency infrasound. What is your concrete plan to mitigate a sound that never sleeps? Our residential streets cannot handle this construction traffic. Will you ban these construction trucks from using our neighborhood roads tonight? And when our electricity bills spike to cover the massive system costs of this center, what relief will you provide to the families who can no longer afford their heat? You are rushing to approve a project in a largely unregulated industry. I ask you one question. If you lived 3 miles from this site, would you say yes? I urge you to vote no. Do not trade the health of Joliet families for a 30-year tax deal. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Dan Wexler, and I'm here representing the Indiana, Illinois, Iowa Foundation for Fair Contracting, respectfully voicing my strong support of the proposed Joliet Technology Center. Joliet is being asked to make an important decision about the kind of growth it wants to encourage and the kind of economic future it wants to build. This project combines exactly what local governments just like Joliet should be looking for: substantial private investment, meaningful job creation, and a development framework that allows the city to manage impacts through enforceable conditions and continued oversight. In the short term, this development represents a significant volume of construction work for skilled tradespeople, contractors, and apprentices. That means real employment, real training opportunities, and real economic activity tied directly to the build-out of this facility. In the long term, this project will support permanent positions in operations, maintenance, security, and technology. Simply put, the value of this project does not end when construction does. This project presents Joliet with an opportunity to strengthen its tax base through major capital investment without the city being asked to carry the burden through local tax abatements. That is an important distinction to remember. Too often, communities are told to accept risk and hope the promised benefits follow. Here, Joliet has the opportunity to secure long-term economic value from a project that is being advanced with conditions, review, and accountability built into the process. I also want to address a few of the concerns that have been raised. A project of this scale should be scrutinized carefully, and those concerns should be taken seriously. But it's important to distinguish between rigorous scrutiny and reflexive opposition. The standard is not whether a project has zero impact. No major development has that standard. The proper standard is whether the impacts have been identified, whether safeguards are in place, and whether the city retains the authority to enforce those safeguards as the project moves forward. This is what makes this proposal different. The public record reflects a project structure that includes limitations, phased review, and continued oversight. In other words, the city is not being asked to surrender control. It is being asked to approve a project within a framework that preserves public leverage and public accountability. This is the kind of smart growth local government should support. Growth that creates good jobs, strengthens the tax base, and remains subject to clear conditions and public oversight. Ultimately, the issue before the City Council is whether the project offers economic value, meaningful employment opportunity, and a framework of enforceable protections. In my view, it does. And for those reasons, I respectfully urge a yes vote. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Dr. Glenda Wright McCullum, and I am the CEO of Arise Community Development Center Corporation. We are a local nonprofit 501c3 organization that is committed to strengthening neighborhoods and expanding opportunities for the residents in Joliet. As you consider the proposed data center, I respectfully urge the council to ensure that if this development is approved, that it includes meaningful and structured community benefit award for the people of this city, particularly the south side of Joliet that has been so gravely neglected for decades. Projects of this magnitude at a cost of $20 billion receive significant incentives as well as produces substantial economic growth for developers and corporations. It has been reported that a $100 million offer is on the table in exchange for approval of this project, which equates to about 0.5% of the projected costs. National standards for community benefit agreements used in cities like Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, which is incomparable to the size of this proposed data center, is anywhere between 1% to 3% in community benefit awards. For a project this size, using those metrics would constitute $200 million to $600 million for community benefit awards. Consequently, it is only reasonable that the surrounding community also receive intentional and measurable investment in return. Community benefit funding could support critical initiatives such as workforce development, youth engagement programs, STEM programs, neighborhood revitalization, improvement to facilities that serve residents on a daily basis. Joliet is growing and evolving, but that growth must be balanced with community reinvestment. When developments of this magnitude enter our city, there should be a clear pathway ensuring that local organizations, residents, and neighborhoods share in that progress. If this project is approved, we encourage the council to establish a community benefit structure as well as put governing measures in place by hiring personnel that can represent as well as give oversight to ensure that the awards reach the communities that are most in need. Again, namely the southeast side of Joliet. What I'm asking for is, if you approve this project, please remember the sectors of the city that are in dire need of revitalization by providing viable community benefit awards to grassroots organizations that are working so diligently to bring substantial and sustainable changes to hurting and neglected communities. Thank you for your leadership and consideration.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jason James. I'm a union organizer with the Laborers International Union of North America. Our organization represents over 500,000 hardworking middle-class men and women of all races, over 600 of them being here living residents of Joliet. Besides the Laborers Union, there are anticipated about 7,000 to 10,000 other jobs needed to complete the construction of this project. This will bring many other jobs to our fellow union trades, with their members also residing in this area. After the project is complete, it will allow for an additional 700 permanent positions for our local residents. This is a once-in-a-lifetime project we would love to say we were part of creating and do not want to miss out on this remarkable opportunity. Over $300 million of tax revenue this database will produce over the years will tremendously help our school system, our local community in a way that Joliet has never seen. Hillwood has provided us with their plan and vision with complete transparency. They hold themselves to the highest standards when coming to the health and safety of our community. When that being said, our organization and members are all on board. So please approve the annexation so we can move forward with the project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, I'm Portia Gallegos. I'm a Joliet resident, a homeowner, and a member of Joliet Residents for Responsible Growth. And my question is, how important is transparency in city government? And I think we all agree it's very important. And this data center is one of the most consequential projects to be proposed in Joliet in years. A project this big with so many effects on our community requires a great deal of outreach and communication with all of Joliet's residents. And this has not happened. I understand that Hillwood first brought this idea up to the city and the council more than 2 years ago, so staff and council are familiar with the idea and have had many opportunities to ask questions of Hillwood and Powerhouse. But the public has not. The first I heard of this data center was in October 2025 planning meeting. The data center was taken off the table, and then Joliet residents, we didn't hear anything until mid-February when Hillwood had an open house at JJC, which was announced less than 2 weeks ahead of time. I went, I visited all the tables, and I could not get a straight answer to any of my questions. I want to say that saying you're transparent and being transparent are two entirely different things. Hillwood says they're transparent, and we can get nothing out of them. Then we had the March 5th planning meeting. That was the first time I heard concrete numbers from Hillwood about water use and discharge, along with other specifics. Less than 2 weeks later, you are here to potentially approve this data center. What is the hurry? Other communities in our area have said no and had second thoughts. Naperville and Lisle just said no. Aurora initiated a September moratorium on data centers and now is holding multiple, like 8 to 10 public hearings to create a data center ordinance because they realize they made mistakes when they first approved the data centers. And now their residents are suffering the health consequences. So why are we rushing on this? Let's take the time to get this right. Regarding transparency, another thing, almost none of the cities or Hillwood's communication has been in Spanish. And I just want to say, que falta de respeto para la comunidad. What a lack of respect for the community. The city of Joliet realizes it's important to have bilingual communication in our city so a Spanish-speaking resident can find out when it's story time at the library. But for this 1.8 gigawatt project, a project that uses as much electricity as 2 cities of Orlando, there is nothing. A bilingual link on the city's webpage to reports written completely in English, along with bilingual signs about the public meeting at the project site. This is unacceptable. Finally, Hillwood, Powerhouse, and ComEd filed a transmission services agreement with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission on January 13th, 2026, 2 months ago. It's just been approved. I want to read something from the very first page, which says, to Honorable Debbie Ann A. Reese, Secretary of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, Hillwood is constructing a new data center campus in Joliet, Illinois. Is constructing, not maybe, not possibly, is constructing, to which ComEd intends to provide retail electric delivery services pursuant to the applicable rate schedule and ComEd's electric retail service tariff on file with ICC. I understand there may be contingency clause in the contract in case the city doesn't approve the project, but why was Hillwood so confident that their project would be approved that they submitted a transmission services agreement before a planning commission or city council meeting was scheduled? I don't know why they're so confident of approval. so far in advance. Right now, there is legislation in Springfield to put guardrails on data centers and protect our residents, our water, our electrical supply, our air quality, and our health. So what's the big rush? Please vote to table this until we can at least have bilingual public meetings someplace like Billy Lillemacher with staff from Hillwood and the city, because the city staff is actually really pretty great. I had a chance to meet with them and they answered a lot of my questions, but I'm one person and we have 150,000 people in Joliet who need these answers. Create a data center ordinance like other cities have. Get answers to our questions because there are still so many unanswered questions. Please table this until our questions can be answered and we can get a better deal. Thank you very much.
Can we please have Reagan Pattinson, Patrick Young, Jay Jones, Bonnie Larson, Nick Domberg, Michael Plata come to the center? Jennifer Garlitz, go ahead.
Good evening. Jennifer's my name, and I live in Joliet. I'm a homeowner, and I want to say that I want to start off by saying that union jobs are important, construction jobs are important. When I was working, I'm very recently retired, I was in a union. And I want to say that I have done some reading about data centers and jobs. And although industry groups claim that each new data center creates dozens to hundreds of high-wage, high-skilled jobs, some researchers say data centers generate far fewer jobs than other industries, such as manufacturing. A 2025 brief from University of Michigan researchers said data centers do not bring high-paying tech jobs to local communities. A recent analysis from Food and Water Watch, a nonprofit that tracks corporate overreach, found that in Virginia, the investment required to create a permanent data center job was nearly 100 times higher than what was required to create comparable jobs in other industries. The next thing I want to talk about is the moratoriums bills on data centers in the United States. It's already been mentioned that Naperville recently voted against a data center. There's a good reason for that. There are reasons for that. Also, in the United States, in the following states, there is legislation at the state level to put a moratorium on data centers. I'll just mention a few specifics. In Georgia, House Bill 1012 would bar counties and cities from issuing any permit, license, or certificate that would authorize the construction or development of a new data center until March 2027. In New York, Senate Bill 9144 would impose a statewide moratorium on permits for new data centers and direct the Public Service Commission to minimize impacts on electricity and gas rates. And then in also other states that have legislation that they're looking at passing to declare a moratorium on data centers is Vermont, Virginia, South Dakota, Oklahoma, Michigan, Maryland, and Wisconsin. And there is a reason for this, and I think we need to look at what are the reasons for this? Why are states doing this? There is a good reason for it, and we need to look at that. I also want to mention about the bathroom poster in the bathroom right out there. It was interesting because it talked about how we need to save water in Joliet. And, this is from the bathroom poster, I'm quoting. The deep well aquifer, which supplies water to Joliet, will not be able to keep up with maximum demand by 2030. So the city of Joliet is encouraging water conservation. I'm all about that. I think that's fantastic. I think we should do that. We need to encourage water conservation. So the encouragement on the poster is to get low flow toilets, 1.28 gallons per flush. And if we're that concerned about our water situation, then we really need to look at, at the water usage of a data center. Because our water situation in Joliet is precarious. Thank you.
Hi, Andrea Baumhart. I wanted to start tonight by saying that there is one thing that Joliet does get right every time I come to these meetings. In that it is that you open the meeting with prayer. And you ask for the divine intervention of our Lord and ask for his guidance. And the Lord is invited into this space. He's with us. He's definitely with me. I take that prayer very seriously. I hope you do too. And there are so many potential energy-related, environmental, and health impacts that we've been bringing up for months to these Joliet meetings, okay? I've been coming since October. Now we know that you've been having secret meetings for 2 years, but we were never invited to the table, okay? They were first to the table. Where was the workshop made where we could all get together and share concerns instead of having everybody wait to the last minute? I want to also address the inferred disrespect. And I believe this came from the attorney at the Plan Commission, the last meeting I went to, who said, it doesn't matter, it's just an area with warehouses and solar farms anyway. But you know what? Real people live there. I live there. And we didn't ask for the largest data center in the Midwest to just come and be put there. So you have to accept that we're upset. Let's say, just for 1 minute, that there were not going to be any monetary benefits at all. Not for Joliet, that you weren't going to get the $100 million advance signing deal. There's going to be no money. Would you still be signing this fast? Okay, why aren't we getting public protections in advance? You're getting $100 million in advance, but we're not getting public protections in advance. That's a grave disservice. Okay, you are in effect gambling with what's not yours to play with. To me, it's no coincidence that this is all being finalized during Lent. Holy Week is just a few weeks away. So I'm going to leave you with these thoughts. In the words of Saint Blessed Bernadette, I'm here to inform, not convince you. All things are going to be returned to Christ. Everything that's disordered is going to be reordered. Someday you're all going to have to stand before the just judge, God Almighty. You, me too, them, the attorneys. There won't be any NDAs. There's not going to be any names redacted. There's not going to be any conversations hidden. Anything that was supposed to have been talked about won't be forgotten. Every thought, spoken word, fact, action, failure to take action is all going to be accounted for, and you're not going to be able to say that you didn't know, because you knew. Okay? So, the only thing you really need to do in advance now is pause. You need to pause. Pause this vote. Pause. And when you lay down your head at night, you remember the first shall be last, and last shall be first.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, staff. My name is Reagan Pattison, and for years I've served this community as a former alderman, Will County board member, and local attorney. I'm also a lifelong resident of Will County, someone who's raised a family here, paid taxes here, and watched this community grow with the residents put first. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of Harbor Contractors, a union construction management firm located in Plainfield, Will County, and members of the Will Grundy Building Trades and the Contractors Association. I'm here to tell you what I've seen with my own eyes, both as a public official and as someone who's spent over 6 decades building facilities that positively impact our communities. This isn't just another warehouse or strip mall, it's infrastructure of the future. Clean, quiet, high-tech, that brings real, local, union jobs without choking our roads or clogging our schools. Hillwood isn't asking for handouts. They're investing $2.1 billion into the community while reducing the burden on taxpayers. Into land that maybe we've sat on for too long. Harbor fully supports the Joliet Technology Center. Harbor built the Joliet Arsenal out, Abraham Lincoln Cemetery, the Will County Jail, and the RNG plant on the Will County landfill, a very rare project that actually generates revenue for the county. Harbor knows how to do this right. We build with minimal disruption, zero emissions from daily operations, and a workforce that is local and union. Carpenters, electricians, welders, plumbers, men and women in the union who already live in Joliet, Lockport, Romeoville, Plainfield, to just name a few. I've sat on the other side of this table. I've heard the worries, traffic, noise, water use. Fair questions. But here's what I do know. Data centers like this run on electricity, not diesel trucks. They don't need constant deliveries. They don't pollute. And Hillwood's design, it's built to blend low profile buildings, landscape buffers, and contained equipment thoughtful to mitigate sound. The tax revenue alone could fund road repairs, schools that these residents' children will attend, and parks for our children. And also towards public safety, such as new police stations, fire stations that will protect our families. Look, I voted on difficult land uses, heard complaints, and still come back to one truth. Progress isn't perfect, but stagnation is worse. On behalf of Harbor Contractors, I want to commend the council, city manager, staff, and Hillwood for all their due diligence, hours of research, creating a dashboard, a website, and a town hall at Joliet Junior College. I trust you will do the right thing and vote yes for the Joliet Technology Center. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Patrick Young, business representative with the Operating Engineers Local 150, representing over 24,000 operating engineers. I'm not going to stand here and rehash everything you've heard this evening. We're getting late. I will tell you though, I'm fortunate enough to sit on the Metropolitan Mayor Caucus for data centers, speaking to many mayors all over about these data centers. And I will leave you with one, well, actually not one, but I've got a bunch of points that were sent to mayors, questions. They answered the questions, and I will tell you that contrary to belief, one of the mayors up north, he responded to one of the questions about taxes. His response was they have decreased property tax levy on residents 11% over 5 years. Again, they have decreased their property taxes on levy on residents 11% over 5 years. Local 150 stands behind this project. Thank you to Hillwood for bringing it to Joliet. We hope you vote yes for this project. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and staff. My name is Jay, and I am with the Workforce Development of Sheet Metal Workers Local 265 and a member of Will Grundy Building Trades. While I don't live in Joliet, I've worked in Will County for over 25 years, and a large part of my career has been spent working alongside people who live right here in this community. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of many hardworking men and women in the building trades who will help build this project. Many of them live in Will County and the surrounding communities. A lot of them can't be here tonight because they're working, taking care of their families, or simply aren't comfortable speaking at meetings like this. So I'm here to speak on their behalf. I understand that projects of this size raise questions and concerns, and that's understandable. People care about their communities, but I want to be clear about something. I would not support a project that I believe would put the people I represent or the communities they live in at risk. These are the same workers who could be building this project and living here long after construction's finished. Construction work isn't temporary for the families who rely on it. It's a career that supports households, puts kids through school, and keeps local business going. When projects like this come forward, the decision isn't just about land use or zoning. It's about whether communities like ours continue to be places where skilled trade people can earn a good living and support their families. From the perspective of the workers I represent and the years I've spent working in Will County, I believe this project deserves every support. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Larson, and I live off Burke Drive in Joliet, and I am so relieved that this project isn't behind Eisenhower Academy that is on my street. I thought it was, and when I see everybody that's talking about this project, and I see that there's so much uncertainty, air, water, noise, everything, I get very, just watching some of the people up here, just coming up here, I get so scared for them, that they live near what's so much uncertainty, and that shouldn't be. And I don't support putting a data center in with that much uncertainty and having so much go wrong, knowing so much can go wrong, and having an Aaron Brockovich type of issue come up later. I really think it's not in the best interest of human life, and I don't support it. I'm sorry.
Good evening, councilors. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Michael Platla. I've lived in Joliet since I was 9, on and off most of my life. I'm a veteran, I'm a union tradesman, and I'm asking you to vote no on this project. You could build anything on this land. You could build something that would bring value. You could build homes. You could build strip malls. You could build a car dealership. And use a hospital. We need more hospitals. And use union labor. You don't have to build a data center. The data center's only value is to add AI. This thing is killing jobs, and it hurts me to see union leaders supporting it. It's a job killer. It's a surveillance tool. They're blaming it for bombing a school in Iran. They're promising it's going to replace huge sectors of the labor market. Sorry, this is off me. If AI is like too nebulous a threat, then just look at your electric bill. My electric bill went up, and I went looking why, and all the signs pointed toward data centers. I know their paid rep told us that it's actually okay, that my bill's actually not that high, but it keeps going up, and I'm sick of it. So, data centers are to blame across the board. I implore you to listen to your community when we tell you that we don't want this here. Thank you.
Can we have Andrew Engelbrecht, Matt Ryan, Kathleen Garthis, Eva Scarborough, Tim Broderick? Come to the center, please. Go ahead. You can start.
I might have a few pages here, but I will keep it kind of quick. Believe it or not, there are experts beyond who you have talked to, who have come here with the company, and you're hearing from a lot of them, a lot of the residents, a lot of the folks who will vote you in or out. I want to just implore you folks that this, this is a former boom town, right? Okay, this isn't anything that's foreign to us in Joliet, like there is a history of that. And like any big boom, you can rush into it, you can overbuild, and you can shoot yourself in the foot. And this is one of those situations. This is going to be one of those situations. It seems like a lot of you have already voted yes on this. Like, I don't know how that's possible before hearing from us. I don't know how ground is being broken for this project. I don't understand how that is moral. I don't understand how that, is accountable at all to your voters, to the people who you're supposed to be representing. And to push this thing through before something like the Power Act has been passed, I mean, that's something that's just proposed. I would love to hear if any of you all know about the Power Act. I just am learning about it, just like I'm just learning about this proposed data center not too long ago. This thing is being pushed fast without proper protections in place, okay? The Power Act, if it passes, that could do things like prohibit shifting data center costs onto consumers. It can force them to bring their own new clean energy capacity to the project. Faster grid connection for clean energy, for cleaner energy. Public benefits and affordability funds, protections for consumers. These things are not in place. So we want to build this gigantic facility, right? And they've said themselves, I mean, just now they said they have little experience in building data centers. And yet they can also say, this is not new technology. Some of this is inherently false. So I hope that you listen to some of the experts who are community members who are coming up here and talk to me. I might not be the expert, but there are folks here who can school you. So please listen to these folks, all right? I mean, I've gone around, I've knocked doors for a couple of folks on this council, all right? I know there's some good people on this council. I know I've had some disagreements with some folks on the council. That's okay. I don't, and also as far as the labor unions go, of course, I'm 100% pro-union. I get it, you guys want the work, but we have to do this thing responsibly. To push this forward so quickly without looking into both the rhyme of history when we have overbuilt, when we have done things before we fully understand the impact of overbuilding and making something so huge. Okay, I was talking about how I had knocked doors for a couple of people, right? I went to a neighborhood that is pretty close to this proposed site, all right? I knocked on some doors. I talked to some folks, and it's a pretty diverse neighborhood, politically, racially, what have you. And there was some amazing, amazing bipartisan opposition to this project. I didn't talk to one person in that neighborhood. I wish I could have talked to a lot more if there were more lead-up time. A lot of us would have had more time to organize around this issue, right? Every person I talked to in that neighborhood was afraid their property values are going to drop. And they're looking at you guys. They're saying, well, look at it. And there's houses being built down the street, not even built yet. Imagine those people when they put their life savings into a house that is miles from this facility, just a couple of miles, if that, from this facility, right? What's going to happen? The moment they pay for that house, sometime in the next year or two before it's done being built, their property value is going to go way down, all right? And I wish I had more time, but basically the point of these data centers is to widen the wealth disparity gap, all right? They're mining data of the poor and the what's left of the middle class to make billionaires richer, okay? That is the express purpose of this facility, okay? And anything else is an untruth or is some type of way to wind around. So this is not reflexive opposition, okay? These are your constituents asking you to represent their best interests. Okay, we didn't have a lot of time to organize coming up to this vote, but we will have time to organize based on the result of this vote. We sure as heck will, all right? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate you listening to me. Amazon, $33 billion on one data center. Amazon doesn't pay a lot in taxes. They have all kinds of tax incentives. Okay, so a single large hyperscale data center consumes enough electricity for 100,000 households. In 2024, data centers use 183 terawatts of electricity in this country. That could raise by 8%, and that could double in 2 years. In Virginia, a data center consumed 21% of total power in 2023, surpassing all residential use at 18%. The electric grid is going to have to be updated time and time again. One county was updated 5 times. We pay for that. They're not going to pay for the updates on the electrical grid. Okay, couple more things. Okay, so how I didn't hear anybody say what type of energy is going to produce the electricity. I didn't get that. But if it's not renewable, that's where the construction jobs should be going, for renewable energy. We have got nothing but behemoths of warehouses that are taking up all our land. We're using, how much farmland is going to be gone? It's going to be gone and it'll never come back. I'm seeing this county disappearing into a concrete jungle. Finally, one thing that hasn't been brought up that all of you should start thinking about real good about your kids. This is the Nobel Laureate's speech. I'm gonna make it quick, he was the founder of AI. This is his speech before the Nobel Committee. This new form of AI excels at modeling human intuition rather than human reasoning, and it will enable us to create highly intelligent and knowledgeable assistants who will increase productivity in almost all industries. If the benefits of the increased productivity can be shared equally, it'll be a wonderful advancement for all humanity. Unfortunately, and that's when the whole Nobel Committee, the whole room went quiet. Unfortunately, the rapid progress in AI comes with many short-term risks. It has already created divisive echo chambers by offering people content that makes them indignant. It is already being used by authoritarian governments to massive surveillance by cyber criminals for phishing attacks. In the near future, AI may be used to create terrible new viruses and horrendous lethal weapons that who will decide who to kill and what nation to keep and what not. Our military, they're quitting Google. Technicians are quitting Google because they had to supply intelligence, AI intelligence, to Israel's war with Gaza. So this is going to be used for warfare. They don't even, let me keep going. Okay. There is also a longer-term existential threat that will arise when we create digital beings that are more intelligent than ourselves. We have no idea whether we can stay in control, but we now have evidence that if they are created by companies motivated by short-term profits, our safety will not be the top priority. We urgently need research on how to prevent these new beings from wanting to take control. Okay, that's it.
Hi, Council, Mayor, most importantly, the people in the room. Thank you for all of you to speak tonight. My name is Andrew Engelbrecht. I'm the chair of the Green Party of Will County. I'm a DSA member. I'm part of a family of union workers. A couple points I wanted to make and at least say my piece because this is not good. The infrasound, you can't even hear it. Okay, and these data centers that are creating all these health problems, migraines, anxiety. I have anxiety speaking up right here, so I would hate to see what'll happen when we build this. Insomnia, cancer, all these health problems. Okay, that's one. People have spoken about the water, the energy, the climate crisis. Okay. We have about 20 years left before things go completely south. Okay, it's already happening. It's okay. Couple more points. Okay. Follow the money. Follow the money. Who's going to profit off this? And just one last thing. Listen to the people.
Hi, council members and mayor. I'm Eva Genevieve Scarborough. I'm a new resident here. I'm a homeowner. I moved to Joliet 2 years ago. And I was shocked to find my electric bill already rising. I'm paying about $80 in April, May, June, and a little more in July and August running the AC. But boy, when winter hit, He was up to $200, almost $300. And I couldn't, I live on Social Security. I'm a disabled senior. So keeping this house, I'm just on a tight budget, and like any little increase is going to kill me. I don't want to see data centers raise those rates. And it seems the proof is in that they do. So I have a real concern about that. If the rates go up because of this massive center, it consumes almost, if it's running full tilt, it'll consume almost the entire output of the Hoover Dam, equivalent to that. So that only generates 2 gigawatts. So this is 1.8. That's a lot of power. It's the infrastructure, if they're running at that intensity, then this old infrastructure isn't going to handle that. Be serious. There's physics involved in this. Something's got to give. And my other concern, several I've been spoken to enough tonight, but my concern is also the subsonic sounds from this. It affects infant development, brain development in infants in the womb and in toddlers. It causes cardiac problems, not to mention stress and insomnia and other things that were mentioned. It's a real concern. And I think built into the contract for this, if we're going to do it, we have to put in protections for the people who might be harmed, medical costs, and all of the costs of protecting your children. And if people have to relocate, those costs need to be covered 100% by the developer, I think. And I think that should be a prerequisite for signing on this deal. So I would like to thank you for your time, and thank you all.
Can I have Larea Williams, Persephone Carr, Rita Renwick, Sean Miller, Amy Vollmer, Jack Connolly, Nick Feipel, and Alicia Morales come to the middle, please?
I'm sorry. Shame on you, man. Shame on you.
Excuse me.
United will never be defeated.
Excuse me.
The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united. The people struggling. You're hurting people's lives. You're hurting people's lives. How dare you, man? People of a prophet. That's a shame of you, man. That's a shame of you. People of a prophet, that's a shame. How dare you? How dare you? People of a prophet. 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 How dare you be prophet? How dare you? How dare you be there? How dare you? How dare you?
What's his name? I don't have him. Go ahead, Kathy.
Okay. I speak for his frustration. I understand it. He speaks exactly what we all are saying right now. With all this stuff with this data center, there is, after the planning committee thing happened, what happened? What happened? Does anybody know what the U.S. is involved in right now? We are at war with Iran right now. And what happened to the gas prices? Everybody knows how fast the gas prices went right up. How many times a day did the gas prices go up? How high are the gas prices now compared to what they were before when this planning committee meeting happened? We are currently at war in Russia, in Iran right now. I ask AI, can China and Russia use data centers to shut down U.S. war weapons? AI on Google says, yes, China and Russia are actively working to build capabilities, including through data centers and cyber operations that could allow them to disrupt or shut down U.S. weapons system and critical infrastructure. In chat, I say, do we want to have data centers to where we could get Russia and China controlling our weapons? Especially when the uncertainty in this world is. We know how uncertain we are with, the 10th century, keep on, coming up with China and everything. And now there's the data centers here. You know, Amazon says it wants to go automotive with all their data, with all their warehouses. They already got over 1 million machines in all their workplaces so far, and the CEO of Amazon has said he wants to go completely automated, meaning get rid of all the human workers. As he says, quote, the human workers will be working less, meaning they will not be even working at all, because they're going to totally eliminate them. Other high-tech places, you know, seem to come down like saying, oh, we'll have a 32-hour work week, but give them the same pay. Well, you know, 32-hour day does not pay the same as 48-hour day. People still got to pay their bills, which that, you know, more people, AI, the warehouse is taking over and going over robotic like we've all have talked about for years. And that happens, all them people in the warehouses be unemployed. They be lining up in public aid offices, down in their Joliet, Will County, wherever all the public aid offices are in their county. They be going there lining up to get financial public aid. And we know how Trump has already cut back on that. So who's gonna pay for that? And as far as the cyber attacks, what happens when AI takes over and it crashes? We know how many times when a computer crashes and stuff, who you call to get the help to fix it? You know, with cyber things taking over more and more, you get the people who don't know how to fix them, just like automobiles. You take your car in to be fixed, they still can't fix your car, or it costs you thousands and thousands more dollars to get your car fixed, and still your car is not fixed, and now your car is inoperable and your car still is not fixed. And all the noises and everything, I know from all my experiences and all the problems, I've been coming here for years and telling you all about my situation. And I have yet found my solution and everything, and my life just keeps getting worse and worse, and nothing's been done. I keep on losing more and more to where I'm at a point where I don't want to live anymore. I ain't got nothing to live for anymore. Because everything's been taken away from me. I lost my mom because of the noise. She couldn't sleep. It did work on her health and ended up having her heart go out. And I've been just sitting there struggling with the consequences of everything since then. So it's not just, it's all the noises, it's all the air pollution, it's all the health problems that it can serve. And you cannot, once your loved one is gone, you cannot bring them back. AI is not going to be able to dig them in the ground, bring them back to life. We need to understand when a human life is gone and when human health is sacrificed just for big corporation dollars, it's not enough.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam City Manager, Mayor, and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Timothy Broderick, a lifelong Joliet resident. I'm here tonight as a private citizen to express strong support for the proposed Joliet Technology Center. I also want to acknowledge the weight of your responsibility. I previously served on the Joliet Planning Commission, and that experience gave me a deep appreciation for how carefully these matters must be evaluated. I understand the City Council carries the final vote, and with it, the obligation to balance opportunity, neighborhood impacts, infrastructure, and long-term community priorities. I respect that this is not a simple decision. I support moving this project forward for 3 reasons. First, this is a generational opportunity. Joliet can attract major long-term private investment that brings jobs, expands the tax base, and signals that we are serious about responsible economic growth. Communities that win projects like this don't just add buildings, they expand opportunities for residents. Second, growth with accountability. The council has the ability to require measurable, enforceable standards, not aspirations, covering traffic and roadway improvements, utilities and water coordination, stormwater management, lighting, noise mitigation, and public safety planning. Those conditions are how we protect neighborhoods while still welcoming progress. Third and most important, our children and our schools. A project of this scale can produce the kind of stable, recurring revenue that helps the city do more than maintain services. It helps the city raise the ceiling on what it can provide. That matters because the future of Joliet is not just economic, it's educational. Stronger city financiers support the environment that surrounds schools and learning, safer streets and crossings, better infrastructure, stronger police and fire readiness, improved parks and libraries, and the capacity to partner more effectively with our schools and youth programs. And as we all know, great schools and great neighborhoods are inseparable. When we strengthen the financial foundation of Joliet, we strengthen conditions that allow students to thrive. And we make Joliet more attractive for families, teachers, and employers alike. In short, I believe Joliet should welcome this opportunity with clear conditions that protects residents and delivers measurable community benefits. I respectfully urge the City Council to approve a pathway forward for the Joliet Technology Center and keep Joliet moving in a direction that is job creating, investment friendly, and responsibly governed. Thank you.
Go ahead. I would say good evening, but it's not a good evening. My name is Larea Williams, as you probably already know. I'm a PhD student studying data science after completing my master's in data science. I would like to say that as an AI researcher, Joliet homeowner, and advocate for sustainable and ethical AI, I oppose the construction of this data center. I would like to see it tabled at the least for 3 important reasons. Lack of transparency, cost versus benefit, and lastly, long-term impact. I don't believe in moving fast and breaking things like these large tech corporations and data center developers. This process has lacked transparency, whether it was significant delays in disseminating information to the public, a freedom of information request which was answered with over 1,300 pages of redacted information, or whether it was Jane Bernard, the city planner, having familial ties to the land trust being repeatedly denied and made opaque. The city council was elected to advocate for the community. Lack of transparency shows bad faith. It makes it difficult to believe the decisions are made with our interest in mind. Additionally, there are many things that we still don't know, even after the presentations. We don't know if it will use CPUs or GPUs, which differ vastly in power use, or if the power use projected is based on the minimum use with CPUs or the maximum use with GPUs, which affects whether or not they'll have to use backup diesel generators. More should have been done to incorporate community input into this project. Next, cost versus benefit. In the past 5 years, wholesale electricity costs have gone up by as much as 267%, as you've heard from others. And this is from Bloomberg News. This will cost us. An article written by Cornell researchers outlines the effects of data centers on public health, with some data centers in Virginia costing communities 44 cents in public health costs for every dollar of electricity spent. This will cost us our health in ways that cannot be remediated. The standard data center development, speedy deal-making, opaque negotiations, delivers short-term construction jobs and revenue, but little durable local economic upsides, according to the Brookings Institute. They later go on to discuss that further negotiations that ensure that the community is involved and that things that benefit community bring more benefit within this article. This will not give us long-term jobs. As Tim and Giroux said, a lot of people who are making money are not the people who are actually in the midst of it. And I would like to end with this quote from The Atlantic. As we drove through southwest Memphis, Kashawn Pearson told me to keep my window down. Our destination could be better tasted, not viewed. Along the way, we passed an abandoned coal plant to our right, then an active power plant to our left, equipped with enormous natural gas turbines. Pearson, who directs the non-for-profit Memphis Against Pollution, was bringing me to his hometown's latest industrial mega project. Already the air smelled of soot, gasoline, and asphalt. Then I felt a tickle sliding up my nostril and down into my throat, like I was getting a cold. As we approached, I heard the rumble of cranes and trucks, and then from behind, a patch of trees emerged, a forest of electrical towers. Finally, I saw it, a wild-walled hangar bigger than a dozen football fields, what Elon Musk intends to build at God. Let's not move fast and break our community. Thank you.
Go ahead. Members of the City Council and Mayor Darcy, it is my pleasure to speak here tonight, but my displeasure to have to be here. You know, I was talking to people out in the waiting area over there, and I was telling them it does feel like a done deal, and many of us already know it. We've seen how you engage and don't engage in these discussions. Don't look us in the eye when we have to tell you all of the negative effects that we will have to face, and you can leave. There's nothing in this speech that hasn't been said before, and I think it's staggering that you will look this mountain of evidence in the eye and simply vote yes. I hope it keeps you up at night, every night, knowing that even though 80% of us are against it and 20% are not, you will still vote yes. I had the pleasure of speaking with a councilman here, and he was able to tell me his concern was the lack of civil engagement. I countered by saying the Planning Commission was scheduled at 3:30. We had a little back and forth. He told me, well, that's just when they're scheduled. That is because you don't want to hear from us. In the same way that Hillman scheduled their open town hall during a time when many of us have to work. Luckily, I have the flexibility. I could put on my Teams. I was like, I'm going to be at the city council meeting. And people are telling me, I hope it goes well for you. And I have the flexibility to do that. But many people don't. Many people have already had to leave because they have obligations outside and they cannot afford to be here. But I can. So I will let my voice be heard. I want to tell you that yes, we did hear of a 2028 start time during the PUD meeting. And now we've heard about a 2033. Why can't we get the same numbers? We were quoted that the 2030 will be the price for energy cap, but the data center won't be built by them according to one metric, but will by the other. And that the water we'll have access to by 2030, but if it's 2028, no, we won't. If I can't get two numbers on a start time, like, it doesn't even make sense. We can't make an informed decision. The water expert chastising people for having single-use family households and having firefighting duties. These are things that we need to survive. We do not need this to survive. We talked about capacity. These are not highly used services. They're not being used to how much they could be utilized at this moment, but we're building another one anyway. I want to thank the councilman I spoke to for at least listening to my concerns. He was the only one of you who made yourself available during the brief time that he stepped away. I want to talk about if the concern is lack of civil engagement, why was there no materials prepared in Spanish? Why did we not communicate this to other people? Why did I have to knock doors and have people tell me that they had no idea what was going on? Because you failed to communicate what is important to your constituents who you don't care about. These chips will be outdated 1.5 years to 3 years, 3 years. We can't have estimates. They don't know who their customer is going to be. They have to say it will be the occupant because they don't have one lined up. In the PUD meeting, we were told there will be no serious negotiations until that was approved. I want to know, how do you have a legitimate estimate for us then tonight? You don't. You're creating a sacrifice zone. in this area, you talk about these homes like they're negligent, that people don't live here. They do. And they are trapped by your decisions. You want to talk about NASCAR? Okay, we'll put something else that'll choke the air. Even though a member for the, my time's up. I will let you sleep and think about this tonight. Thank you.
Go ahead, you can start.
Hello. My name's Sean Miller. I am not a Joliet resident, but I am a student here. I'm a Bolingbrook resident, though, and I like to say pollution knows no border, so I think that this is still relevant to me. I just want to... Actually, I said I was going to open with something real quick. Let me pull this up. Okay. I just think that this is a little bit amusing, so I'm going to read it out loud. The reason why RAM has become 4 times more expensive is that a huge amount of RAM that has not yet been produced was purchased with non-existent money to be installed in GPUs that also have not yet been produced in order to place them in data centers that have not yet been built, powered by infrastructure that may never appear, to satisfy demand that does not actually exist, and to obtain profit that is mathematically impossible. Now, I want to ask the City Council, do you guys know about the Chicago Spire? Yep. That it was supposed to go up in, I think, 2007, and then the crash hit, and now there's just a giant gaping hole on the lakefront somewhere. Yeah. So the reason I bring this up is when I was at the Planning Commission, I heard multiple times that if this development goes vacant, then there's not really anything that can be done about it. It can't be removed or anything like that. And the relevance of what I read aloud just now is that AI is basically just a speculation bubble. So we are really hedging almost 800 acres of quite valuable land on an investment that may very well never return for anybody who has put into it. And then when that crash happens, we're going to be left with our own Chicago Spire, except probably somewhere around 10 times, if not 20 times the size in terms of land area. So when it comes to this idea of allowing for this development before anybody has decided to rent any of the space in it, I would also have to point to my hometown of Bolingbrook, where we had a real estate developer build out a bunch of warehouses right across from my younger sister's middle school. So that happened in 2022, and as of right now, there are no companies that are using those warehouses. And I just have to raise the concern that you're going to end up having another feature of the Joliet sprawl problem that's siphoning away electricity, that's siphoning away water, that's siphoning away several resources that are incredibly valuable to this city, and that you may be sitting on for multiple years before you ever see any kind of compensation for that. Because I can imagine that, there are a million ways to Sunday that you can duck the property taxes that are going to be levied against this development. Moreover, I think that one could make an appeal to beauty and say that there is something to be said when you have this sprawling gray mush that is Joliet, and you add another big concrete megalopolis right on the edge of it. That's
Sir, it's been your 4 minutes. Please wrap it up.
Thank you.
It's not a good look. Bye.
Go ahead. Bless you.
God bless you.
Excuse me, sorry, thank you.
All right, so hello to Reardon, Murden, Moreno, Darcy, Ibarra, Hug, Clement, and Cardenas. I know that there is a lot of us in the room. You cannot greet us all individually, but seeing as you're the ones making the decision that's going to impact our lives here in Joliet, I want to make sure that we address you all formally at least once. So hello, I'm sorry this is a long meeting, and I hope that we can all come to a conclusion that benefits all of us. First and foremost, hello, my name is Amy Vollmer. I'm a culinary arts teacher at Joliet Central High School. I have all of my merch. I'm a hopeful homeowner in the area and a longtime community member, and I'm someone who will be very largely affected by the development of the AI data center. If you vote yes, thankfully we can still vote no, yay. All right, I know it all seems like there is some extra information in my introduction, but I promise you I will cover it all. First and foremost, I am currently looking to buy a home within the area. I actually viewed a home in the area today before coming to the meeting. Those plans are now on hold, pending the decision of the data center. Why on earth would I sit through hours of these meetings, hearing passionate words from my fellow community members, screaming, vote no, this is not what we want, and then still move into a city that sold all of us out? Not to mention, should this go through, we will be polluting the air, the water, the ground, all surrounding the data center, just for profit. Joliet already faces frequent boil orders, lack of water at times, and by 2030, we will be pulling water from Lake Michigan. That is insane. Why would we want to take a risk contaminating our borrowed water just as we are expected to get it? What benefit will come from that? We heard a lot about how this is not much water being used in the proposed data center when compared between a residential area and the data center. The difference is we don't want our city's water being used for these buildings, as there are almost none of us within Joliet who actually want this system built, so what is the difference? I do not want any part of it, and I cannot imagine living or paying taxes within a city that would dare to ruin our ecosystem into the ground, knowing the impact it would have on us all. I wonder how many others will decide not to live in our city or will consider even moving out pending this decision. Just food for thought. There is the fact that I am a teacher within the Joliet School District, not to mention the fact that I am also an alum, proud to return to the school where I now work. I'm an advocate for my students at Joliet Central, the positive programs and opportunities that Joliet Township District and the surrounding community provides. I'm one of the first people to tell our kids about how amazing it is to live in this city and the resources that we have available here within our community. I am, however, very much a tell it as it is person, and I will give honesty to my students as they deserve. I cannot imagine what I will tell them should this land be annexed and sold off for this data center, for a large-scale corporation that will have extremely little to no lasting positive impact on our community as a whole. I cannot fathom how tomorrow, before we cook in our labs, our new labs that I do appreciate, thank you, we are a public building. I don't know how I will look them in the eyes and tell them that Joliet is the city that I once knew, that cared for its people and its future over many and greed. I am many things, but a liar I am not. I will tell them of the news of the annexation and movement forward of the proposed data center and how our city sold us out. I understand that we cannot make everyone happy. I teach high schoolers. Holy cow, I get it. However, in all of the hours of public comments and meetings we have witnessed, there has been endless no's from your community. How loud will we have to scream to actually be heard? Tonight we have many more bodies in the room against this proposal whose voices have been here the longest today. It's those of us with more skin in the game. We are the people who live here and want overall what is best. Just as it is my job to look out for the best interest of my students, it is your job to look out for the best interest of the people who voted you into those chairs that you now sit in. If you cannot commit to no, please at least commit to table this decision so that it can be made later. Can we please call for a hold until we have more solid information? Table the proposal for a little while, be more informed, and come at it with more information. This is kind of seeming like a scam. There is a rush, it's coming from an assumed authority, and we don't have all the information. I'm feeling rushed. This feels not right. Thank you. Please table.
I'm Rita Renwick. I'm a resident of Joliet. My head is kind of spinning. I feel like I have a million voices going through my brain. I'm sure you do too. I'm standing here listening to everybody, and I have had the opportunity. I talked to Pat Mudrin, who's my city councilman. I reached out to him. I did ask him, how many people got in touch with you? And he said, like, you and your husband, and then just emails that said vote no. So, I've heard people come up here and say things that I know are not true about this development. And I have talked to a few of the staff And I think the city council feels like they know all the answers because I'm sure you've been given all the answers by your staff. They're very capable. You know, they have a lot of answers. They, you know, soothed some of my questions. But the public, from what I'm seeing and I saw at the Plan Commission, really they don't have all that knowledge. I mean, my ask is that you give the public an opportunity to actually ask questions. Now, the developers had that open house at JJC. I went, I had questions, and it seemed like they couldn't answer a lot because they don't know who the final user is or whatever. But after that, even, you know, I looked on the city's website. It was all legal documents. And then not until after the Planning Committee meeting on March 5th was the current staff report, which you could read and try to get more information. It's still not all there. So if people are up here asking and making comments, I mean, if they ask, they can't get an answer at any of these meetings, not the Plan Commission meeting and not here. So where would they ever get their answers from? We should have had and should have a public meeting where people can actually, the staff could give all of their expert information and people could ask questions in a respectful manner and feel like they've been listened to. I mean, I think that's the big problem. We are losing trust in our city government. And to me, that's the major problem here. So, you know, I don't really want to talk longer than necessary, but I mean, I learned something new tonight, that there's going to be a nighttime limit on sound. I hadn't heard that before. I heard that 65 was about what they could get to, and yet Aurora is doing a ordinance that says 59 during the day, 49 at night. Why can't we have that? I mean, if we're going to do this, we should have best possible. We should have people informed to feel like they can trust our government, which, you know, I would like to, I trust people. I think your staff is great, but somehow that's not getting through to the public. So I'd ask you to delay and try to inform the public and, you know, respect both ways from them and show that you respect the citizens. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Darcy, City Manager, and staff. Before I get into the project that we're talking about, just for peace of mind, there is no hole in the city. The Spire, it is 400 North Lakeshore Drive. It is currently a 70-story plus high-rise being built under a project labor agreement. That means it's being done 100% union. Over the past several weeks, we have heard a lot of discussion about this project and unfortunately a lot of misinformation as well, particularly about water usage, generator noise, pollution. I think it's important that decisions about something this significant be based on facts, real information, not fear, not rumors. One of the biggest concerns people have raised is about water consumption. From what has been presented, this facility will operate in a closed-loop cooling system. This means the water used to cool is recirculated rather than constantly discharged and replaced, which dramatically reduces the amount of water that is actually consumed. When you compare that to other developments that could be built on the same acreage, like large housing developments or other commercial projects, the water used from the data center operating on a closed-loop system is actually much lower. A typical household can use up to 100 gallons of water per person every single day. When you multiply this by hundreds of homes, the water demand becomes greater than what typically is used with this facility be used for. There have also been concerns about backup generators. The generators planned for this project are Tier 4 compliant, which means they meet the strictest emission standards in the country. These systems are designed to drastically reduce pollutants compared to older generators technology. And it's important to remember these generators aren't running all the day, every day. They're primarily used for testing and emergency backup situations, no different than a hospital, school system, or any other public building. A lot of fear of the surrounding this project seems to be driven by people that read online rather than actual facts that have presented. Social media can spread information quickly, but it doesn't always spread accurate information. What sometimes gets lost in these conversations is what the project really means for what people who live and work in here. Projects like this create millions of working hours for men and women of this area. They create opportunities for many skilled tradespersons to build and maintain critical infrastructure. These are good jobs to support families. They provide livable wages and the kind of retirement security that many working people depend on. For many of us, projects like this are not abstract policy discussions. They represent the ability to provide for families, to send our kids to school, and to build stable futures right here in our own community. Turning away a project like this doesn't just stop a building from going up. It means turning away opportunity. It means slowing progress and investment in the region that has always been built on hard work and innovation. I also want to acknowledge the efforts that have already been made from the community. The developers have hosted informational events, including presentations at Joliet Junior College, where people have heard directly from the experts involved and asked questions about the project. At the end of the day, this decision is more than just a building. It's about jobs, economic opportunity, and continued investment for the people of the region. I respectfully ask you to vote yes for this project and vote yes for hardworking men and women of the community who will help build this. I don't know if I stated my name to begin with. I'm Nick Feipel, President Business Agent of the Heat and Frost Insulators Union. Thank you for your time. I reside in New Lenox, just outside of Delaney and Schoolhouse, about 5 miles from where the data center is going to be built.
We got to keep the quorum here.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. It's never too late to insulate. You're always going green with Local 17. Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alicia Morales, and I'm a lifelong resident of Joliet. I am a businesswoman here in Joliet. I do hold an MBA, so I'm pretty well-read and well-informed. I'm fully bilingual also. I'm elected as the Democratic Joliet Precinct 4 and Joliet Township Committee woman. Most importantly, though, I want to add that next month I will be celebrating 1 year cancer-free. I'm a cancer survivor. Thank you. Thank you, and I thank God for that. My kids live here, my grandkids live in Joliet, and in full transparency, because I think that is important, I do need to disclose that I am also the first Latina elected to America's first community college. I have been a public servant because we don't get paid to serve on school boards. I've been a public servant on the JJC board for 11 years, okay? But today I'm speaking as a private citizen. As you recall, a representative from Joliet Junior College spoke earlier in support for preparing the workforce for emerging industries and the importance of transparent dialogue on projects like of this scale. The position being presented by the college tonight reflects the administration's perspective and not necessarily that of the board or its individual members like myself. My vision for our Joliet community and its long-term development does not align with that position, and I feel it's important to say that clearly before sharing my concerns. I also want to be clear about something more broadly. Over the course of the campaign trail leading up to tomorrow's primary election, as a precinct captain, our job is, we don't get paid for that either, but our job is to just inform people that elections are here and we need to get out and vote, right? There has been political pressure by the union surrounding this issue. During the Will County Democratic Party meeting earlier this month, we were told that support or union resources for candidates could depend on how people line up on this vote. That kind of pressure has no place in public decision making. I was elected to represent my constituents and to exercise my independent and informed judgment. I do not take money from unions. I do not take money. Actually, they've never offered me any, but now I would think about if I would even take it. Okay, I don't take money from corporations. I take $10, $15, $20 donations from the people that elect me, and my vote is for the people, okay? My voice cannot be bought. by developers, by political organizations, or by unions. My responsibility is to the residents of this community and to the long-term future of our city. With that in mind, I would also like to share my concerns about this project. I have always supported organized labor and deeply respect the work unions do to fight for fair wages, the key word fair. Okay, they support safe workplaces and strong communities. Union workers have always been leaders in demanding better for their communities, and I hope labor will push our city to bring in projects that create lasting union jobs, not just short-term construction work. 14 years ago, our city considered building a for-profit immigrant detention center. Our community recognized that just because a project promises economic activity does not mean that it is the right fit, and the city chose not to move forward. And we switched out the mayor at that point also. Labor has always fought not just for jobs, but for good jobs that strengthen the places where we live. Our community deserves development that creates lasting opportunity, not projects that take our resources and leaves us with very little in return. I want all union workers that show up every day to work hard, that you don't have to vote the way that you're told. Our ballots are private and our choices are our own. Don't allow anyone to brainwash you and tell you who to vote for. If not, you're going to get fired. That's not true. Before I close, I also want to remind our elected officials that elections are approaching. The mayor, members of the city council, and other local leaders will soon be asking our public for your support again. Thank you.
Okay, can I please have Margaret? Can I also please have Margaret Corp, Samantha Garza, Mayra Jasso, Chris Carlson, Griselda Rodriguez to the middle, please? Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jack Connolly, and I'm a union organizer for the Laborers International Union of North America, or better known as LIUNA. I am speaking on behalf of LIUNA and directly supporting the development of Hillwood and Powerhouse's Joliet data center proposition. This project has been, as stated before, estimated to create 7,000 to 10,000 union trade jobs over the span of 5 to 7 years. These jobs would be sourced from local union members from this very community and would be built to the this project would be built to the highest of standards. This is a tremendous opportunity for not only us laborers, but all union trades and community members in this very room. LIUNA is looking forward to sending our hardworking and reliable members to work on this project and strongly urge the board to vote yes. Thank you for your time tonight.
Sorry. Hi, City Councilman. I've never done this before. I apologize. I'm horribly intimidated. This is a very new building to me. Thank you. But I am here because this is important to me, and I hope it's also important to you too. My name is Samantha. I am a resident of Joliet. I've always been a resident of Joliet. I was born here. I was taught here. A certain amount of people also mentioned every time they went to a private school here. I guess that's important. From preschool to high school, I was also privately taught inside of Joliet. So many schools, but still, I live here and love here, just like everybody else. I did attend JJC. I'm not proud to say that anymore after the representative that came here today. So.
Yeah, I'm representing too. Yes.
And I love you for it. Thank you. But before that, thank you. There's so many people here, sorry. I do want to address a couple of the city council members in particular.
It makes it all look nice. I worry that the devil is in the details of this plan. And then if you don't hire independent people to thoroughly research all the risks and that's associated with this, it could be a big fail for Joliet. As much as it promises, be careful that you're not being sold a bill of goods. Carefully research that. I'm also worried that this is very close to the Abraham Lincoln Cemetery and the Bedouin National Prairie. We had somebody speak at the Planning Commission that was from the Bedouin Prairie, and it said they were delinquent in filing the necessary paperwork. And I think that's something that's very important in regard to the watershed. I'll let you guys get on to the
Thank
next
you.
person.
Thank you. Can we please have Morena Barron, Serena Guzman, Michael Ingram, Cassidy Brown, and Anthony Galba to the middle, please?
Good evening. My name is Margaret Korp, and I'm a lifelong resident of Joliet. I'm one of those nerds that like to watch Channel 6 all the time, so even though I'm not here every meeting, I do watch you at every meeting. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I request that you vote no for the proposed data center. I believe in a couple of different things in life. The only thing you can give someone is your presence. And I question what the presence of that data center will be in our community. You've heard all the concerns tonight regarding environmental issues, effects on the quality of life for nearby residents, and the strain these centers put on our water supply and electric grid. I share in those concerns. If adding a data center to our city is so great, why aren't other towns lining up to steal the opportunity away from us? I remember the days when everyone clamored for a riverboat gambling license. At least with a boat that outlived its usefulness, it could just sail away. When this facility becomes obsolete, what will happen to all that electronic waste? I've heard many say that this is a done deal, and would anyone waste their time speaking up? Again, I am only one, but I am still one. I cannot do everything, but I can do something. That's what Helen Keller said. I felt particular empathy for the man from Manhattan who spoke up at the last meeting, who said how these issues of solar farms, warehouses, North Point, and now the data center were encroaching on quality of life issues and creating negative impacts. From my perspective, he seemed to say that we keep fighting City Hall and keep coming up short. Maybe you can consider a no vote today to allow our state legislators to create that new set of methods for oversight for this relatively new industry. I'll close with this. In today's Chicago Tribune, Senator Dick Durbin wrote an op-ed on this issue, and I'll read a portion of it. He said, "May I suggest an honest analysis of the electricity and water needs of these data centers? In addition to the many quality of life issues, a reliable commitment by the developers that they will provide clean energy sources for their centers. That's the very least that Illinois ratepayers deserve." I hope you agree. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Griselda Rodriguez. I am a longtime, well, I've lived in Joliet all my life. I voted for many of you, and I would like to plead with you, please table this. This is too short. Let's pretend this is a great idea. If it was, then you would have presented this to us from the get-go. That is why we don't trust this plan. I don't want to be here. This is the last thing I want to be doing. But I have to speak because I want my daughter, I want my nieces, nephews, every child in this community to thrive. And I don't see how these data centers, with the complaints that we see all the time, problems that they're having, are they stepping up? Are they fixing those problems? Not to my knowledge. So why, if anything goes wrong, will they do that for us? We need to negotiate better. I'm just a mom, but I already know if this is going to impact a radius of just the 2 miles, pretend, because we know it's not true, then I want the trades to hire a specific number of community members from that radius, and they must be trained so they benefit from this, so that they have the financial means to take their children to the doctor, to pay the property taxes that will go up. I'm not highly educated, but I do okay, and I do know that if my neighbor buys a house for $300,000 and I only bought it for $140,000, my property taxes are going to go up. It is unrealistic if the idea is that their property values are going to go up, that they're going to be able to stay in these communities unless you get the trades and all of these companies that are going to benefit to give to that specific community. Plainfield is very far. Bolingbrook is very far. It has to be the people within that radius that benefit first. Contracts need to be given to the businesses within that radius as well. Everyone should share in the opportunity if it's an opportunity. So please table it at a minimum. The capacity for them to do guarantees us nothing if it's not in writing. Let them maybe put up a medical fund for the illnesses that will come because they come. Public health must outweigh the money because money can be printed, but we cannot bring lives back. I don't want to be here. This is not what I should be doing. This is why we elected you. So just give us more time, please. If it's a great idea, we will come around. We're not stupid. So please give us the respect that you want from us. Because if it's a great idea, we will give you a yes. But it's not yes now. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Ingram. I am not from this area, but I need to know this data center is the definition of the world's worst idea. Because think about it. You have all this pollution, sound, they claim to go up to 2 miles. We all know that's a lie. Shoot. And now, when they mentioned pollution, all right, I did. Of air, water. Need I say more? Because I'm not so sure about you, but we need all of that to live, do we not? All right, because they won't say that because they're all bought off the wall. They're all corporation. They know it's a lie.
Please address the council.
I am addressing the council by making, like, you know, that these guys are snakes. They will they'll give you this propaganda lie of like, oh, this is gonna bring more jobs. This is gonna be an impact to the community. It's not. It's all a lie. In fact, I've seen what happened to a town that fell for the exact same trick. This town called Elk Grove Village in DuPage. I am from DuPage, by the way. Me and my friend went up there to find rumors of like an AI town. Turns out each district being ripped out one by one by these data centers. In fact, just in 2024, a neighborhood got ripped up by a company from Texas, the same place these corporate ghouls are from. And they essentially force these people out of their homes to build a data center. I'm not so sure Joliet wants to be next. I mean, I get you want money. I get you need tax breaks. I get you need that stuff. But can you think of like 10,000 other things you can do with that? You can build a hospital. You can build affordable housing, shopping, yes, a school. Anything besides a factory that's known for its AI slop. And for so-called educators who think that AI would bring educate opportunities, it's not. It's slop. It will literally ruin the quality of your education. That's all it is. All a gigantic lie. So please, I won't even say table it. Just tell them, go back to whatever hole you crawled out of. And just say, leave this town and never come back. Because you are snakes and you will destroy this town before you ever bring some sort of relief to it. In fact, we have like 10 different ideas from your own community people saying how we can bring all the tax benefits in. We can raise revenue without having to subject it to pollution, anything else that can go wrong. Oh yeah, traffic accidents from construction. Just please think this through. And I hope that you vote no and just scrap it completely, because things like these have no place, not just in Joliet, but all across Chicagoland. If it were up to me, I'll just say, I'll just rip them all out and throw them to like Indiana or something. There's like, I have no problem with economic development, but there's certain things, lines that just must not be crossed. They mentioned like, oh, there's resources here. I'm like, good, maybe you should leave here, don't come back, and go to Indiana, Texas, and go leech off their people. But we ain't Indiana and we ain't Texas. So do yourself a favor, all your corporate ghouls and goblins crawling out of some rat hole. Leave Joliet, leave Will County, leave Chicagoland, and do not ever come back. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
City Council, Mayor Darcy. Hello, my name is Serena. I'm a lifelong resident of Joliet with respect to the 4 years I spent earning a degree at the University of Iowa. My parents are lifelong residents of Joliet with respect to the time they spent studying at their respective universities. My grandparents on both maternal and paternal sides have spent a majority of their lives in this city, which they settled and raised their families in. I'm here today to discuss the proposed data center. For the record, I'm in complete opposition, and I hope that you all vote no today. But at the very least, what I request from you today is more time with your decision. Table this vote and give the community more time to comprehend what this development will truly mean for their future. I've had the privilege to have in-person meetings with a couple of you, as well as with other city workers involved in this project, to express my concerns. I heard back, admittedly, that transparency has not been there, specifically in regard to our Spanish-speaking community members. The city told me verbatim that they had no excuse as to why none of this information about data centers is available in Spanish. It's not lost on me or on my fellow citizens that this vote is taking place at a specialized meeting differing in both day and time from regularly scheduled city council meetings. I believe we have our city manager to thank for that. I'm not here to reiterate the facts and stats my fellow community members have voiced during this meeting after meeting after meeting. You've all sat up there for months listening to these concerns with adequate time and capabilities to do your own research. And I must stress here that as a city representative, you are responsible for your own individual research. Now, without aging myself or you find folks in front of me here too much, I am certain each one of us has enough educational background to be able to produce a basic high school level research paper. We all understand what qualifies as integrity-based research. We know that credibility does not come from word-of-mouth information or talking points from our colleagues and or staff members. We know that credibility does not, absolutely not, come from ChatGPT, which has unfortunately been cited as a source during my in-person meetings. Your constituents voted you into these exact seats to be their voice, represent their opinions and their best interests. Unfortunately, we feel logistics around this data center and how it will affect us and our community are not being communicated transparently. This project was tabled for months. Then just 12 days ago, this Texas-based company presented to our planning commission, of which there was a minimal promotion by the city. I had to hear of it through other concerned citizens. On top of that, Hillwood could not even produce concrete answers to the questions asked of them by the commission, by the community, or by the people who attended their last-minute open house. Yet the vote went almost unanimously through. Just a few days ago, we had weather that knocked out power and internet across the city. I was here in City Hall as lights flickered. Lost my place. As global warming increases unpredictable weather, how will that affect us while also factoring in a massive data center that will rely on massive amounts of energy? I don't have an answer for you, and I'm certain Hillwood won't either. What is the rush? If you truly believe that all of us here have old information and are misinformed on this, then give us the time and resources to learn. Host and adequately promote community seminars. Hell, invite Hillwood back and let us question them before they set up camp in our yard. We are here demanding transparency. There are a lot of people here today. You may or may not forget what I said in the next 5 public comments. You may forget as soon as I walk away from this podium. But we the people will not forget how you vote. We won't forget when resources begin to dwindle. We won't forget when we're out in the community spending our hard-earned dollars and we come across your businesses. And we won't forget come all future elections. I think it's only fair that if you vote to pass this through, you seriously consider taking your families and relocating them into the residential areas near this development site. That is who will feel the effects by the initial impacts of this data center, and the rest of us will follow after that. And if that feels like something you don't want to do, I suggest you not vote this in. Otherwise, you will have failed your job as public servants, as representatives, and you will have failed your community. Thank you.
Go ahead, please. City Council, Mayor Darcy. Hello, my name is Serena. I'm a lifelong resident of Joliet with respect to the 4 years I spent earning a degree at the University of Iowa. My parents are lifelong residents of Joliet with respect to the time they spent studying at their respective universities. My grandparents on both maternal and paternal sides have spent a majority of their lives in this city, which they settled and raised their families in.
228. A Costco is approximately 147 square feet. You could fit, and that's roughly 3.5 acres. You could fit 228 Costco's in this 800-acre lot. That's just to give people a tangible idea of the size of this, of what 800 acres actually is. Good evening, City Council members and the Mayor. My name is Marima Barone. I am a CPA, and I'm the wife of a union worker and a lifelong resident of Joliet. I'm here today to tell you that we should not approve this data center. And I want to tell the union members here today that this is not a job worth taking. These corporations are hiding behind unions, knowing that a lot of us don't want data centers. And so to avoid the pushback, they're putting union workers in front of them to shield themselves. They know that we don't want to oppose unions because we do want you to work. But you should get to build something that adds to your community and not takes away from it. Hillwood made a great presentation, and of course, they're not going to tell you that they're the wolf in sheep's clothing. Corporations do nothing wrong, ever, right? They're never, and they've never gotten away with it. They've never been able to bankruptcy their way out of liability. They've never been able to just walk away and leave the citizens holding the bag. They can get away with contaminating our water and paying a fine. Call it $1 million fine. They're willing to give us $100 million. It's nothing to them. It's nothing to their P&L. These corporations have not put it in writing saying that what recourse we have as citizens. What can we do if everything goes south? What can they offer us to actually address some of our concerns? If our electricity bills go up to $500, what recourse do we have? Are they going to offer to offset that? Is it just going to be a long, drawn-out legal battle? I ask you all to take a second and close your eyes and imagine that in 5-10 years from now, your son or daughter, your grandson, granddaughter, they go to take a shower and there's no water. It's a drip. I ask you what you're gonna do when you hear about your neighbor who's 80 years old and lives on a fixed income and she dies in a heat stroke because we get 90-degree heat waves here in Joliet. And some people can't afford $500 electric bills. They live on a fixed income. And you might say this is hyperbole and these aren't the things that are gonna happen, but there are places like Flint, Michigan that exist with no access to clean water. There are people that ration their insulin because they cannot afford it. I do not want to regret not fighting enough to protect our water, our resources, and our most vulnerable populations that are just making it by on fixed income or working tirelessly and still just scraping by, who can't afford to see more increases in their bills. For those that want to vote yes, I want you to take this moment to fully acknowledge that when things go south in 10 years, you can't say, I didn't know, because we are telling you today. And in case anyone forgot, we need food, water, and shelter to survive. We do not need AI. Hell, we don't even need the internet. Some of us have existed before it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Cassidy. I was born at the old Silver Cross here that a lot of us were probably born in, and I voted for some of you, and it looks like most of you aren't getting it again in the morning. I have so much to say, but most of it has already been said by my community behind me, this side. You people are elected to represent us. You people know that the majority of us do not support this, that every single one of us and the generations after us will be affected. But as somebody who came from a family of union workers, I want to focus on them. I am quite frankly tired of people trying to make it seem like anybody who is against this project is anti-union. That narrative is bought and paid for. I fully support unions, I fully support the right of workers, and I still do not support this project. I think a lot of people don't fully appreciate the history of unions. the history that we know is
years. I'd like to preface this by saying I fully support union labor and understand this project would create strong opportunities during the construction period, but we also have to recognize that these jobs are temporary by design. While the land use and infrastructure impacts are permanent, union workers want 2 to 4 years, while families and homeowners are directly affected for decades to come. There will always be work for you. We are talking about our families and our resources. One of you said this property was flat, so it's sorry. This property is flat, so not as much development is needed, quote unquote. Do you know why this land is flat? This land is flat because it is farmland. Fun fact, Midwest prairie ecosystems are actually one of the most endangered in North America. So, and it's so sad to see that not one person said anything about this today. It's only about 1% of the original tall grass prairie remaining across Illinois, Iowa, and Wisconsin. At least if this was farmland, we could turn it around, but data centers are permanent. So what you're telling us is you'd like to permanently convert 600 football fields of farmland. 600 football fields is 795 acres. Just to put it into another tangible example there. But why did you choose Will County? Why did you choose Will County out of all the other places? Perhaps because Will County farmland is relatively cheap, which allows companies like Powerhouse to build huge campuses. While we profit what? They gave you guys a number and you guys went with it. Ask for more. Ask for more. They clearly, they want it so bad, and we don't see other places fighting for this. As a resident, I have seen the impact that these warehouses and all of the concrete jungle, clearly everything that's happening on Rao, by the racetrack, everything that I see, it is complete. I'm shaking right now. I've seen how bad it has gotten. You can't see across anything anymore. There's multiple warehouses that have just been built with no residency, no tenants. Ready for tenant, or like available for tenant, all over the place. North Point, all of these places. And I would like to add, what is going to happen when you guys need more energy? After that, you guys you need more land, correct? Exactly how much land do you need for solar, windmills? You're saying these as if it's appealing to us, but no, it's more farmland. It's literally more of our farmland. And I'm going to stop speaking now because I really need to get home. And I'm sure everybody else here wants to go home, but this is very important to us. So please reconsider or put it, continue it, or just vote no, please. And thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Randy. Like many of you, somehow I made it here after a full day of work, so I want to thank everybody who came here to not only share their voice, but to show their support for this moment. I wanted to say that I only found out about this meeting because a coworker actually told me of this meeting a few hours before it was set to occur. So I quickly drafted this impromptu speech together. A week prior to this, I was actually told by a friend of mine that they worked on the drilling of this land for this project, which was really shocking because of not only how fast this project was moving forward, but also that a decision had not yet been reached for this facility, and yet land was being broken, solar panels were being put up on farmland. It was really shocking how fast this occurs. So I wanted to ask a couple questions, namely, first and foremost, if a decision was already made, then what worth do our voices have? If this is needed, is this needed or is this wanted? If so, either way, what for? Other than tax revenue, what benefit does it produce for the community? The benefit stated for the community has been solely explained as financial. Almost anyone who has spoken for this facility has had some direct financial gain or employment opportunity. One of the benefits proposed is the creation of jobs, supposedly 100 full-time jobs, but about what about the cost of the jobs that this facility will take from all the people that AI will take from people in this community, outside of this community, in this country, not in this country? How many thousands, maybe tens of thousands, maybe millions of people will lose jobs because of this? It's also been stated that the folks proposing this center believe that they can run under 65 decibels at the property line, but what happens when they exceed that? A simple fine will be trivial for them to waive versus the money that they make running the facility. The same goes for the luminescence. What if the wattage exceeds the proposed usage? Who foots that bill? If coal plants are being used to power this facility, what environmental cost does this place? What about forever chemicals and gas emitted by the facility? You mentioned that the water usage is significantly less than what was planned for the land prior, but what about environmental contamination? Anti-corrosives used, volatile compounds, gases emitted. 150,000 gallons was proposed for the water supply, and it had been stated by one of the reps that the supply would be about 99% water. We don't know if that's 100% accurate, by the way. What about the 1%, or rather the 1,500 gallons? What is that comprised of? It was mentioned for safe water disposal other than this fine for dumping water in the domestic line. What happens? Who enforces this facility? Who imposes penalties on this facility? Will they follow through on those penalties and that enforcement? It was mentioned if the facility was in violation of with Joliet agreement, it could shut off the water supply. But they also mentioned it's a closed loop system. So how could that affect them in any meaningful way? Have you reached out to other communities where data centers have been built to understand the negative impact? And I'm not talking about the council board members, but the actual members of the community of itself. Who plans to oversee and enforce this facility to be compliant, and how will they hold the center and the people running it responsible? On top of this, we look at the illiteracy rates in this country and how AI has been pushing this into further and further. 1 in 5 are considered illiterate in this country, and that number will only grow if they use AI to do work and education for them. Residents living nearby will have property values will drop, and who will buy up the properties? Corporations, or potentially even the data center itself to expand. Each of us only received 4 minutes to share our thoughts, but the council has apparently had two years.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Dale Lewis. I'm a lifelong resident of Will County. My family was raised here. My kids were born in Silver Cross. And I stand before you tonight in full support of this development. I serve as a construction executive where my focus is on the development and delivery of large-scale data center developments. I'm also a board member of the Chicago chapter of AFCOM, which is a professional association for data center and IT infrastructure professionals. Prior to my current role, I was director of construction for Microsoft on the Phase 1 campus in Milwaukee. And I was overseeing the delivery of mission critical infrastructure and technology that supports AI and special projects. Because of that experience, I've had the opportunity to see firsthand how communities across the country are investing in digital infrastructure and how it supports positive economic development in these communities. The Joliet Technology Center represents exactly that kind of investment. Projects of this scale require significant planning, coordination with utilities, and thoughtful design to ensure they are operated reliably for years. Developments like JTC help position communities like Joliet to attract technology investment while strengthening the local economy. In addition to economic benefits created during construction, projects like the JTC generate substantial long-term tax revenue that supports our school systems, our infrastructure improvements, and our public service offerings. From an industry perspective, The JTC reflects the kind of thoughtful planning and investment that helps communities prepare for the future. As a lifelong resident, I'm proud to support this project, and I hope you will approve it. I'm an available resource of factual information on how responsible modern data center development will impact the community. Please feel free to reach out if you need any further information. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Martinez. I'm a graduate from the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. While I was there, I studied international food science and policy, and I was part of the International Agriculture Association. So I'm a graduate of the College of ACES, which is the College of Agriculture and Consumer and Environmental Sciences. Now, Mayor Darcy, you and your team have the unique opportunity to be a leader, not a follower. Why do I say that? Because as most people here know that are against the data centers, the country is taking up farmland, okay? Farmland that could be used to re-envision communities, to bring back healthy economics. Economic is not just about financial, monetary gains. It's also about environmental, natural resources that no money can ever replace, okay? Water. Why are we asking union workers to build our demise, the pathway to our demise? When people talk about digital IDs, this is not some like QAnon, some Looney Tune conspiracy theorists online. These are not misinformed people. The same techno oligarchs that are behind all what you're doing here, you're just middlemen for what they envision for all of us, the world, not just the country, which is a digital ID prison. You know Larry Fink, okay, he is now the head of the World Economic Forum, and this man openly stated in the Davos 2026, openly stated that they want to tokenize and digitalize everything, including the air that we breathe, because they feel they own it. They own us. They have no respect for humanity. Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, all these, even including Elon Musk, they've openly stated how they want to engineer humans out of society. Again, these are words that you're going to say, who's this tinfoil woman standing here? They have pushed the transhumanist agenda. We are standing in the way of their vision for the digital ID prison. How many people have gone to a store and have been rejected? I have here locally. If you don't give them your ID, your cell number, or your email, data is more valuable than gold itself, and that's saying a lot considering the price of gold. Now, really quickly, NAFTA. They keep promising. Remember NAFTA? NAFTA. They promised all the jobs. What happened? We have a made in China America. All these data centers are taking up vital farmland. We need to bring farming back for a healthy food system, local food system, more in the price of petroleum and oil. We don't have to suffer from high inflation if we have food made and grown in the USA. The union jobs they're promising, again, a lot of people know this, they're short term. NAFTA came and promised so many things. That was just a gateway to send everything to China. We don't manufacture anything anymore. So I ask all these young men who talk about, or not so young, to remember NAFTA and all the lies that the corporatists said about NAFTA. It ruined this country. The beauty of the United States is a strong, robust middle class. If you vote yes to this monstrosity that needs to be fed energy like we've never seen, and water, our drinking water, experts have said it will pollute that cannot be filtered out. Why are we signing on to the demise of our society? You can be a leader, Mayor Darcy, and your team to the world to show how you can re-envision Joliet, to bring in farming, sustainable jobs back to this. The heart of the United States is the Midwest. Bring farmers back. We need them. There's many smart people that can help you to bring those sustainable long-term jobs back to Joliet.
Good evening, and thank you all for the chance to speak. I have 3 concerns. I have 3 questions. Will I be permitted to get answers to the questions? No. No answers. No answers. Okay. I'll give the questions as comments. Thank you. I please request you very respectfully, very, very respectfully, to table approval of the data center until Illinois enacts the Powers Act. Or you could write your own model ordinance for data centers. I'm concerned, I don't know that 1.8 gigawatts actually really fits in light industrial. And I feel like our zoning code showed its age. I feel like we still need a zoning code for data centers, specifically for data centers, because this is not likely to be the first or only data center. So going forward, I'm going to ask, and there are some very, very bright people, bright, willing, capable people in this room. I'm going to ask you to take your energies and really, truly help Joliet do the best possible job of if we must welcome data centers, we need regulations. These protect you. There are many variables, and I understand we will have water in 2030, but the project will go into construction, I believe, almost immediately. And that means that we'll be drawing down the aquifer. This is an area that has been massively underaddressed. People have worried about 2030. I really want to worry about the impact on the wells in Elwood and the farmers that live up and down the road. Those people may be forced to sell, and that would be incredibly tragic. I think I'm at that point of asking about NDAs. So this is one of my questions, and I'll find answers because I will continue to, ask people, councilman, my representative, Ms. Reardon. I am concerned about NDAs in this project. I do not want to think that NDAs are baked into this so that citizens, please let me speak, so that no citizen can find out what the actual water use is, what the actual power use is, what the actual emissions are as we go forward at every stage through construction and into operation. I know that the builder will have tenants. I believe that no NDA should be allowed with the tenants either, because the tenants will control the operations of the data centers. Okay. Got to loop back to the water thing. They're building buildings that will probably use a lot of concrete. Concrete uses a lot of water. A lot of water. I do have a union background, by the way. A lot of water. And a lot of it will be done at the point at which the aquifer is very, very compromised, as far as we know. If anybody wants to get a brand new water survey, and if the aquifer wants to say, oh, no, go right ahead, no problem, we got you covered till 2040, that concern can be laid to rest. But I don't think so. All right, let's see here. What sewer treatment facility is this going to be sent to? Underneath the extension of Millsdale Road, a sewer line is to be built. And I would like to know, I'll find out whether it's going to go to the facility that Joliet just had to rescue to the tune of $15 million, or is it going to go over to the one on the west side? I'm not sure. Please also, final commitment. Providence Ridge Cemetery is on the south side of Millsdale Road. It's immediately adjacent to where the building will be. I'm asking all in the room, anyone from the developers who hear me, to please respect our prairie forebears. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Can I please have Tom Havert, or Tom Havert? Okay. Jeff Becker, Luis Jaime, Felix Ortiz, Aaron Olson, Julie Rivera, Nancy Rivera, and Ignacio Rivera. Come to the middle, please. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, esteemed members of the council and Mr. Mayor. I am here to voice my support for the data center. Is what I would say if I got a phone call from one of these guys telling me to show up in a fancy suit and they'd hand me a couple of greenbacks in return. But the truth is, my name is not Kip Klein. I'm not on the board of director or the board chair for the Joliet Chamber of Commerce. My name is David Simeon, and believe it or not, I'm a student of Lewis University. I can guarantee you, we are not a trade school, contrary to what he said. But that's besides the point. I mean, let's be honest, we're all tired here, and so I just think that, yeah, what is the point of sitting there looking all pretty if this is already a done deal? Okay. This is all built on, I think, a lot of hype. I mean, this is what's been being chanted about the AI industry for a long time now. And frankly, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of my computer components skyrocketing prices through the roof. I'm sick of having every website that I try and visit pop up an AI chatbot or be articles written by AI. And even if that's not what the data center is being used for, it's still being pushed through too fast, I think. I mean, seriously, you know, that the Illinois Power Act is only a few months away. Why can't this wait until June? Okay, what is the rush to get this in? And also, what's up with the 1,300 pages of redacted documents from the Freedom of Information request? Why can't there be more transparency? It's really not much to ask for, because, correct me if I'm wrong, please do, but to my understanding, we're going to be basically guinea pigs here, as Powerhouse has not established any other data centers of that have a 1.8 gigawatt capacity at this time. They have one planned down in Texas, but currently it's not at the 1.8 gigawatt capacity. So why does Joliet have to be the testing ground? You know, I mean, I wouldn't wish this upon any town or community, because Lord knows that it brings around plenty of issues. Why can't they move this out to the middle of nowhere? I mean, certainly if they have the money to build it, they have the money to run fiber lines a bit longer to reach it. And so what I'm asking tonight is the same thing that everyone else has been chanting. Pump the brakes on the hype train. Table this until the Power Act can get through. Because if everything that the developers are doing is within the Power Act regulations, then there should be no problem pausing this, right? But why is there such a rush to get it through? So they can avoid the regulations? I mean, someone earlier tonight said that, there's just so much speculation money going into this, which I cannot just fathom to believe. Have any of you been inside of a data center? Probably not. I have, because I'm about to graduate from Lewis with a degree in cybersecurity and IT. And let me tell you, inside of a data center is pretty inhospitable. People have talked about the noise, but what they don't talk about is the noise you cannot hear, the infrasound below 20 hertz frequency. That stuff doesn't just travel for a couple miles like regular sound. It travels much, much further and goes through sound barriers as if they don't even exist. So I think that we still have a lot of studies that need to be done about the long-term impacts. Will all of you be remembered for, approving this in the future, or will we be remembered for warning you about all the ecological impacts that it will bring? So please, please, as a lifelong resident, I'm asking you to table this until we can get more transparency and data in the Power Act.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mary Simeone. I'm also a lifelong resident of Joliet. I'm going to talk about something that no one has touched on tonight, and I think it's important. The cloud is a battlefield, and we are being enlisted, and targets are being put on our back. Just 15 days ago, on March 1st, 2026, Iranian drones hit 3 Amazon data centers in the UAE and Bahrain. These were not military bases or weapon depots, but buildings full of servers, the kind that process bank transactions. They run ride-hailing apps. They store hospital records. Kareem went down. Financial systems across the Gulf went dark. AWS told its customers to migrate their data to other regions immediately because the situation was, in their word, unpredictable. We are at war right now with Iran. Our government is shut down. We are foolish if we think that these data centers are only for AI chats. Here's what people are missing. Those buildings weren't running all civilian applications. They were running the Pentagon's AI too on the same servers, in the same physical facilities, and nobody has been told. not the government's hosting, not who the government's hosting those buildings, not the customers whose data lives inside of them, not the communities surrounding them. This wasn't a bug in a system, it was a feature. And we are only now beginning to understand what that means. So let's talk about it. Let's do the math. When most people hear data center, they picture the infrastructure behind the apps that they use every day. ChatGPT, Google, Netflix, those things that live in data centers. But a single ChatGPT query uses about 0.3 watt hours of energy. Even with 700 million weekly users, consumer AI is a rounding error on the power grid. So why is Amazon building a campus in Indiana that will consume 2.2 gigawatts of electricity, through roughly the equivalent of half of the homes in the entire state? Why is Meta planning a facility in Louisiana drawing 5 gigawatts, roughly half the electricity consumed by New York City? Why is OpenAI's Stargate facility in Albion, Texas already running at 200 megawatts and scaling towards 1.2 gigawatts? Nobody running consumer application needs that much compute. These are training and interference clusters built for frontier AI at a scale that only makes sense when you understand who the actual customer is, which, by the way, we don't. So I'd like to know, Ms. City Manager and Mr. Mayor that excused himself, when was the non-disclosure agreement signed? Because we know there was one, and we know that someone, not enough people, requested FOIA requests, and the one that was received showed that the the Army Corps of Engineers was not brought in to properly survey the watershed. We already know that's illegal. Why are we not pausing to do that? We know why, because it'll stop their plans as they are right now in this plan. Why was the meeting that you guys know we can't vote or we can't have a meeting on election day? So at the last minute, typical of city council, the meeting gets crammed from yesterday into today, and now we're here for, till 10 o'clock again. We spent 6 hours here for the Planning Commission, and it got voted through except for one person. We're tired. We want to be represented by people that we can trust. We want, I don't find the timing, funny though, because right now, House Bill 2789 is going through the House, which is really bad news for Illinois because it's a tax freeze for developers. The bill will freeze property assessments for mega projects, which for 20 years, by the way, and data centers fall into that category. So these guys are going to get a 20-year tax assessment freeze, and our taxes are going to go up, our utilities are going to go up, you're going to drain our aquifer, you're going to poison the air. Say no. Table this and get more information.
All right, I got a quick question for you. Mayor Darcy is not here. Are we waiting for him to come back? I feel like this is kind of like missing the face off of the coin, Or is it, we just expected for him to not hear us?
Does he go still?
Yeah, I mean, like, I get it. We all got to pee sometimes, but, like, should we wait for him? I feel like that's a pretty important thing to be doing, right?
Go ahead with your comments.
Okay. If you could restart the timer, you just told me go ahead. Anyways, so I've been a lifelong Joliet resident. And I just bought a house in Joliet last year. Very proud of it. Imagine my surprise when I show up to this new house, maybe 5-10 minutes away from the proposed data center, to find out that they've been planning a data center since before I bought the house, but only now publicly disclosed it. That pisses me off. That's pretty bad. Now, I'm not here to shill for a school that's going to be involved in this or promote a union. Okay, I'm here speaking about your citizens, your constituents, the people you're supposed to serve. Okay, I'm going to tell you a personal experience about my first encounter with the city's ability to handle their infrastructure. It took 4 months for the water department to even tell me whether we had shut-off valves on our street so that we could get water maintenance done to the house that we just bought. We had to go through the winter with the possibility of having frozen pipes because they couldn't tell us whether there was a V-box under the ground. They couldn't look at their own plans. And we're supposed to trust them to manage their own infrastructure to the point where Hillwood is not gonna screw with it at all. That's abysmal. Moving past that, it was described that this is like a dishwasher running in the background, right? Except dishwashers don't run 24/7. I don't know how many dishes you guys make. I don't make that many, right? So what I want to explain it as you ever hear like a recycler fan running in a room, or just, you know, you sit in a bathroom and you got that HVAC fan sitting ahead of you? That's what it sounds like outside of some of these data centers. There are ample videos on YouTube that show you exactly what that sounds like, and it's terrible. Even at nighttime, you cannot hear the breeze and the wind. All you hear is the data center buzzing, and that's at the low decibel count. So it's absolutely ridiculous. Not to mention the fact that the data center they're building, the demand for these data centers, as touched on earlier by a wonderfully informed gentleman, 20%. 20% of all the data center infrastructure for cloud computing is currently being utilized. 80% is still up for grabs by new tenants. That's a problem if we're working off of tax proposals and tax benefits for the community. If there are no tenants there, there's no taxes to be collected. Okay, so all of this to say, union jobs can still exist elsewhere. I'm friends with a ton of union buddies, and we always laugh at the fact that at these meetings, you always see the union workers themselves coming out in support of the community. The union execs show up for their own interests, okay? So setting all of that aside, this is going to impact the revitalization of Joliet. And that's one of the main reasons I decided to take the leap and buy the house in an area that's still improving. This data center going to screw all of that progress we've made up. Not to mention the fact that this is just going to set our infrastructure on a downhill road, trying to catch back up to where we were before 2030. I don't support it at all. While I've got a little bit of extra time, I should probably touch on, this is entirely speculative, but as an American who fundamentally values his constitutional rights, I think it should be touched on. Right now, OpenAI is collaborating with the Pentagon to set up mass surveillance and unmanned drones to commit strikes with the intent to kill. Now, they keep on coming out and changing their story on it. We do want to do it. We don't want to do it. We're going to put in some safeguards. As long as the Pentagon is considering that, I can't even fathom that you guys are sitting here morally considering this, let alone the fact that you're going to ignore 80% of your constituents who have voted outside of this. As we saw in the last meeting, I think the representation here has been abysmal. Not to talk about the fact that all the information has been English only, not to talk about the fact that you've been setting this up conveniently out of time frames that work for everybody. Vote for your constituents. Put it on the table or say no. That's what all of us want. We're here until 10:30 just to advocate for this. What more do you want to see? Thank you for speaking up for us earlier.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm here very confused. I haven't been involved in any of the other meetings. This is my first. I've read a lot in the Herald News, but I don't know how much of it I can believe. I've heard a lot of statements here, a lot of contradictions and whatnot, but I've heard a lot of people say, I've been here in Joliet all my life. I'm proud to say I've never lived in Joliet. I came this close to it when I was 6 weeks away from marriage, rented an apartment on the east side that I think was outside the city limits at that time anyway, on Rowell Avenue. But I went home, went to the newspaper again, and found an ad with a 423 telephone exchange. I thought, ha-ha, that's Elwood. I was born and raised in Elwood. I've spent my entire life in Route 1 Elwood, other than the year I spent in Duluth, Minnesota prison camp for something I didn't do. I failed to file my income tax. However, the prosecution was nothing but a den of thieves, and the judge was corrupt. And I spent a year in prison for something that the law doesn't pertain to me. The scriptures say in Romans, for the law exists, but it only pertains to those who are under the law. If you came out and sued me for using too much of my water, I'd ask you for your authority to do it. I'm in unincorporated Will County. You got no ties to me. I can use all the water I want. Matter of fact, the well water, I can pull the cap off my well pipe and reach down with a pole and pull out a cup of water. It's less than 6 feet from the surface of the ground. And I live 5 miles from a stone quarry on Brandon Road that's full of water. our aquifers are strange. You suck too much out, you need to spread around. Joliet was selected to be the county seat. For what reason? It's a lot closer to the center than Peatone, that was a candidate 100 and some years ago. But now look at your map. You probably cover more than 100 townships, all the way to Yorkville practically. Why? Oh man, I wish I had a greenback. All I use is credit cards, but I'll draw from the hip. This thing is a piece of garbage. This is my first one. I've had it for 4 months. I'm too old to teach an old dog new tricks. But the people in front of me, those to my right, to my left, and behind me are the cause for this project. Everybody wants to, how old would President Washington be if he didn't die? Boom, right there's the answer. What we are building is a cloud that they call in the internet, but it's on the ground. And you know, clouds on the ground are foggy, terrible things to have to deal with. But you have been down the road, you've had all these people before me, and probably a few more after me, render their thoughts and whatnot. Do what's right. I've spent 79 years in it, Route 1 Elwood.
Need to wrap it up, sir.
Yes. I just pray that God would hold you accountable, because to whom much is given, much is required. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Felix Ortiz, and good evening, Council. I'm a lifelong Joliet resident, son of a former Teamster, over 20 years, labor worker, and somebody who's had the privilege of being able to organize thousands of union workers across the state of Illinois. Union workers. I'm here today to talk about the Hillwood development, specifically recycling some of the words I gave our lovely commission last time. Excuse me if some of it's recycled. If Hillwood can reuse that polished turd presentation that they gave the commission, then I'm sure I can repeat my speech. But anyways, we're here for a public hearing on a project that got tabled back in October because not enough adequate information was available for the Planning Commission to recommend it back then. It's now March. And once again, the lovely clowns from outer space, Hillwood and Powerhouse, have once again failed to provide the residents of Joliet with transparent answers. And I would hope that they haven't all secretly bought you off with their 30-pack money, because we know that that's what moves politicians. But we're sitting on an 800-acre project that's currently over a depleting aquifer that will deplete prior to the completion of this project. Even closed loop systems require massive continuous makeup water to replace the evaporation that happens. And this technology is not new or unique. Just about every major data center that's being built in the United States has been using the same talking point to dupe city councils across the country in order to sell you this lie that they're building this fancy new sustainable system. And if you don't believe me, I'm sure you can ask ChatGPT for that answer to verify it. We're effectively handing our water to a private entity during a regional water crisis. Furthermore, the energy demand is staggering. At 1.8 gigawatts, an equivalent of 2 million residential homes, you gotta think to yourself, why are we giving this to a company that's gonna spend as much as the people that live in the entire Chicagoland area? Yeah, the 2026 data center power play study warns that we will be unable to meet basic energy demands by 2030 because data centers are projected to devour 72% of Illinois' power growth. We are literally voting to trade the reliability of our own home electricity for a developer's server farms. On top of that, why is Joliet rushing to bypass looming state transparency laws like Senate Bill 2181 that would enforce them to be able to ensure that this is a sustainable project? They don't care about this. They will pay a fee because that's the cost to do business. And I get it. We want jobs for our hard-working union tradesmen and women. We all gotta feed our families, but it shouldn't come at the cost of all the other working residents of Joliet and their children. We need good jobs through good development. Union workers historically fought the big bosses. They organized, went on strike, and even got shot by private company security to bring Americans the basic rights that they have today. Don't believe me? Look up the May Day riots of Chicago or the coal mines in West Virginia. But now in 2026, these corporations are lobbying our hardworking union siblings to put them against their interests of neighbors. It should be everyone's here's responsibility to ensure that we could find sustainable jobs that balance the health of our community, give our tradesmen jobs, and ensure that, you know, their union bureaucracy isn't being used to basically become talking points for these billionaires like Ross Perot Jr. and his cabal of rat billionaire tech partners who probably all partied on Epstein Island. Please be on the right side of history tonight. Vote no on this. At the very least, table it and get us a better deal so that this project is sustainable. Otherwise, we will ensure that every single voting resident of the city of Joliet votes all of you out.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jeff Becker. I have a little cold, so sorry for my voice. My brother is the one who did the FOIA request. There were 1307 documents. 1,300 of them were blacked out. He had to go to the Illinois Attorney General, file an appeal with the city of Joliet to even get any documents on this case. Why? So my word for you is transparency, transparency, transparency. I went over all of the documents. The first thing in the file is a document from June 24th, 2025. The first thing. It is Kimberly Horn's traffic study for the Bernard family farms. So we're in June 24th. This is like 3 or 4 months later, they were bringing this to you. No, it was 2 years ago. So you can, in FOIA, you can exempt documents and you can get, the city can go ahead and exempt documents. There's a year and a half of missing files for the Hillwood project. And then when I began to look into it, I started researching all the documents. And then September 25th, 2025, the Hillwood attorney, Mr. Silverman, sent an email to Todd Lindsay, the attorney, Ray Heitner, who's on city planning, and Jane Bernard, who's on city planning. So I looked into the information on Jane Bernard. She's your city planner. So all of this, then I went and looked, could she have been working on this project? Is this where everyone here is getting your information from? Is it from the Joliet City Planner's Office? I'm assuming so. That's the staff that would be giving you all the documents on how you should proceed. Well, here is a quote. It's coming from Ray Heitner, and he says about Jane Bernhard, I incorporated a few additional talking points and edits with Jane's help. This ended up going to the press. The press then said, was Jane Bernhard working on this project? And we were all told, no, she was not. She left it immediately. That's just completely false. She was working on this project, and you're getting all your information from the city planner. So I looked into how is her family going to benefit from this? So here's what we have. There were 14 parcels. 13 of them are owned, one by her grandfather, one by her grandparents, one by Joan Law and Jean Smith and Joy Garza, her aunts. There were 3 Bernard Farms Incorporated. Brian and Carl Bernard are on those properties. At least that's what we have in the corporate records. And then there's 5 Bernhard family trusts. So how much money is the City of Joliet City Planner going to get from this project? And where are all the earlier documents? You need to do an investigation and find out how the Bernhard family, how did they know? It's 14 parcels. How did they know that Hillwood needed a site? Did that come from the city planner? Did she go ahead and did she push that this project goes to her family? The Hillwood has said they want to be transparent. How much money was your city planner, the Joliet city planner, Jane Bernhard, going to get for this project. $50 million, it's almost 795 acres. Is she gonna get 50 million for her family, 100 million? Why would this not be immediately tabled and investigated? Where's the press? Where is the press saying, wait a minute, oh my gosh, the Joliet city planner is sending this project to her own family? How could that happen? I mean, I think this is a scandal. I think you need to table this and you need to go back and you need to figure out and do an investigation and find out what is going on in the city planning department. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Julie Rivera. I'm also a longtime resident here at Joliet. And I just want to let you guys know, you probably already know, but this is not the first time that a marginalized community has been a target of land exploitation and destruction and have subjected us to human right violations for the sake of lining the pockets of CEOs, trade investors, and politicians who readily accept their money with sweaty, needy hands. It started with redlining, then it went on to the construction of factories that pollute our air and our waters and our bodies, and now it's with the construction of data centers. We're not here to discuss about how you're going to build them, and we're not here to listen about the lies that are supposed to be assuring us about our safety guarantees. It doesn't matter if this is Google, Gemini, Meta, ChatGPT, Sora, or any other company, because they're all going to screw us over in the same fashion. What we're here to do is to make you listen to us and vote no to the construction of the Joliet data center. Many of you have been desperately trying to get us to agree with you that there will be benefits to this, but there's no benefit to having our water stolen and dirtied. There's no benefit to having our lungs filled with even more carbon dioxide and having a constant droning noise 24/7. There's no benefit to having more large portions of land that could be used for good and be used instead to destroy our environment. According to Science Direct, between 312.5 and 764.6 billion gallons of water was used in 2025 alone by AI data centers. The range is very wide because corporations refuse to be 100% transparent with their water usage and emissions of pollutions. There is no global water crisis, only large greedy corporations that harbor water for their own use. Data centers on average waste 300,000 gallons of water per day, but you already knew that. We haven't even gotten to the carbon emissions yet. According to a bunch of sources, finding them right now, data centers are currently responsible for over 1% of global electricity demand and 0.5% of CO2 emissions, according to IEA data. We get it. You want to get your share of the money and go off vacationing or move out once things get too tough. However, if it wasn't made obvious already, you can't live, much less vacation, in places where the air is highly polluted. There is constant noise pollution and water is scarce and undrinkable. A yes to data centers in Joliet can lead to a yes everywhere else and eventually a yes everywhere. There will be no Cancun or Dubai because AI is becoming a global issue. Let's be a force of resistance and an example for our children to follow. If you vote yes, exactly. If you vote yes to this, then there will be no future for your children. There will be no future for any children. Whatever legacy you hope to build with your wealth will turn into dust much quicker than you expect. You will not have any mark on this earth other than a big fat carbon footprint. All of the info that we were given by these corporations have not been checked by third parties. We are just taking them at their word. The UN has officially announced that we are in a global water bankruptcy. There is nothing that we can do after 13 years. We will have run out of water. We cannot let Joliet be another part of the statistic. And I urge you, please, to vote no on this.
Good afternoon, councilmen, councilwomen. My name is Nancy Rivera. First and foremost, I want to say it is not too late to regulate. We, right now, have not even regulated the contents of these centers. There are so many children and women exploited by these AI deepfakes. I have a statistic here from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They said that the number of AI-generated child sexual abuse images reported to cyber tip line soared from 4,700 in 2023 to 440,000 in just the first 6 months of 2025. So when you say this is going to benefit these children in these schools, what do you mean by that? If we can't even regulate what's inside of these centers, how are you going to say, yeah, the center is regulated itself? The water usage, the carbon dioxide, the noise. We are seeing all of this already all over the country. Arizona, Alabama. They do not have water. The little water that they do have is contaminated. There's a lot of residue that they cannot use. They cannot use this water. For us, we have a recycling system, if I'm correct. So the water that we're dumping into these public wastelands, we're using them again. We are trying to recycle it, and it's going to come back to us. So we cannot say that there are safety measures when there are no regulations as of right now. Also, I want to ask, why wasn't this part of the ballot? Why wasn't this put to vote? Why was this meeting at 4:30 p.m. on a Monday? People are working. People didn't know about this. The only way that I knew about this was a single post on Facebook, and I had to be a member of a group on Facebook in order to know what was going on. I look around and I see most of these people who are voting for the center have some kind of investment in it. There is nobody who is for this who is a resident who's going to be living close to this center and saying, yeah, I'm all for this. What are you going to gain from this in the long run? What types of jobs will you generate in the future if AI is taking them all? Thank you. I will be translating from my father.
I'm sorry, I don't speak English as well, but she's helping me.
He tried to look for some help and some information, but nobody spoke English.
Estoy muy sentido con los hispanos aquí en el grupo.
He is very upset with all the Hispanics in this council.
No les costaba nada hacer un video en Facebook de 10 minutos, explicar lo que está pasando y nosotros enterarnos en español lo que va a suceder.
It didn't cost you anything to make at least a 10-minute video on Facebook or something explaining what was going to happen today at this meeting.
Yo soy un trabajador de labor, de unión. Apoyo a la unión, estoy con ustedes como unión, pero ellos están haciendo dinero con el trabajo de ustedes.
I am a union labor, and I support you guys
por el trabajo.
for the work that you do.
Pero ellos, la corporación los está usando a ustedes.
But these corporations are using you.
Y son las mismas corporaciones que van a contratar a otros sin unión para hacer arreglos en los fábricas.
And these same corporations are the ones who will be using other non-union laborers to do your jobs.
Y después van a estar afuera con una rata grande protestando porque no hay unión de trabajadores.
And later you're going to be outside with a rat, an inflatable rat, outside of these facilities protesting. It's very sad.
Yo estuve en ese tiempo.
It's very sad because I went through this.
Donde hay trabajos que no hay unión, no nos hacen caso y los líderes de la unión no están ahí para representarnos.
No. Can you say that one more time?
Los representantes. Ninguno de ellos vive cerca de esos lugares.
None of these union workers are living close to Joliet or where the center is going to be constructed.
Este tipo de centros va a ser mucha inteligencia que van a reemplazar los labors con robots.
This center will replace union jobs in one way or another.
Con robots.
With robots.
Hoy vi un anuncio en China con robots corriendo en maratón.
Today I saw a Chinese video about robots running in a marathon
Pensando por ellos mismos.
who think for themselves in one way or another.
¿Cómo los vamos a parar cuando ellos sean las máquinas y nosotros seamos las víctimas?
How will we stop this when when they're not regulated and just roam free?
Ustedes, Dios les dio la oportunidad de estar aquí como representantes.
God gave you this gift to be our representatives.
Por favor, piensen en nosotros como ciudadanos.
Please think of us as citizens.
Abajo hay mucha gente que no pudo subir.
There were a lot of people downstairs who couldn't get upstairs.
Hablemos muchos hispanos que no hablamos inglés.
There's a lot of Hispanic people who don't speak English.
Pero pagamos taxas, apoyamos al gobierno.
But we pay taxes and we support our government.
Apoyamos también a los de la Unión.
We support the union.
Pero ayúdenos.
But please help us.
Dios les va a tomar en cuenta si votan por este centro o no.
God will take into account whether or not you vote yes or no on the center.
Please, no lo hagan.
Please don't do it.
Okay, I'm going to call up the last 6 speakers. I have Beatrice. I can't see the last name. Beatrice with an M, maybe? Beatrice. Madeline Gable. Jason Schreck. Stephanie Becker. Ezekiel Etivar. And Andres with a G. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Luis Jaime. I'm a lifelong member of Joliet, just like many of the people who spoke before me today. Went to A.O. Marshall, Gompers, Joliet Central, public school all my life. And I'm here to voice my firm opposition to this development and urge you, our elected officials, to not approve it, or at the bare minimum, to table it until after the Power Act gets passed, or goes into effect. I understand that you are in an unenviable position. You have to care for the economic future of this city while balancing the needs of your residents, and that is not an easy thing to do. However, this project is not the project to bring forth that long-term economic growth that or future that you want to bring here. There is dignity in work, and no matter what we do, sorry, I lost my spot. Okay. Just look at what the corporations are doing to us right now. They are pitting neighbor versus neighbor already. I work, the people who are against this work, the union members in the back who are for this, we all work. We have bills, we have mortgages, we have to pay rent. That's just a way of life. And for that, we work because we don't want the handouts. We want to feel good. We want to feel like we earned and we reap what we sow. What we do is what we get, right? However, the developers themselves have indicated that 90% of the jobs are going to be temporary. They said that on the graph. They said, what, 7,000 to 10,000 jobs are going to be here for 5 to 7 years, and then after that, it's going to be 700 jobs max? And that's if they're telling the truth? So what, 10% of the jobs is what we're selling the future of our, environmental and our, physical health, all of that. They're just using neighbor versus neighbor. They're doing what corporations always do to labor, pitting us against each other so we don't speak up against them. And why should they care? They don't live here. They don't have to worry about the water running out. And when the empty promises of these high-paying jobs for Joliet residents never materialize, it means nothing to them. They got their profit, you know? And then before I end this, I'll translate this afterwards, but like the gentleman before, I'll say this in Spanish. Para los que hablan español, los elegimos para que nos representen, para que no se aprovechen de nosotros como siempre lo han hecho los que no hablan español, los que no saben cómo funciona el proceso cívico. Pero aquí andan haciendo lo mismo que han hecho las personas que no hablan el español. And then in English, all I said is for those who speak Spanish, we elected those, you guys, to represent us. Because we have been taken advantage of, because we didn't speak the language, we didn't know how this functioned. But at the end of the day, if you vote for this, you're showing us you're just like them. So all I do is I urge you to vote against this, or at least table it, or we, the residents, will vote against you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Hello, my name is Beatrice. I don't live in this area. I live in Orland. And what's coming over here might come to my neighborhood. It might come to yours. And for sure, they're enabling that, so it won't go to their area. You know, this land is for Joliet. For the town, you own the land, and part of the residents. So why are you hearing them? Why are you listening to them? Why haven't you come and give pamphlets or brochures to the people who speak Spanish? ¿Qué es tu problema? Nosotros somos importantes. Y tú como latino, y usted, y ustedes, no se vendan. You represent us, the residents, the Latinos, the people who can't speak English. We pay taxpayer dollars. Sir, how are you going to make water? You can make water? When the water's gone, you can make water, Mayor? Please, like for humans. We're all humans. We all have a mother, a father, and siblings, and kids. I brought my own daughter here to see if there could be a change, that you guys could change your mind. There is democracy. Please, all I could say, this land is a Joliet and the benefits of the residents. Say no.
And bring farming back.
And bring farming back. We need food to eat. The robots don't need our water. They're not alive. They're not alive. They're not essential. We are. And so are these workers over here. They've been told a lie to betray. My brother was in the military, United States Army. American just like you. Just like you.
Ma'am, please address the council.
Oh, but they're part of it, because they're being tricked to feel like we're all humans and we all have the right to own our houses, to have safe drinking water. Our kids cannot play in the data centers. They can't study inside the data centers. They can't live in one. So why give them so much priority? You could sell the land to someone else. Sell it to someone else. More housing, more playgrounds, more schools. They will organic foods. They're putting poisons in our foods. all these ingredients in our foods, you are gonna make a choice for the future. You're gonna make a choice for the future. So, please, be human. And they're so concerned about people who live here, and they're playing on their phones. They're not even acknowledging us. Look at, they're all gonna be gone on this side. And these other people who are you're gonna have to answer to your community. You swore, and you had an oath. You swore. For the United States Army, my brother was. What kind of rights and service do you protect? It's always your choice. You could say no. Thank you. Di no. Both in English and in Spanish.
Hello, Mayor Darcy and Council. I first off want to take a minute to thank all of the police officers that are here to keep us safe. And everyone in this room, no matter what their opinion is, I appreciate that they're coming to share their voice. I know you guys are tired. When I was in high school, I fell asleep in a science class or two, so I understand how you feel, but please just listen what I have to say. My name is Stephanie Becker. I am 30 years old and a homeowner in Manhattan. My fiance and I have spent the last 7 months renovating our home, which is 1.7 miles from the proposal site. I have many unanswered questions and concerns, which I will proceed to state now. To the council in Hillwood and Powerhouse executives, do you truly believe in the safety of this project enough that you yourself would feel comfortable living 1.7 miles from the site? My fiance and I have bought our house in hopes of starting a family. As a labor and delivery nurse at a level 1 trauma medical center, I am all too familiar with devastating fetal outcomes. I cannot imagine the detriment this proposal will have on the health of me and my babies in future pregnancies and my children as they continue to grow close to this data center. Fertility is dropping in the United States year by year for a multitude of reasons, and some yet unknown. A large percentage of my patients do not conceive naturally, solely through IVF, and those numbers are continuing to increase. I'm afraid that this could not only further complicate fertility issues for me, but other mothers in the future. If the fertility levels continue to decrease, what will be the future of Will County? I was born here in Mokina, and I have continued to live here as my choice with my fiance. But if this data center goes up, I will not continue that choice. Please think very carefully about the health outcomes of this and the unknown health outcomes of this. I also have a well in my neighborhood that is 1.7 miles from the build site. Will this well have the possibility of draining? I know there was a man who spoke in vague language that made the answer seem to be a no, but please forgive me if I'm not trusting of these officials, as I live 1.7 miles from the build site and have only heard about it within the past 7 days. The lack of transparency and outreach is astonishing. I have read accounts online from citizens who live close in proximity to a data center in New Carlisle, Indiana, who state their well ran dry. Why has there been no outreach from Hillside or from Hillwood or Powerhouse telling the people who live in my Ranch Oaks community what is going to happen and what is being built? In the sound portion of the presentation, it said that the daytime limit would be 60 decibels. Does this include the proposed substations? I just found out about those tonight. Mayor, can you wake up? You're asleep. What regulations will be in place to ensure it does not go above 60? What will happen if it goes above 60? What regulations will be put in place to protect us, to protect me, my future children, my fiance, my elderly parents, and their parents who come to visit us at my property? The thing I find most ironic of all is that the man who supported this proposal earlier as a spokesperson for a trades council is wearing a jacket with bison on it. Midwin National Tallgrass Prairie, ran by the United States Forest Service, is in extremely close proximity to the location of this data center. This data center will negatively affect the bison herd located there, as well as me. I am demanding that if you say no, at least table it and put in research. How is this going to affect fertility? How is this going to affect the health of people? How is this going to affect children in our neighborhood? The proposed data center is extremely close in proximity to a Manhattan elementary school. How is it going to affect those children and their learning? I am asking you to please listen to what I'm saying and to say no or at least table this problem. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Ezekiel, and I'm from Joliet, born and raised on the southeast side of town. This data campus is clearly not wanted by your constituents. We spent nearly 5 hours trying to convince those people that you've appointed to the Planning Commission to say no. We're going on 6 hours now here, and if you wanted to give funding to schools and sidewalks, you would have done it by now. Instead of investing into data centers and AI, you could be looking for investment in public transit, public health, public education, and public housing. The majority of this council seems to believe it's a good investment to build these data centers here in Joliet. Just like the council before some of you that approved warehouses to be built here that use temp agencies to employ their workers. They offer no guarantee of full-time work, no good pay, no time off, no guarantee of health insurance, and with all those benefits being minimal at best when they're offered by those agencies. Not to mention that most of these industrial buildings being built by these trades will likely be strictly anti-union and create hundreds of unstable permanent scab labor jobs afterwards. To the unions, how can you claim to be pro-worker when you're willing to screw over the rest of your working class neighbors? It seems very selfish and individualistic of your leaders to want to secure a job that lasts 4 years. Now, I do want rank and file workers to fight for work, but I want you to also fight and support all the other working class people of this city and start operating like real class struggle unions, unlike the presidents of your locals that take your hard-earned union dues to be the big boss's lapdogs. What is to come after you build these data centers? If AI improves, we all lose our jobs. If the AI bubble bursts, we lose our jobs. This is a ridiculous amount of money going into these projects. NVIDIA, the company manufacturing the chips that go into these data campuses, has recently hit a $5 trillion evaluation. This is worth more than the GDP of every single country except the United States and China. According to our Harvard economists, in the first half of 2025, without this explosion of data centers, the United States GDP growth for the entire rest of the economy was only 0.1%. A standstill for the microeconomies that will affect our daily working lives. On top of this devastating impact on our local and nationwide economy, these companies that will occupy these data centers are in the pockets of each other, creating an economic bubble for themselves. NVIDIA makes the chips to process data, Oracle purchases these chips to make these data centers, and OpenAI then purchases the capacity to use these data centers. Only that you find out that NVIDIA invested $100 billion into OpenAI as of March 10th. NVIDIA makes money from Oracle, Oracle makes money from OpenAI, OpenAI makes money from NVIDIA, a circle of the same revenue going around and round in these same companies. NVIDIA can be switched out for AMD, Oracle could be switched out for Amazon, and OpenAI can be switched out with Anthropic, and it would be the same story. The same revenue going around in circles within this industry to boost their numbers to shareholders. And how does this not sound like a bubble to you? Most of these big players in the AI industry, such as OpenAI, or even the smaller projects by Google and Meta, are not even profitable yet. They only promise profit eventually, with no actual proof of that happening. The only claim that these companies share is that AI will cut down on labor costs and that those billions of dollars of investment will pale into comparison. The truth is AI has not replaced workers at all. While managers think AI is a tool to write a nice email, workers are met with an AI-generated report with hundreds of mistakes that they have to fix by hand. All of this shows investors from these companies how useless AI can actually be. So what happens when they pull away from it? We see that there's so much money being thrown at these developments, and that's why Hillwood is so comfortable nodding off at these meetings. Meta, for instance, has reportedly sold leases out for these data centers to be built that are then bought and sold by hedge funds and private equity firms. Then these equity firms make more debt to finance the build out of these data centers and hope that these tech companies will pay their rent in order to pay off those debts. Meta made it a financial instrument that people buy and sell, essentially making a security and bond. So this connects us to the public. Using the banking industry, it affects pension funds, mutual funds, insurance companies, and everyday investors.
We have more people to speak.
Remember how you vote, because these people will vote you out.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Andres with a G, Andres Grijalva. I'm a Joliet Central Steelman class of 2016. I should be watching TV with my girlfriend right now at 11 o'clock, but here I am. I hope you are looking at everyone here and realize that we do not want this, not when there's so many questions. This data center supposedly meets all of the regulations for the state and federal government currently. Good job. I'm being completely serious saying that. It's a low bar to clear, and I don't think a lot of these centers are meeting them. This one, though, they keep assuring us that they will. But are those regulations good enough? I don't think so. Our state government doesn't think so. Yet here we are trying to rush this before they make up its mind. Why are we in such a rush? What do you guys think you'll have to rethink a lot of this if they do pass that? If June comes and suddenly all these new regulations pop up? If not, then why aren't we waiting for this? Why aren't we waiting for the state regulations to be updated? The current regulations were not written with these centers in mind. Why does the city and these companies seem so nervous to talk to us when if it was truly benefiting us, you wouldn't be nervous? If this was good for us, you would have done a better job informing us. That includes our huge Hispanic populations here in Joliet. She doesn't live here anymore, but one of my closest friends asked me to speak for her mom and dad who live 5 miles from the data center. And yet, a few weeks ago, knew nothing about this. They're Hispanic, they don't speak English that well. No Spanish materials available. Like, why is that? If there's one thing politicians love to do, is brag when they help us, quote unquote. This should be your guys' magnum opus, yet you guys seem pretty hush and pretty nervous to talk about it. Regardless, I hope you guys are thinking all about this because this is moving through so quickly when there's still so many questions to answer. These companies know that their window is limited. People around the country are beginning to understand how these data centers and AI as a whole affects them. As people understand these better, they are more often than not increasingly against them. Are we trying to push this project through before the Joliet people can come to this same conclusion? We, the people, see the data centers being built all around us in the state. You can't sell us on this easily. So why were you guys sold on this so easily? Why are we asking questions that you should have already asked? Either you don't care what happens to us, or you're too trusting of these corporations. That means to me you're either indifferent or naive about this, and Joliet does not need either representing us. Joliet is a Rust Belt city. We should know better than to trust corporations who promise the world. The only promises they keep are to their shareholders. We should know better than anyone about this. We had to claw our way back up after the steel companies left us, because corporations will never have our interests in heart. They will support the city for as long as we are positive on their bottom line. They will not hesitate to abandon us if it will make the line go up. We've seen this before, and we know how the story ends. We have monuments to that failure in this city still standing decades later. Why do we want to build another? That is all. Thank you.
Okay, I have never spoken at any kind of public meeting, so apparently I am the perfect person to go last. My name is Madeline Gable. I've lived in Joliet my whole life. I'm a homeowner in Joliet. I bought a house by Six Corners 4 years ago with my now husband. I am the first person to come up here and say, I love Joliet. Like, I am one of those people that is like, oh my God, Joliet's so great. Like, Plainfield, nobody cares about Plainfield. Nobody cares about Naperville. Everybody's like, Joliet is where it's at. Okay, let me be for real with you, City Council, Mayor, etc. No one says that. Like, I'm just gonna be completely honest. We had someone from Bolingbrook come in here and say, you guys are sludge. We had someone from Elwood come in here and say, I am so glad I don't live in Joliet and never have. Very unfortunately, this is kind of the reputation Joliet has. I've been doing a lot of work for just like a private citizen, like getting the word out about this data center. I've posted it in like the Joliet Facebook groups, and I'm like, hey, have you guys heard about this data center? Come to the meeting, like it's really important, you should know about it. I've seen one city council person on there. I know that's like not your official channels, totally understand that. However, I don't know why that's something I'm doing. I don't know why I'm informing the public. Multiple people have been like, I have no idea what a data center is. Like, can you tell me? And I'm like, sure, I got nothing going on. So I have. So I think that, just in case you're not aware, Joliet doesn't always have the greatest reputation. A lot of the public sentiment, I should say, on like the Patch articles and the Chicago Tribune articles, and every time there's an article posted about this data center on Facebook is, the city council doesn't give up, you know. They're not going to listen to us. It's already been decided. And I really with my whole heart want to come up here and say I don't believe that. But it almost feels like it's already a done deal, and we've kind of spent 5 hours of our time convincing people who already have their mind up. So I just am going to ask you all today to think about your oaths, think about the reason you're in office, think about your constituents, think about how much you care about Joliet. I know how much work has been done downtown. I know how much work has been done trying to share all the ideas for the 4 different zones and get residents' feedback. You guys just sent out the big survey last year that was like, please, we'd love your feedback. Okay, Joliet's feedback. We don't want a data center. Nobody wanted that sculpture either. That's besides the point. But like, you don't have a great track record of listening to all of your constituents. My city council person did not respond to me. That kind of is upsetting. I had a different council person reach out to me, and I'm like, you're not my council person, but I appreciate you. So I just want you to think about the long-term effects of the decisions you're making. Think about the residents. Think about the people who care about Joliet. I know you guys care about Joliet. You wouldn't volunteer to spend your time here either if you didn't. Everyone that is from this area, I'm not going to name names on who isn't, cares about Joliet, and that's why we're here today. And I think it's a perfect note to end on, just thinking about the long-term effects of how this will impact people my age, if I had future kids, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, down the line. And really the legacy you want to leave and how much work you're putting into building Joliet up. And if you want to kind of tear it down with this decision, that you could at the very, 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 very bare minimum table till there were more regulations and more information. With that, I will leave you with the petition that is now at, let me check, because it's been going up the whole time I've been here, 4,719 signatures so far that are against this data center. And I would like you to represent your constituents and agree with them and not go through with it. Thank you, on behalf of all of us.
Okay, that is the last speaker. So we will go ahead and.
I'd like to speak. I was unable to sign up because I couldn't even get in here.
Go ahead.
All right. Hi, my name is Janet. I'm a long-time resident here. My home is actually almost paid for, so that tells you how long I've been here. I want to make sure you understand that PJM, the reason our electricity costs are going up, it has nothing to do with our use. It all has to do with the delivery fees. That is why each and every one of you, you're paying more. And the reason our delivery fees are going up happens to be the AIs that are coming through here. It is killing us financially. I don't know about any of you, but I don't look forward to a $500 electric bill. That will actually almost replace my mortgage. The closed loop system. We have to remember that when something goes from cold to hot, we have condensation. Well, that water also happens to have pollutants in it that are PFAS. PFAS, we know, are cancer causing. So we're going to put the cancer causing PFAS condensation water into our air. That means you're going to breathe it. My science tells me, and my history working in healthcare tells me, that opens us up to cancers. I'm thinking probably lung cancer since we're breathing it in, but I'm thinking it could also be skin cancer since it would land on our skin and our hair. It's just a thought. They talked about blowdown. They're not going to do that. They're going to truck it outside. Right. If you believe that, I have oceanfront property in Arizona for you. They're not going to do it. They're going to save their money, going to throw it back down in the ground, and guess what? Now we're going to drink it. More cancer. Great. I know some of you have children. Do you want your children getting cancer? How about your grandkids? Niece, nephew, mom, dad? I don't. The EPA fines. Susanna brought it up. That's just the cost of doing business. I agree. When she asked the question about the water, and they said they could shut the water off, and it could happen eventually. They never did answer Susanna Ibarra's question about what eventually is. Is it a day, a month, a week, a year? I really would love to know that answer. I'm sure so would Miss Ibarra and everybody else in this room. Now, we're going to talk about the infrasound. It's less than 20 hertz, we cannot hear it. It can cause nausea, dizziness, anxiety, blood pressure to change, heart rate to change, and dread. I want to go back to the blood pressure and the heart rate. If it's changing that, can it change our blood cells? It's just a question. If it changes our blood cells, again, it opens us up to cancer. I'm not a nurse, but I did work in healthcare. It's a thought. Another thing they say it can cause hallucination and equilibrium distress. Well, if your equilibrium is off, that means you might be walking like you're drunk. So people might be getting charged for DUIs and they weren't drunk at all. They're just being exposed to our data center. Can you imagine having a drunk buffalo? That's what we could be having going on in Midday-Wen. Or a buffalo that might be hallucinating. That's kind of scary because they're a little big animal. Are you aware that in Texas, near data centers, there's been an increase in Parkinson's rise? Do you want to have that on your head tonight? When you put your head down on your pillow, you're going to make a decision today. If you say yes to this, you are guilty of every person getting cancer, every person getting Parkinson's because of this data center. I hope you can sleep with yourself. Please do not say yes. Say no. Be better. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, Joliet City Council. My name is Tia Quinnerly, and I'm a lifelong Joliet resident. I'm also here as the creator of the petition, Say No to Data Centers in Joliet, which now has over 4,700 signatures from people in our community who are deeply concerned about this proposal. There is speculation that only one of you plans to vote no on this proposed data center. So when I say what I'm about to say, I'm speaking directly to those of you who are considering voting yes. I'm talking to Larry E. Hugg, Pat Muldren, Sherry Reardon, Cesar Cardenas, Joe Clement, Juan Moreno, Jan Hallams-Quillman, who is not in attendance, and Mayor Terry D'Arcy. As council members, you have a duty to be the voice of your constituents and to do what is best for the city of Joliet. It is clear that the overwhelming majority of residents oppose this project. So that raises a very important question. If the city council votes yes on this, whose interests are truly being represented here? Because it certainly won't be the interests of the people who live here. We deserve a council that we can trust to do the right thing. Yet, there has been no transparency surrounding this proposed data center. Many residents still have serious questions and concerns that have gone unanswered. So by voting yes, you are sending a message to the community. You are telling us that our voices don't matter. By voting yes, you are telling us that corporate money is more important than the health, resources, and livelihoods of the people who actually live here. In December 2025, the Illinois Commerce Commission, the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, and the Illinois Power Agency warned that Illinois can face chronic electricity shortages and higher monthly bills within just 5 years. And that's not that far. It doesn't seem like COVID was that far away, but I mean, it was just 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. Joliet is already relying on a depleting aquifer for water. But somehow we're supposed to believe that the enormous amount of energy and water demands of a data center will have no impact? Yeah, right. Let's be honest. The cons outweigh the pros, and we all know it. I like to close with this. To everyone listening right now, when elected officials go against the very citizens that they were sworn to protect and represent, there is only one response. We vote them out. Look carefully at everyone sitting up there. Remember their names, remember their faces, remember who votes yes. Because if our public servants won't do their job, then as united citizens of Joliet, we have the power to remind them who they work for at the ballot box. I have an 11-year-old son, and he's at my parents' house right now, and I should have been spending time with him, but instead, I came here right after work to come and fight for his city and for his future. My son and every single child growing up in Joliet deserves to live in a healthy community, not one buried under industrial expansion and corporate pollution. Sorry. Together we can protect Joliet's legacy and ensure a cleaner, stronger future for generations to come. And we can do that without a data center. Listen to your constituents or be prepared to lose your job. Say no to data centers in Joliet. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Uxmar Torres. I'm the Poet Laureate of Joliet, and I'm here tonight representing my family and my history. But more importantly, I'm here specifically for my children and their future. This is my son's 47 Chevy. He calls it his lowrider. He's 4 years old and my daughter's only 1. You know, I stand here as a proud child of immigrants, and my story is kind of like, you know, it's like that of many others that live in my community. And it's not so different from some of the council members that sit in front of me. And it's the same way that my parents came here to the U.S. for a better life for their children. I'm not from Joliet, but I'm here now and I'm trying to build a better life for them. Because I know there's been plenty of people and community members here who have given specific numbers about issues and impacts, and what I'm here to share is character impact. Because I'm from a very proud family of union carpenters, electricians, entrepreneurs, naturalized citizens, park rangers, law enforcement, artists, educators, dreamers, and doers. And my father taught me that pues que todo lo que se hace con ganas, se hace con paciencia y se hace por su familia. So like many before me mentioned, accessibility to information, whether it's in Spanish or in French, because we have a very large diaspora of people that speak all sorts of languages here in the community, accessibility to information is paramount, and we have not received that. And I know that a lot of times immigrant or black and brown communities are often seen and treated as less or as stupid or as misguided. That's not what we are, and we will not be taken advantage of. I'm a testament of that. I stand here, I speak 3 languages, I'm college educated, I am community appointed, and I have never been afraid to be honest and to speak my mind. And though I'm not a Joliet native, my wife and my children are, and I live here now, and the negative impacts of this data center will be bared by my children, by our children, and by neighborhoods that are predominantly black and brown. And to every, Teamster, union president, union rep, and corporate puppet, I implore you to please tell us where you live before you speak, because you're going city to city encouraging the data centers to be built while going home to places that are unaffected by them. And again, to the council, you're not just facing elections. Some of you have businesses in the community, and we will remember your votes. So whether you're reelected or not, we will boycott, we will turn our shoulders to you, and we will remember that you chose profit over the quality of life for our children, over my son, and over my daughter. So to end my time, I wrote a poem. Roses are red, and I was born blue. My lungs were sealed, and I had asthma too. Pero lucharon mis papás, Lorena y Francisco, y llegaron a Chicago desde San Pancho en los Altos de Jalisco.
They taught me to be human and how to connect with others and how to be level. And they taught me that when money talks, what you're actually listening to is the devil. And so I'm here for my children, their future, and for them I'm willing to pay the ultimate price. So, are you willing to die for this money? And if not, then explain to me why it's my children that you're willing to sacrifice. Thank you.
I just want to take a second, just because we've gathered all here today, no matter what side you're on. Say hi, everyone. All right, so cute little thing out the way. I'm not going to apologize if I look unwell. I pushed myself today to show up here. I have been recently diagnosed with a chronic condition, a full-body chronic condition. It's known as a menstrual condition, but it is full body. And I originally wasn't going to speak here tonight. I've been passionate about this topic for forever, but I wasn't going to speak here. I was at Illinois State University in 2020 when I left here, and I only came back, I think, a couple months ago. I figured, you know what, someone here has, people here have more experience than me. But something was uttered and it disgusted me to my core. Something about, we want to listen to the experts. We want to listen to the people who are doing the jobs. But here's the thing. By saying that statement, it implies that us as your constituents that voted you in, we are not experts in what we have lived in. Exactly. And here's the thing. Let's talk about expertise, right? So I actually come from a background, a wide array of careers that actually leaves me really well informed outside of my individual career. My sister, she is in environmental sustainability. My brother is a mechanical engineer. My dad has 3 to 5 certificates and degrees, all in plant science. My mom has her bachelor's in comp sci and an MBA in business. My partner has 3 bachelor's degrees in plant science and is currently getting his PhD. So I don't want to hear, let's just hear it from the people doing their jobs. Because I think we're not stupid. Let's get this out of the way. The language, the legislative gaslighting that I've heard, it's like a disappointed but not surprised. I'm so tired. Okay, so, on the other thing about expertise, let's talk about me. I actually got my degree in criminal justice, and let's talk about crime. I know it's not what we came here tonight, but here's the thing. In Criminal Justice Sciences 101, and this is across the board, no matter what program you're in, no matter if you went to Illinois State, you were taught one basic thing. The number one driver for crime, it's not drugs, it's not alcohol, it is poverty. And that is a well-studied fact. I'm not saying this because I'm woke or DEI, I'm saying this because it's true. And in my day job, I actually worked with people who were on the brink of homelessness, and they told me that they're homeless because they couldn't pay off their medical bills. If we're gonna talk about electrical costs, I have a cousin up in the city who saw her electrical bill go from $200 to $450 within a single week. I don't think people here can afford that, and you are going to put a ton of people out of their houses. Outside of that, let's talk about what I actually studied while I was in grad school. I actually studied cybercrime, and the amount of crimes that has occurred because of AI, it is disgusting. And the fact that none of you are waiting until there are crime regulations, I've seen nudes of celebrities who haven't consented to that. I've seen nudes of children, okay? We're only just now seeing these regulations, and the fact that none of you guys are waiting, I don't know if you guys knew that, but God, it's disgusting. And here's the thing, if we're gonna talk about children, like the person before me, this condition, I have polycystic ovarian syndrome, I'm already infertile, and I am telling you now, because of the mass amount of data centers, I am making the choice to get a hysterectomy.
Miss, you need to wrap it up. That's your 4 minutes.
I'm sorry that my hysterectomy was the ender, but frankly, I'm not. I will have no children because of this decision.
Good evening, City Council. Now, I've been coming to these meetings for a little while now. I've also been going to the Joliet Plan Commission hearings since October. And, you know, I've shared my case over and over again, and I've also been listening. You know, I've been looking at all the plans. I've read every file on the transparency page that you guys put up. I've read the staff report. I've done my own research. I never heard of the PGM. You know, now I know more about the PGM than anybody I know. And I'm just still unconvinced, like many of the people here, you know? I want to give you guys credit. You guys all seems like smart, responsible people. And, but that doesn't really matter when this much money's on the line, does it? And I door knock. I volunteer for political campaigns, and I've been out this season talking to people at the doors. And time and time again, I'm so distraught by the lack of faith and trust that people have in their government. And the amount of defeatism that people have that the government can actually serve them, and the routine lack of transparency. And coming to meetings like this, it's obvious why. I just don't think that this process was inviting to the public. I don't think we were invited as community stakeholders in this project. And there's a lot. There still is a lot of misinformation about what this project is. All the people who came here and spoken before me, we were right more often than we were wrong, but that just goes to show the lack of dedication to communication with the community that you guys had. And that's really, I could go on about water, I can go on about electricity, I could go on about AI, but really that's my final takeaway here, is just the failure for you guys to really come to the community and make your case. That's my final takeaway. I urge you to vote no on this project. It's not in the best interest of the community. Table it and invite us to the table next time. Thank you.
My name is Dave Silverman again. I just kind of wanted to wrap it up on behalf of the developers and make a couple final comments. I think that your challenge tonight is to try to remove the emotion from the decision. We've heard a lot of emotional testimony tonight. And I think it's your challenge to separate the
Folks, you all had your chance to speak. Let Mr. Silverman speak.
He already spoke to, and he was not trying to speak 2 times.
The rules provide that after all the public comment, that the...
Stop. We don't deserve 2 times. We don't deserve 2 times.
Let him finish, please.
Then we all get to go up there 7 times.
No.
Yeah.
I just remind the council that the rules that were stated at the beginning of the meeting do provide that the developer gets a rebuttal. They've had almost 5 hours, and I'm going to take less than 5 minutes. I promise you that. The
2 years.
people have said that this project is moving too fast. We don't agree with that. This project has been here at the city for quite some time now. We've had hours of public comment at your plan commission, even before the public hearing that we had a couple weeks ago. You've listened to comments here before the council, even before tonight. I submit to you the questions aren't going to change and the answers aren't going to change, and we think that it's time for a decision. We think that we really, after hearing everyone tonight, I think it boils down to just several questions. The water issue, we've demonstrated to your staff we've demonstrated through the PUD agreement and the annexation agreement how much water we're going to use. The amount of water has been substantially reduced. When we first came here, we were talking about millions of gallons a day, and now we're using very small portions of that. This is even less than what your staff had planned for on this property if it were light industrial as originally planned. So the water usage has gone down from your plans. It hasn't gone up. The power, you heard from ComEd that they have the ability to deliver the power. The PJM has determined that this is a viable project. The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has determined that this is a viable product, and they have approved the agreements. AI, I said this to the Plan Commission, this is not a referendum on AI and whether AI is a good thing. What we do here tonight won't affect the future of AI. The AI is here to stay. Computers are here to stay.
Please let him speak.
AI and computers are here to stay, and this will be one data center among many that already exist and will come in the future. You have an annexation agreement and a planned unit development ordinance before you. Your staff has taken great care to make sure that what the developer has said they will do is documented in writing, and it will be done. There has been many negotiations. There's been several drafts of agreements, and I think that the city has been well represented by your staff and your professionals that you brought on board. And I think when we get right down to this, what we have here is a land use decision. A land use decision that the councils across America make every day. Is this a good use for the property? No. Your plan commission, your plan commission overwhelmingly recommended approval to the council. Your city staff has reviewed this for months. They have recommended approval to the council, and we submit to you that this is the appropriate place for this data center, for the Joliet Technology Center, that it complies with your comprehensive plan, and we think this is a huge decision for you folks tonight. And this decision affects not only the people that are in the room tonight, but the 150,000 plus people in the city of Joliet, most of whom were not here tonight. And it also affects people throughout the county with the tax money that will be generated and going to the school districts, the county, the townships, and all the other things.
Can we please keep an order in the chambers?
And listen to everybody for hours, and we appreciate your comments.
The petitioner doesn't have to do the 4 minutes. The petitioner is trying to answer all the questions that were brought up.
I don't want to try to shout over them. We would ask you to vote positively. We think the time is right tonight for the vote. Nothing's going to change. Let's go up or down.
Two quick questions from myself. Sure. Okay. I want clarification after the comments or testimony.
Yeah, and we're happy to answer any questions. Yeah.
Are these level 2 or level 4 generators?
They'll be level 4 equivalent generators.
Okay, so earlier today, when a couple of people earlier tonight said it was level 2, they were misinformed.
If we tried to address every misstatement that was made tonight,
but it's my job to address that.
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, is Hillwood and Powerhouse, are you prohibiting any other tenant from leasing space in your racks unless they're only AI? Is that okay? So you could have some AI, you could have no AI. There was that older gentleman that came in and said he spent a year in prison. Remember, folks? And he kind of summed it up. The people that are streaming their videos right now, you're using a data center. When you swipe your debit card and your credit card, you're using a data center. So I need facts. The last thing I'll say, Mayor, the last thing I'll say, folks, is your accusation was that the Power Act, that we're afraid of the Power Act because it's going to take effect June 1st. No, it's not. It hasn't been voted in yet. You're talking about CARJA, a whole different act, which has to do with the battery, regulations of battery storage and of virtual power. The act you're talking about, the power, which is to be correct, which is SB 4016.
Right now is not the time for comment. The councilman is speaking. We must keep a decorum and we must keep order in the chambers.
I'm looking at it right, Jerry, I'm looking at it right here. It's in the House still. It's in committee. SB 4016 and HB 5513 have not.
Let him speak, please.
That's my final statement, Mayor. Thank you.
Say it again. That's close it.
I do have one more quick question, and it goes back to the ultimate time to build this project, if it passes. And I know that there's a 2-year window, a 1-year window of if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then any extensions would be into a second year, which would put us at 2028 to start. So the comment made earlier was that this thing was going to be up and running in 28, and I said I think it's going to be beyond that if it gets approved. So can you kind of give us a little bit better timeline on that, please, so that we do have clarity on what direction this might take and when?
Certainly. Mr. Mayor, I think the expectation we have is we hope to break ground sometime not later than early 27. If you look, the project is designed to accommodate 4 sub-campuses, so our vision is this project will be built out by sub-campus. So if we start by 27, we deliver the first sub-campus or the first quarter of it in 28, and we continue to build out the majority of the site through, as you said, 31, 32.
So with regard to water use, you'll only have started with one phase of it.
That's
it
correct.
will not be the water use that it would be to the completion, correct?
That's our plan right now. That's correct.
I have a question for him. I really honestly don't know if this is for you, the city manager, the mayor, whoever wants to answer this, but this is probably the most important thing I'm going to say tonight. The development agreement, which I did read, just so everybody knows, I read every word of this development agreement, references $100 million in community benefits agreement, yet the language describing how those funds can be used is very broad, stating they may be used for direct expenses related to the data center and indirect expenses related to the data center. Given that the project will be primarily impacting residents in District 5, an area that has historically faced disinvestment, can somebody explain what commitments have been made to ensure that District 5 will receive a good portion of these funds? For example, will the city commit to using a substantial portion for the long-standing identified needs of District 5 residents, such as a grocery store, improving neighborhood lighting, repairing sidewalks, fixing local roads? This is extremely important to me. I voted on a cannabis for the cannabis tax dollars, and yet have any commitment other than putting it into the general fund. So whoever wants to answer that for me, if my district is the greatest impact and my district has been the least invested in, is my district going to see and benefit if we all do whatever we decide to do? That's what I want to know.
So as far as the community benefits are concerned, this council will decide how that's spent. We've heard from all of our council members that sidewalks, and especially from you, Susanna, sidewalks are important, streets are important. Those are the things that we're highlighting right away, but it will really be up to the council to talk to your constituents, and that's how we can talk about how we want it spent. So yes, your 5th district has been, it hasn't received all the investment, and that's something that the mayor and I are committed to, I think, along with the city council.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have one other statement, and I just want to get it out of the way now. Over the past several months, I've dedicated myself to listening closely to the voices of the residents of District 5, which I've had the honor to serve. I've been gathering input, understanding concerns, and weighing various perspectives to ensure my decisions reflect the needs and desires of our community. I want to acknowledge that the proposed initiatives will bring numerous union jobs to our city, which is an important factor in economic growth and stability. I also want to affirm my strong support for unions. They have historically fought for fair wages, safe working conditions, and workers' rights. I have voted with union representatives on many occasions, standing in solidarity with their efforts. I also want to thank the staff for their tireless work. This here is a decision that I do not take lightly, and I am over the top extremely wonderful to staff. So I just want to point out for the city manager to make it sound like me asking questions that my residents want to hear answered is anything less than me getting my questions answered or some kind of an attack on the staff. Get out of here with that. I've lived in Joliet my entire life. Everybody that knows me knows whether I agree with them or whether I disagree with them. I was taught something called radical hospitality. I am full-blooded Italian. You have to do something pretty bad to me for me to attack anyone. However, at the end of the day, my primary obligation is to the residents of this city, and it is their voices that guide my action in this vote. I believe a balanced approach could be one that fosters economic development while respecting the concerns of the community, and that is essential. I want to thank you all for allowing me, trusting me as your representative. I remain committed to working tirelessly for all of the best interests of the residents. Thank you. God bless.
I think it's time to close
Thank
the
you.
hearing. Close. Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me, it's not time for public comment right now. Can we have her, excuse me, it's not time for public comment right now.
Can you please
Yeah.
proceed with the meeting?
We're going to close the public hearing at this time. There's still time for council comments. So let the record show that the public hearing is now closed.
Good.
Oh, there's no more council comments?
I have one, just one. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I do want to say that I think it is really disgusting that there was no Spanish language at all. None of everything that was put out was not in Spanish language. I think that is disgusting. I think that is a disgrace to the residents. Read the room. We have a lot of Spanish-speaking folks here in the city of Joliet. And when I did ask about this, I was told things like it's easy to translate. All of your phones have a translator. YouTube even has a translator. That is different from your local government meeting you where you're at and putting out information in Spanish. That is the end of my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I just want to thank city staff, Hillwood and Powerhouse for your presentation. I did go to the open house. I was here for the planning meeting. It went very long, just like tonight. I want to thank all the residents, everybody that sent me a phone call, email, text, a few hundred at least. I wasn't able to get back to everyone, but I do take it very serious. This is a very serious decision. I believe Hillwood and Powerhouse, they talked about the electric, the water, the sound. There's no trucks going in here except for, the construction part. We're going to have union jobs. We're going to have 700, 600 permanent jobs. Again, I listened to what everybody said. I listened, I took it very serious. I do want to thank the residents for coming out, like I said, for all the emails. But at this point, I believe this is a good project, and I'm going to support it. So.
Okay. Close. There'll be time when they vote.
Okay.
So close.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve council memo number 178-26, public hearing?
Yeah, I still had another comment. Like I said, I know everybody's tired, it's a long night, but I did have a question because a resident had reached out to me and we spoke about it. And honestly, I said I wasn't sure and I would ask. So I think this one's going to be for the city manager or for staff. SB Freeman, the third party that we hired, they do not have any interest with or any financial gain or interest with the developer, correct?
Correct. Everyone
Thank
that
you.
the city hired was third party that could help us evaluate the information and make sure that it was accurate.
Thank you. That's just one of the, that kind of proves more of our point that how fast misinformation is spreading. You know, at the same time, like, I get it, sharing a Facebook post doesn't always mean that it's the correct stuff. You know, when this resident talked to me about it, I honestly acted, I was like, if that's true, that's horrible. We should not be doing this, right? Yes, it was disclosed into our website. To my other comments, I am.
Councilman.
Yep.
It's now run over into the next day, so state law prohibits us from having a hearing today.
The hearing's closed, though?
Yeah, what
Or-
we need to do is fix the
If you
top.
could just wrap up your comments
Right.
and then we can not have to bring you back.
What's it? Well, it's already midnight.
Yeah, wrap up, please say what you want to say, and then the council, and if nobody else has anything.
Well, I don't know if anybody else is going to speak. I want to thank everyone that's here. You know, your voices are not unheard. Whether we agree or disagree doesn't. There's a whole bunch of other people that also have sent us emails, calls, and said, "Hey, I support it. Just keep in mind, do smart development where you have control of it. We can still block their permits. We can turn off their water. There's a lot of things that are still." Yeah. Look, I get it's not time for back and forth. At the end of the day, I thank you for your time. I really appreciate you guys coming here.
Okay, at this time, clerk, will you please read
Yeah.
the
Go.
recess and reconvene on Thursday morning?
Yeah. Yeah. So notice is hereby given that the March 16th, 2026 combined city council meeting will reconvene on Thursday, March 19th, 2026 at 9 a.m. in the City Hall Council chambers. Members of the public are welcome to attend.
Can we explain why that is?
Why can't we vote tonight?
Can we explain that this is by state law, we cannot convene on election day?
Can we consider a different time? Because I do agree. Can we do the vote at 5:30 in the afternoon?
I agree.
Like a normal meeting.
Yeah, let's do it in that.
I agree.
Todd?
You have to vote on 4:30.
Adjournment?
You have to vote
No,
on
no,
the
we're
adjournment.
recessing.
No, for.
Well, we don't have to, we can adjourn. We've got plenty of time for the notice.
Can we do 5:30 on Thursday?
Whatever the time the council wishes.
Okay,
I like
would say
that. I'll do
5:30.
5:30 on Thursday.
Reconvene Thursday at 5:30 p.m.
All in favor?
So moved.
Do we have a motion?
Go
Second.
ahead.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we'll reconvene Thursday, the 19th at 5:30.